Chapter 444 Autumn Water Sword Sect. If the powers in this world were viewed as countries, then the Autumn Water Sword Sect was the absolute vassal state of the Northwest Qin City. In other words, the Autumn Water Sword Sect could be said to be the satellite sect of the Northwest Qin City. The relationship between the two sides could be said to be close for generations. The wives of the Northwest Qin City lord all came from the Autumn Water Sword Sect. Everyone knew that although Qin Wanqiu and the previous Northwest Qin City lord were father and son, their relationship was extremely bad and even like enemies. Therefore, in the beginning, he didn't have the right to inherit the Northwest Qin City lord position. So he didn't have the right to marry a woman from the Autumn Water Sword Sect. In the end, Qin Wanqiu became ruthless and killed his father and elder brother. Then, he became the lord of the Northwest Qin City. Moreover, he became the most outstanding lord of his generation in the past few hundred years. He expanded the territory and sphere of influence of the Northwest Qin City by many times. After he succeeded in becoming the city lord, his first wife suddenly passed away. Therefore, the Autumn Water Sword Sect's Qiu Ruhan became his new wife and Qin Huayu and Qin Jiaojiao's mother. Why was the Autumn Water Sword Sect so important? The reason was very simple. Autumn Water Island was currently the world's largest mining area. The extremely precious magnetic crystals, the even more precious purple crystal or the rare image jade, the even rarer yin-yang crystals, all kinds of energy crystals, and so on. Countless minerals were stored on Autumn Water Island at an astronomical figure. As for gold, it had already become the most worthless mineral on Autumn Water Island. What was the use of the magnetic crystals? It wasn't just used to build the mystic qi condensation and purification array. More importantly, it was used to supply the rich and powerful disciples to increase the amount of mystic qi they devoured during cultivation. To put it bluntly, with the magnetic crystals, one's cultivation speed was 3 to 4 times that of ordinary people. Therefore, the demand for the magnetic crystals was extremely high and was completely a strategic material in the chaotic world. How much was it sold for? A few million gold coins. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly. A few million gold coins. However, what was the actual cost? The total cost of excavating and manufacturing a piece of magnetic crystal for the Autumn Water Sword Sect was about 200 gold coins. That's right, 200 gold coins. Then he sold it to the Northwest Qin City for 50,000 gold coins. Then the Northwest Qin City sold it to the world for a few million gold coins. In the Earth era, a few 100% was already an extremely huge profit, and the profit of a single piece of magnetic crystal was tens of thousands of times the cost. If you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy it. But I'm sorry, I'm the only one selling it in the entire world. I have absolute monopoly. This was because only Autumn Water Island had a large amount of mineral reserves. In Qin City, the number of magnetic crystals sold every year was only several tens of thousands. Every time he would tell the whole world that there were not many magnetic crystals left and that they could be mined for less than 10 years. Of course, what was the actual situation? The actual situation was that, at this rate, they wouldn't be able to finish mining even in a few hundred years. If he was willing, he could sell the magnetic crystal at a cheap price. However, under the extreme monopoly, its price soared from a cabbage to a sky-high price. Of course, why would the world tolerate the absolute monopoly of the Northwest Qin City? Every year, he would donate tens of thousands of pieces to the Yin-Yang School and the Black Heaven sect. If these two bosses didn't say anything, the Northwest Qin City wouldn't be afraid of anyone. A single magnetic crystal was enough to make Qin City rich. However, this wasn't Qin City's biggest asset. What was purple crystal, or... That's right, purple crystal coins, a currency that could be used to spend money. Its value was many times that of gold coins. This was also produced from Autumn Water Island. That meant that as long as the Northwest Qin City was willing, they could issue an astronomical amount of money. Of course, he wasn't so stupid as to do that. In fact, after he dug out the purple crystal, or he made a complete purple crystal jade slip and sent it to the Tiando League headquarters to let the Tiando League think that the currency would be issued. Of course, as the only supplier of the purple crystal Oregon. In this so-called Tiando League central bank, he had no less shares than the Black Heaven sect and the Yin Yang school. Then, there was no need to talk about anything else. Now he could clearly understand why the Northwest Qin city was rich and unparalleled in the world. Of course, another problem appeared. Since Autumn Water Island was so important, why didn't Qin City directly destroy the Autumn Water Sword sect and directly control Autumn Water Island? Why did everything have to go through the Autumn Water Sword sect's exploitation? The reason was very simple. Letting the Northwest Qin City monopolize the sale of these strategic materials was already the limit of the Black Heaven sect and the Yin Yang school's tolerance. Once the Northwest Qin City destroyed the Autumn Water Sword sect and directly controlled Autumn Water Island, it would directly cross the bottom line of the two sects, and the two sects would directly take action. Therefore, the Northwest Qin City had no choice but to rope in and control the Autumn Water Sword sect to the extreme. Therefore, the relationship between the two sects became closer and closer. In fact, every time Qiu Qingchuan came to the Northwest Qin City, she could directly be half a master. Moreover, every time something big happened in the Northwest Qin City, sometimes the master of the Autumn Water Sword sect didn't come to Qin City to attend. She directly sent her son or a representative. From this, it could be seen how arrogant the Autumn Water Sword sect was, how important it was to Qin City. Recently, Qin Wancho had a huge problem. All along, there had been a sword of Damos hanging above his head. That was, he had to completely choose a side between the Tiando League and the evil ways. His attitude had always been to sit on the fence. Putting Qin Chi-Chi in an important position and even making her the successor of Qin City was to show that he was going to rely on the evil ways. Then he married Qin Jiaojiao to Yang Dingtian as a concubine and let Qin Huaiyu and Yang Dingtian join. This was to bet on the Tiando League, just as he said as a grandmaster, and as the richest and most powerful overlord in the world. Even when facing Li Ming, he had an aloof attitude. Therefore, he could sit on the fence safely and didn't have to make a thorough choice. Therefore, the evil prince, Li Ming, had no special methods to deal with him. After all, the only military force Li Ming had in his hands was the South Sea Ning clan. The World Extermination Army hadn't arrived yet, and the most important thing to him now was the resurrection of the demon king Wentian. Therefore, he decided on a conspiracy, or rather a strategy, to resurrect the demon king Wentian. The key to this was Yang Dingtian. Then he was halfway to success. Without a choice, Yang Dingtian finally used Wentian's tear crystal and successfully gave it to the evil way's greatest enemy and the most important person to resurrect Wentian, Nihility Piaoling, followed by Dongfang Bingling's demonization. The success of this plan instantly allowed the evil prince, Li Ming, to seize the absolute initiative. Li Ming had been traveling the world for a period of time. Of course, people like Yang Dingtian didn't know of his existence, but people like Qin Wancho had never stopped coming into contact with Li Ming. To be honest, Li Ming had a difficult time operating before. Alone, the South Sea Ning clan's martial power couldn't be fully used. He could only rely on himself to wander the world's forces and lobby. In short, he was basically in a state of hitting a wall. Everywhere he went, he was treated as a distinguished guest. But when it came to specific matters, he was directly ignored. But ever since Nihility Piao Ling's demonization, the demon king Wentian's resurrection was equivalent to half completed. Although almost no one saw the scene that happened in the yin-yang mirror, it didn't cause any waves on the surface. In fact, the impact on the world situation was subversive. In an instant, it could be said to have directly changed the world situation. Li Ming's status instantly rose infinitely. He became a master who could decide the fate of countless important figures. Therefore, countless important figures sold themselves to him. The Autumn Water Sword sect was one of them. They directly made their young master, Qiu Qingchuan, take Ning Wuming as her master and become his sword slave. Why was it Ning Wuming's sword slave and not Li Ming's? The reason was very simple. Li Ming's identity was still a top secret in the chaotic world and would definitely not be made public. Ning Wuming of the South Sea Ning clan was his representative. Therefore, Qin Chichi directly married Ning Wuming without any warning. Li Ming's identity should be equal to the young master of the hidden sect. Not to mention the Autumn Water Sword sect, even the northwest Qin city was a little out of reach. Even if Li Ming wanted to take in a sword slave, Xiantian sect's Zhu Hongxue and Yinyang school's Leng Ao were barely qualified. After the Yin-Yang mirror incident, Nihility Piaoling and Dongfang Bingling's demonization, the direct result was a direct change in Qin Wanchou's attitude. Sky Phoenix Pavilion's Duan Rian was his most beloved woman. Previously, Qin Chichi crazily attacked Sky Phoenix Pavilion for no reason. Because of Qin Wanchou's attitude, Qin Wanchou couldn't sit by and watch his beloved woman die. However, after the Yin-Yang mirror incident, Qin Wanchou directly changed his attitude and tacitly allowed the South Sea Ning clan's evil army to enter the Western world. He also transferred the Grandmaster puppet beside him to Qin Chichi. As a result, Sky Phoenix Pavilion's army was completely wiped out. Duan Rian was captured and her fate was unknown. Lang Yanmei took charge of Sky Phoenix Pavilion and the Northwest Taiando League. It also directly led to the crime of Yang Dingtian killing Dongfang Bingling, which led to the Taiando League sanctions and crusades against Yang Dingtian and Cloud Sky City. Everything that had happened was because of one thing. That was the Yin-Yang mirror incident. After the Yin-Yang mirror incident, the situation was a secret to the entire world. However, to the important figures, the situation was very, very clear. That was Li Ming versus Yang Dingtian, the young master of the Temple of Annihilation versus the young master of the hidden sect, Yang Dingtian. It could be said that even a blind person could tell who would win and who would lose. Therefore, even a blind person could tell which side to choose. Who was on Li Ming's side? High-level Grandmaster Li Ming, Half-Sage Nihility Piaoling, Half-Sage the Demon King Wen Tian, who was about to be resurrected, and demonized Dongfang Bingling, who was rapidly becoming a Grandmaster. There were also Grandmasters like the Temple of Blood and the Joyous Palace. Not to mention the tens of millions of Legion of Doom hanging above the chaotic world, like the Sword of Damos. Just in the competition between the experts, on Li Ming's side, there were 5 Grandmasters and 2 Half-Sages. On Yang Dingtian's side, there were only a few Grandmasters and a mysterious and unreliable Grandmaster. This kind of disparity wasn't a battle, but a tease. Therefore, even a blind person knew which side to choose. Therefore, when Qin Wanchou tilted the scales, the Sky Phoenix Pavilion was destroyed. The southwest continent that Qin Chichi had been fighting for months completely fell in a few days. Moreover, in order to show his contempt for Yang Dingtian, Li Ming didn't even make a move. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's most direct opponent was Ning Wuming from the South Sea's Ning clan. Of course, Yang Dingtian, who was in a desperate situation, still managed to display a shocking ability. He actually obtained the loyalty of Qin Huayu, Vulture, and Song Chanhua. In the end, he even obtained Zhu Hongxue's trust. Instantly, he became stronger in terms of momentum. In the end, he even obtained the thousands of Devil Dragon Legion from the World Society. Of course, all of this couldn't change anything for someone as important as Qin Wanchou. It couldn't change the extreme disparity in strength. In his eyes, Yang Dingtian was still a mantis trying to stop a chariot, an ant with the strength of an ant. Therefore, he led 20,000 cavalry to intercept Yang Dingtian on his way back. He only had one goal, which was to get back his son, Qin Huayu, and the most important chess piece in the future, Dugu Aoshuang. However, he didn't expect that both things would fail. Yang Dingtian was so cunning that he instantly saw through the fact that he was spying on Dugu Aoshuang. And Qin Huaiyu was even more unexpected. He didn't care about his life, as if he was brainwashed, and stood on Yang Dingtian's side, the side that was destined to lose. Of course, Qin Wanchou was currently facing an even bigger problem. That was he might lose the Autumn Water Sword sect. The Autumn Water Sword sect's mines were the absolute wealth of the Northwest Qin city, the foundation of the Northwest Qin city. It could be said that after losing the Autumn Water Sword sect, the Northwest Qin city would collapse. As if to punish Qin Wanchou for his arrogance, Ning Wuming and the Autumn Water Sword sect had been getting closer and closer. Various signs showed that Ning Wuming, or rather Li Ming, had already touched the Autumn Water Island, the astronomical wealth, the astronomical, strategic mines. It was because of this that the Autumn Water Sword sect had become more and more arrogant in front of Qin Wanchou. Before this, unless it was the Northwest Qin city summons, the Autumn Water Sword sect's army couldn't enter the Northwest mainland. However, this time, there was almost no request. Qiu Qingchuan led 20,000 troops and swaggered into the Northwest mainland. It was only after they had landed that they reported to Qin Wanchou. This was a huge provocation to Qin Wanchou. However, Qin Wanchou endured it. He allowed Qiu Qingchuan to lead 20,000 troops to Heaven Wave City to block Yang Dingtian's escape route. Of course, no one would have thought that Qiu Qingchuan's 20,000 troops, even relying on Heaven Wave City, would still be completely wiped out by Yang Dingtian's 10,000 Devil Dragon cavalry. Moreover, the other party didn't suffer any casualties. Seeing this scene, Qin Wanchou was shocked, but his heart was incomparably delighted. However, the moment Qin Huaiyu killed Qiu Qingchuan with his own hands, he was shocked and knew that things weren't going well. As expected, when Qin Wanchou used his fastest speed to return to Qin City, the speed of the letter bird was even faster than him. The Autumn Water Sword sect directly withdrew all their organizations in Qin City. Qiu Ruhan directly moved out of the palace in Qin City, indicating that she was living separately from Qin Wanchou. Moreover, what angered Qin Wanchou the most was that the Autumn Water Sword sect, or rather, Qiu Ruhan, directly sent experts to kill dozens of experts in Qin City and snatch Qin Mingli away. Previously, Qin Mingli had been desperately transferring all her materials and wealth to Cloud Sky City through various channels. Because of Lung Qingchen's warning, Qin Wanchou turned a blind eye to it. After the Yin-Yang mirror incident, Qin Wanchou directly put Qin Mingli under house arrest. However, Qiu Ruhan sent experts to join forces with the Autumn Water Sword sect to break into Qin Mingli's manor and snatch Qin Mingli away. Then, the Autumn Water Sword sect directly left a letter. It meant that Qin Mingli was willing to marry the Autumn Water Sword sect's leader, Qiu Fengwu, as a concubine and give all the assets in West Province City as her dowry. Qin Wanchou was furious. Qiu Fengwu actually snatched away his most beloved sister and wanted to forcefully marry her as a concubine. Moreover, he wanted to snatch away all of Qin Mingli's assets. Of course, Qin Mingli's assets didn't belong to her. They belonged to Northwest Qin City and to Qin Wanchou. He just handed them over to Qin Mingli to manage. The amount of wealth was an astronomical figure. Countless auctions, countless chambers of commerce, countless vaults, and countless gold accounts. Qiu Fengwu actually wanted to snatch them all away. Of course, he couldn't take them all. He wanted to give them all to Ning Wuming. He wanted to dig out Qin City's roots. He wanted to dig out Qin Wanchou's roots. Originally, Qiu Fengwu was still a little hesitant. However, when his son, Qiu Qingchuan, died under Qin Huaiyu's sword, he completely went crazy and was completely enraged. He directly used the most violent method to completely break off relations with Qin City. Therefore, in an instant, he almost gave the order to mobilize hundreds of thousands of troops from Qin City to directly annihilate the Autumn Water Sword sect and take control of the Autumn Water Island. However, he quickly gave up on this idea. Times were different. If he did this, it would mean completely breaking off relations with the evil ways Li Ming. He couldn't afford to pay such a price. That night, Qin Wanqiu met with the messenger sent by Ning Wuming. The messenger stated the conditions. Qin Mingli had to marry Qiu Fengwu because only then could Qin Wanqiu's attitude towards breaking off relations with Yang Dingtian. Of all of Qin Mingli's assets, 30% would be used as dowry and would belong to the Autumn Water Sword sect. Of course, it would belong to the evil ways. From then on, 60% of the assets on the Autumn Water Island would belong to Qin City, and 40% would belong to the Autumn Water Sword sect. Qin Wanqiu didn't hesitate for long and agreed immediately. However, after the messenger left, he was extremely furious and smashed everything in the room. Just like that, Qin Mingli and Qiu Fengwu's wedding was set. It would be held on the 4th day after Qin Wanqiu signed the agreement. Qin Wanqiu announced that Qin Mingli and Qin City's military advisor, Shenlang, would officially divorce and marry the Autumn Water Sword sect's leader, Qiu Fengwu, as a concubine. Furthermore, Qin City would send a representative to attend Qin Mingli and Qiu Fengwu's wedding. Instantly, the feud between Qin City and the Autumn Water Sword sect came to an end temporarily. However, on the 3rd night after Ning Wuming's messenger left, Qin City welcomed another mysterious guest. In other words, the famous courtesan, the former madam of Qin City, Yang Shishi's room welcomed a mysterious guest. This guest was, of course, Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian in disguise. Originally, Yang Dingtian's group of 5 flew directly to the Autumn Water Island and planned to annihilate the Autumn Water Sword sect without anyone knowing. However, after the news of Qin Mingli and Qiu Fengwu's wedding spread, Yang Dingtian realized that he had to change. He couldn't annihilate the Autumn Water Sword sect without anyone knowing because the Autumn Water Island was destined to be filled with experts. This was a danger. Of course, danger also meant crisis. Yang Dingtian saw a crack between Qin City and the evil ways. Therefore, he had to completely tear this crack apart. He discovered a huge opportunity. If he succeeded, not only could he annihilate the Autumn Water Sword sect, but he could also greatly improve Cloud Sky City's passive situation. Therefore, he disguised himself and entered Qin City. In Yang Shishi's room, he sent a private invitation to Qin Wanqiu. Of course, this was a risk, a huge risk. If Qin Wanqiu stood firmly with the evil ways, it would cause Yang Dingtian's plan to be exposed. However, Yang Dingtian believed in Qin Wanqiu's wisdom and scheming, so he took this risk. Just as Yang Dingtian drank his 3rd cup of tea, Qin Wanqiu appeared. He had also disguised himself. Yang Shishi, who had a mental breakdown, was still intoxicated in her singing and dancing. She didn't notice that there were 2 people in the room. One was Yang Dingtian, and the other was her ex-husband. The moment Qin Wanqiu entered the room, his gaze became incomparably complicated. He sent Yang Shishi to the brothel as a punishment, but in the end, she was incomparably enjoying herself and was incomparably happy. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow to a punisher. After letting Yang Shishi leave, Yang Dingtian's first sentence was to ask, "Mengli, are you okay?" "She's fine for now. Qiu Fengwu isn't on the Autumn Water Island. He's going around inviting guests and will only return on the day of the wedding. He's a pervert. Once the wedding is successful, Meng Li's innocence will definitely be lost," Qin Wanqiu said. Then let's cooperate." Yang Dingtian said, "You don't have to do anything. Just help me with 2 things. I'll help you kill Qiu Fengwu and annihilate the Autumn Water Sword sect." "Including Qiu Ruhan?" Qin Wanqiu asked. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed and said, "If you're willing." Chapter 445. Things had changed. The Autumn Water Sword sect's master, Qiu Fengwu, wanted to forcefully take Qin Mingli as his concubine and tried to swallow all of Mingli's assets. According to the original plan, the assassination wouldn't work. Therefore, Yang Dingtian chose to take a risk and cooperate with Qin Wanqiu. "Yang Dingtian, I'm definitely on the side of evil ways. Therefore, it's impossible for you to change my position on this matter, Qin Wancho said. Qin Wancho said, furthermore, if you can successfully exterminate the Autumn Water Sword sect, in order to prove your innocence, my attitude towards Cloud Sky City will be even more intense. It doesn't matter, Yang Dingtian said. Our cooperation is limited to this one time. Qin Wancho said, then I'll make it clear. I can't send any experts to participate. Everything still depends on you. Of course, Yang Dingtian said. All right then. Qin Wancho said, tell me, what do you need me to do? First, even if you've already agreed to this wedding, you have to show an attitude of rejection. Therefore, first of all, you can't participate, Yang Dingtian said. Of course, I won't participate in the first place, Qin Wancho said. Not only can you not participate, but you also can't send experts to participate. Don't bring pressure to our battle. Yang Dingtian said, furthermore, you have to influence all the people you can influence. Don't let them send their experts to participate. All right, Qin Wancho said. Then he muttered, Qiu Ruhan is a 3-star grandmaster. What if she goes to the Autumn Water Sword sect? Yang Dingtian's heart trembled slightly. The relationship between husband and wife had reached such a level. It was really outrageous. Qin Wancho's desire to kill his wife was actually so intense. What's Qiu Fengwu's cultivation? How many grandmasters are there in the entire Autumn Water Sword sect? Yang Dingtian asked. Qiu Fengwu is a 5-star grandmaster. There are 4 grandmasters in the Autumn Water Sword sect. Qin Wancho said. However, the others have only broken through to the grandmaster realm. How can there be so many? Yang Dingtian frowned. They have an endless supply of cultivation materials. Those who are talented have already reached the grandmaster level, Qin Wancho said. Yang Dingtian pondered. 1 5-star grandmaster and 3 ordinary grandmasters. This was already the limit of Yang Dingtian's team. Yang Dingtian's team only had 3 grandmasters. One was close to becoming a grandmaster, while the other was only a martial venerable. Of course, Yara was also a master. However, she was too elusive. Cloud Sky City had no control over her. Yang Dingtian had returned to Cloud Sky City a few times, but he had never seen her. Of course, she didn't do anything bad. All her energy was placed on the baby in her belly. She didn't care about anything in Cloud Sky City. After hesitating for a while, Yang Dingtian said, City Lord Qin, your wife, Qiu Ruhan, don't kill her this time. However, her life is still in our hands. In this deal, we will promise to help you kill her. How about it? The 4 grandmasters of the Autumn Water Sword sect are almost our limit. With the addition of Qiu Ruhan, who is a 3-star grandmaster, the change is too great. We can't neglect the essentials. The key is to kill Qiu Fengwu. Qin Wancho narrowed his eyes and nodded. All right, we won't kill her this time. When the conditions are ripe, I will send you a letter directly. Yang Dingtian said, okay. Lord Qin, are you sure that none of the guests attending the wedding are grandmasters? Qin Wancho said, this wedding is a little rushed, so the guests are destined to be within 3,000 miles. And within 3,000 miles it is my Qin City's sphere of influence, so I can basically guarantee that. However, there are 3 people who are not within my control. Which 3? Yang Dingtian asked. First, the city lord of White Cloud City, Yi Wuqing, a 5-star grandmaster. You also know that when I let Mengli divorce his brother and marry your clone, Shenlang, we had already broken off our relationship. Qin Wancho said, I can no longer influence him. The city lord of White Cloud City, Yi Wuqing, probably won't go, because Mengli was once his brother's wife. This wedding can be considered a slap to his face. Although White Cloud City and the Autumn Water Sword sect sold themselves to evil ways the most, the competition between the 2 slaves will be fierce. Yang Dingtian said, That makes sense. Qin Wanqiu said, but if Ning Wuming goes, even if he is unwilling, he will still go. What about the second one? Yang Dingtian asked. Leng Yanmei, an 8-star grandmaster. Qin Wanqiu said, the evil spirit's energy is really strong. It directly raised Leng Yanmei from a 3-star grandmaster to an 8-star grandmaster. She is now Ning Wuming's most loyal ally. I can no longer influence her. Yang Dingtian said, but this person is incomparably arrogant. She won't put the Autumn Water Sword sect in her eyes. She probably won't go. But if Ning Wuming goes, she will definitely go. Qin Wanqiu said, Ning Wuming is Li Ming's representative. Once he attends, everyone will have to attend, including me. Yang Dingtian frowned. He was very sure of this. Just like on Earth, the mayor and the secretary didn't get along. Both of them didn't put the deputy mayor in their eyes. When the deputy mayor's son got married, these two big shots basically wouldn't attend. However, if a high-ranking official suddenly attended the wedding, then no matter how much the mayor and secretary didn't get along, and no matter how much they looked down on the deputy mayor, they would still obediently attend. Then will Ning Wuming go? Yang Dingtian asked. Very likely. Qin Wanqiu said, this time the Autumn Water Sword sect contributed so much wealth. It's an astronomical amount of assets. In order to reward them, Ning Wuming will definitely attend. Do you have a way to stop Ning Wuming from going? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't have a way. Qin Wanqiu said straightforwardly, my will can't affect Ning Wuming. I'm still outside their circle. If I show any intention of stopping Ning Wuming from attending the wedding, it will arouse his suspicion. Maybe your plan will be exposed. That made sense. Ning Wuming was an extremely cunning person. In terms of intelligence and scheming, Yang Dingtian wasn't his opponent, not to mention that he had the cunning Qin Chichi by his side. So, to stop Ning Wuming from attending the wedding, you have to rely on yourself. Qin Wanqiu said, if you can't do this, I advise you not to do it. Even if you want to do it, don't bring my son, Qin Huaiyu. Yang Dingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. Based on the current situation, Ning Wuming would definitely attend the wedding as a reward for the Autumn Water Sword sect paying such a huge price. Once Ning Wuming went, Qin Wanqiu, White Cloud City Master, and Leng Yanmei would all go. In this way, killing Qiu Fengwu and destroying the Autumn Water Sword sect would be completely out of the question. If Yang Dingtian went to Autumn Water Island, he would only be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Yang Dingtian wouldn't be so stupid. City Master Qin, if we kill your wife, Qiu Ruhan, will that stop Ning Wuming from attending the wedding and attend Qiu Ruhan's funeral instead? Yang Dingtian said, after all, Qin Cheng's wife has a much higher status. Of course. Qin Wanqiu said, between Qiu Ruhan's wedding and Qin Cheng's wife's funeral, Ning Wuming will definitely choose Qiu Ruhan's funeral. However, Qiu Fengwu will also come, so the wedding will be cancelled or delayed. Indeed, this path wouldn't work. Otherwise, Qin Wanqiu would be happy to kill his wife in advance. By the way, City Master Qin, is the death of your first wife related to Qiu Ruhan? Yang Dingtian asked. Instantly, Qin Wanqiu's face turned cold and he said, don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. City Master Qin, please pay attention to our relationship. Yang Dingtian said coldly, I have to judge the authenticity of your will to kill your wife, so you still have to answer this question. Qin Wanqiu's face turned ugly. Then he nodded and said, yes, she killed her. However, everyone said that I killed her because I wanted to marry Qiu Ruhan. Yes, I want to marry Qiu Ruhan, but only as a second wife, just like you marrying Jiao Jiao. However, someone made a move and made Qiu Ruhan my only wife. If that was the case, everything made sense. Also, Qiu Ruhan can't get pregnant. It was my doing. Qin Wanqiu said, I won't allow the future successor of Qin Sheng to fall into the hands of the Autumn Water Sword sect. If she really gives birth to a son, Qin Huaiyu's life will be in danger. Yang Dingtian clicked his tongue. He could tell that this couple didn't have a good relationship, sleeping in the same bed but dreaming different dreams. However, he didn't expect that they were enemies to this extent. It must have been hard for them to live together for so long. Yes, then I promise you again that I will definitely kill Qiu Ruhen, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wanqiu said, that's a matter for the future. Now, you have to promise that you can make Ning Wuming not attend the wedding on Autumn Water Island. If you can't do this, then there's nothing to talk about. Instantly, Yang Dingtian frowned. This was really very difficult to do. Ning Wuming was too cunning. Yang Dingtian, it was impossible for you to influence his will. Of course, there was a way. However, that was Yang Dingtian's future plan after defeating Qin Qiqi and Ning Wuming's alliance and winning the first battle against the evil ways. What was this plan? Of course, it was to impersonate Ninghua and obtain the Yin Chaos demonic turbidity to establish the Xian Qi condensation purification array, completely destroy the Ning clan of the South Sea and make Li Ming lose his only military base in the chaotic world. This plan was very important to Yang Dingtian. It was even as important as the upcoming battle. Although Li Ming's aura was extremely powerful now, it was completely like submit to me and prosper, oppose me and perish. However, most of it was just borrowing power. There was only one armed force in his hands, and that was the Ning clan of the South Sea. Once the Ning clan of the South Sea was destroyed, Ning Wuming would be eliminated. Li Ming would become awkward. He would have to face Yang Dingtian directly. At that time, he would be in a huge embarrassment and trouble, because he couldn't kill Yang Dingtian. That's right, he couldn't kill him. The Devil Queen was incomparably powerful, but her main mission for a long time was to revive the Demon King Wentian. Not to mention the Devil Queen. Even the evil princess Mu Dan wasn't someone that Li Ming could command. Therefore, once Ning Wuming and the Ning clan of the South Sea were destroyed, Yang Dingtian would have the initiative. At that time, he would lead the Tiando League to prepare for war and prepare to resist the invasion of the Doomsday Army. If Yang Dingtian appeared as Ninghua now, he could of course directly and successfully stop Ning Wuming from going to Autumn Water Island. However, it would have a certain impact on Yang Dingtian's plan to destroy the Ning clan of the South Sea. As for how big the impact would be, Yang Dingtian didn't know. After a deep hesitation and weighing the pros and cons, Yang Dingtian said, I have a way to stop Ning Wuming from going to Autumn Water Island. Your matter can be carried out. Qin Wanqiu said, Are you sure you have a way? How confident are you? 80%, 90%, or even higher, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wanqiu was instantly shocked and stunned. Then he stood up and said, I believe you can do it. Then go ahead and carry it out. I'm going to carry it out too. Yang Dingtian also stood up and said, Then goodbye. I wish our cooperation a smooth success. Qin Wanqiu said, I wish you success in saving Mingli and successfully destroying the Autumn Water Sword sect. Then, Qin Wanqiu left and disappeared into the night. Then, Yang Dingtian also left and disappeared into the night. After leaving, he suddenly flew tens of thousands of meters into the air and flew in the direction of West Prefecture City. 4 hours later, in the most famous brothel of West Prefecture City, an extremely handsome face appeared in front of everyone. Suddenly, it caused an incomparable shock. In this brothel, almost all the men and women came out to see this unparalleled handsome man who was 1 in 100,000. Then, that night, this extremely handsome man and the most popular lady in the brothel had a night together. Then, they completely disappeared into the night as if they had never appeared. Soon, this news was directly transmitted to Ning Wuming's ears. At that time, Ning Wuming was packing up and planning to go to Autumn Water Island with Qin Qiqi to attend Xiao Fengwu's concubine wedding ceremony. However, soon, an intelligence chief of the Ning clan of the South Sea whispered something in his ear. Suddenly, Ning Wuming's expression changed drastically. Ning Wuming, what happened? The extremely beautiful Qin Chichi asked. Oh, nothing. Ning Wuming said, maybe I can't attend the wedding on Autumn Water Island. You can go on my behalf. Qin Chichi said, but there's a big difference between me going alone and us going together. If you don't go, Lun Yanmei, Yi Wuqing, and my father won't go. Then it'll be difficult for us to completely take over Autumn Water Island's property. Ning Wuming frowned. Qin Chichi's words made sense. Ning Wuming represented the Temple of Annihilation, Li Ming. If he didn't go, Qiu Fengwu would have a lot of opinions. Then there might be changes in swallowing Autumn Water Island's property. He immediately began to hesitate. Then the intelligence chief said, after Madame Wu Maji heard the news, she went immediately. She didn't bring anyone and flew to West Prefecture City alone at the fastest speed. Suddenly, Ning Wuming's expression changed drastically. He immediately said, prepare the fastest flying mount and prepare everything. I want to rush to West Prefecture City at the fastest speed. Suddenly, Qin Chichi's expression became a little ugly. Although Ning Wuming was her husband, when he heard Wu Maji's name, he immediately became flustered. This was a huge blow to every wife. Suddenly, Qin Chichi revealed a beautiful smile and said, Ning Wuming, if you have something important to do, I won't stop you. However, Autumn Water Island is really too important. If you don't go, there will really be changes. Ning Wuming frowned and said, how about this? You go on my behalf first. I'll go to West Prefecture City to deal with some matters first, then rush to Autumn Water Island at the fastest speed. Of course, let their wedding go on as usual. Anyway, I'll definitely make a trip to West Prefecture Island. Qin Chichi's beautiful eyes trembled. She said softly, all right, as you wish. The next day dawned. Yang Dingtian, Zhu Hongxue, Qin Huayu, Song Chanhua, and Vulture. The 5 of them all disguised themselves. With Qin Wanchou's help, they mixed into a group of forces and headed to Autumn Water Island to attend Qiu Fengwu's wedding. It was just as Yang Dingtian had expected. If Ning Wuming did not come, the White Cloud City governor and Lung Yanmei would not come. Qin Chichi's arrival was one of the variables. However, Qin Wanchou brought great news. With his help, the martial Grandmaster puppet by Qin Chichi's side did not follow Qin Chichi to Autumn Water Island. As a result, things had entered the most advantageous situation for Yang Dingtian. Without any Grandmaster guests attending the wedding, Yang Dingtian only had to face 5 Grandmasters. Qiu Fengwu was a 5-star Grandmaster. The remaining 4, including Qin Chichi's bodyguards, were all ordinary Grandmasters. Although this battle would be difficult, Yang Dingtian was still filled with absolute confidence. They would win this battle and they had to win. This was because Yang Dingtian's declaration had already spread throughout the Western world. It had already become a huge laughingstock. Annihilating the Autumn Water Sword sect would not only save Qinmingli, but it would also dye Yang Dingtian's declaration red with blood. At noon, Yang Dingtian entered Autumn Water Island. Qiu Fengwu had also returned to Autumn Water Island. The blood-colored wedding had officially begun. Chapter 446. At this moment, the main hall of Autumn Water Island was magnificent and filled with guests. Autumn Water Island was the richest in the world. However, he could not expand. Therefore, Qiu Fengwu spent almost all his wealth on extravagance. Therefore, the entire Autumn Wind Island was filled with pavilions, carved railings, and jade. It was magnificent. It could be said that, in terms of extravagance, Autumn Wind Island was the most extravagant in the world, far surpassing Qin City. The main hall of Qiu Fengwu and Qinmingli's wedding ceremony was inlaid with purple crystals and jade stones. The pillars were all made of gold. Every brick on the wall was made of expensive jade stones. The main hall was filled with candles, fine wine, carpets, and chairs. Every single one of them was priceless. When all the guests arrived at the main hall, they were like country bumpkins. suppressed by the aura of wealth. They had never seen such a luxurious main hall, such exquisite food, and such sparkling and translucent fine wine. Even the maids who poured the wine were wearing expensive dyed snow brocade. This main hall was Tianjin Hall, the most extravagant in the world. Today, Qiu Fengwu would hold his wedding ceremony here. Although he was taking in a concubine, he was not willing to use Tianjin Hall for the wedding ceremony when he was marrying his first wife. It could be seen that his desire for Qin Mingli was extremely strong. Qiu Fengwu had been drooling over Qin Mingli for a long time. However, his son, Qiu Qingchuan, had taken a fancy to Qin Mingli. Therefore, no matter how passionate Qiu Fengwu was, he had to restrain himself. However, he finally did not have to restrain himself now. He could even use the name of avenging Qiu Qingchuan to take this peerless beauty into his room. Of course, some people might say that Qin Mingli was a vixen. Before she married Yang Dingtian, she was promiscuous. Qiu Fengwu did not mind. Most men in the world had a vixen plot. In particular, Qin Mingli had a noble status and was extremely wealthy. She was definitely the richest woman in the world. Now, after marrying her, he could receive both her and her wealth. Of course, Qiu Fengwu would be happy even in his dreams. Furthermore, Qiu Fengwu hated Yang Dingtian to the extreme and hated him to the core. Furthermore, Qin Mingli was one of Yang Dingtian's wives. Snatching Qin Mingli away was undoubtedly the best revenge against Yang Dingtian. Thinking of this, Qiu Fengwu's body heated up. At this moment, the great hall was filled with distinguished guests from within 3,000 kilometers. However, Qiu Fengwu was a little unhappy. Why? Ning Wuming did not come. He had sacrificed so much for the Temple of Annihilation. Yet Ning Wuming did not attend his wedding, even though he had sent his wife Qin Chichi. How could Qin Chichi be the same as Ning Wuming? Ning Wuming directly represented the evil demon, Prince Li Ming. If Ning Wuming didn't come, then Lang Yanmei, Qin Wanqiu, and Yi Wuqing, who had the highest status within 3,000 miles, wouldn't come. Moreover, under Qin Wanqiu suppression, the sect leaders of large and small forces rarely came in person. They all sent their sons or elders, which made Qiu Fengwu lose face. However, all his dissatisfaction vanished the moment he saw Qin Mingli. This Qin Mingli was far more attractive and enchanting than he had imagined. Moreover, she was Qin Wanqiu's biological sister, the second or third most important person in Qin City. However, she had become his concubine. Qin Wanqiu's anger was imaginable, so it was understandable that he didn't attend. Qin Mingli was wearing a red veil at this moment. However, when a man who had reached a higher level looked at a woman, the first thing he would look at was not her face, but her figure and posture. Qin Mingli's figure, posture, and temperament had instantly defeated all the women in Qiu Fengwu's harem. What more could a man ask for after obtaining such a beauty? Not to mention that he would also obtain a shocking amount of wealth. Suddenly, Qiu Fengwu's pain of losing his son dissipated a lot. When he heard that the auspicious hour had arrived, he couldn't help but rush forward to hold Qin Mingli's hand. This was a pair of jade-like hands that he had yearned for even in his dreams. Who knew that at this moment, the bride, Qin Mingli, would actually remove her veil directly, revealing her incomparably beautiful and charming face. Under her own makeup, her entire face was breathtakingly gorgeous, especially when she removed her veil in a wild manner. This kind of beauty was simply piercing. Qiu Fengwu held his breath, and his heart suddenly tightened. Qin Mingli's wild actions almost instantly pierced his heart with her stunning beauty. "Is there wine?" Qin Mingli asked straightforwardly. Instantly, all the guests were stunned. This bride really had a personality. Under her gorgeous appearance, this kind of personality also became especially attractive. "Wine, there is, of course there is." Qiu Fengwu smiled and said, "However, isn't it better to drink after the wedding toast?" "No, if I don't drink till I faint now, I won't have the courage to look at your face Qin Mingli said. Instantly, everyone almost couldn't help but laugh out loud, but they didn't dare to. Strangely, Qiu Fengwu wasn't angry at all. Instead, he was even more attracted to this beauty in front of him. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Although I'm old, I'm still handsome and have a dignified appearance, haha." Then, Qiu Fengwu laughed confidently. Instantly, everyone was relieved and laughed along. Yes, Qin Mingli turned her face and looked at Qiu Fengwu's face with her beautiful eyes. Qiu Fengwu was handsome. His face was very long, but his eyes were a little deep. Although he was in his 50s, he still had a heroic appearance. Seeing Qin Mingli's naturally hot and watery eyes looking at him, Qiu Fengwu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat even though he had seen countless women. "Yes, you're not bad, but you're a little disgusting in my heart." Qin Mingli said, "Where's the wine? If we don't get drunk, we can't go through with the wedding ceremony." Qiu Fengwu said loudly, "Bring the wine." Immediately, a beautiful maid brought over a wine pot and wine cups. The wine pot was made of purple crystals. The wine cup was made of snow-toed jade, which could distinguish all poisons in the world. Qiu Fengwu personally poured a cup of wine and handed it to Qin Mingli. Mingli took it and was about to drink it in one gulp. A beauty drinking wine was so alluring. However, just as she was about to drink it, Mingli said, "Don't tell me you spiked my wine." Qiu Fengwu's face turned stiff, but there was a smile in his eyes. "What kind of person do you think I am?" "What can't you do?" Mingli said. Then, she held the wine cup and looked around. Finally, her eyes landed on a handsome young man's face. She said, "Mister, please taste it for me. If there's no poison, I'll drink it again." Then Mingli said, "Don't finish it, I still want a drink." In front of such a beauty, the young man seemed to have been struck by lightning. He was immediately mesmerized and couldn't see Qiu Fengwu's angry face. He took the cup of wine and was about to drink it. How could Qiu Fengwu tolerate this? This beauty is my future wife. How can I allow others to taint her? Isn't sharing a cup of wine the same as indirectly tasting my beauty's fiery red lips? Whoever dares to taint my beauty, I'll skin him alive and break his bones. Before the handsome young man could drink it, Qiu Fengwu snatched the wine cup and drank it. Then he said to Qin Mingli, "Look, there's no poison, right?" "Oh, but I accidentally drank it all in one breath. I'll pour it again for you." After saying that, Qiu Fengwu was about to fill the wine cup for Mingli again. "No need." Mingli snatched the wine pot away. Then, she opened her mouth and poured the wine into the pot. The crystal-clear wine was poured into Mingli's red lips like a water column. For such a stunning beauty to make such a heroic scene, the lethality of it to men was truly limitless. Although Qiu Fengwu was the one who was going to marry this beauty, but many men present had already fallen for her. In the future, they would dream of this scene countless times in their dreams. Meng Li drank the entire pot of wine until there was nothing left. After drinking it, the fragrance of her body seemed to evaporate. The blush on her face made her even more gorgeous. Her beautiful eyes looked as if they were about to drip water. Her beautiful red lips were like flames that were about to ignite. Qiu Fengwu could not help but press his lower abdomen. He was too close to the flame that was Mengli. He really felt like he could not breathe. At this moment, it was not only Mengli's beauty that attracted him. Her temperament and wild seductiveness were like fatal magnets. "All right, we've drunk the wine. Can we go through the wedding ceremony now?" Qiu Fengwu said. Qin Mingli widened her beautiful eyes and stared at Qiu Fengwu's face. She said, "Wait a moment. The wine hasn't kicked in yet. Your face is still very clear. Wait until it's blurry before we do the ceremony." Qiu Fengwu should have been angry. If he was 20 years younger, he might have left in a huff. However, he was already more than 50 years old. He prided himself as a mature man. Of course, he would not be affected by such childish words. Suddenly, he laughed heartily and said, "All right, I'll drink with you." After saying that, he took another wine pot and poured the wine into the pot that Mengli had drunk from. Finally, he also poured the wine into his mouth. Indeed, the young were prudent, but the old were wild. Qiu Fengwu's attitude immediately attracted cheers. All right. Qiu Fengwu drank the entire pot of wine. Soon he felt a little tipsy. Of course. How could such a small amount of wine make him drunk? However, it was not the wine that made him drunk. Just looking at such a peerless beauty was enough to make one intoxicated. Mengli sneered in her heart. This old thief really wanted to die quickly. Not only did he drink 1 cup, but he also drank the entire pot. In order to take advantage of Mengli, he even shared the same pot. He did not take advantage of her and drank the entire pot of poisonous wine. After drinking, Qiu Fengwu smiled and said, "My wife, are you still not drunk? I'm going to be drunk." After saying that, he directly reached out to grab Mengli's hand and said, "Come, come, come. Let's go through the wedding ceremony." At this moment, there was a sudden loud shout from outside. "The messenger of Cloud Sky City has arrived." Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Qiu Fengwu's expression changed. The messenger of Cloud Sky City? Cloud Sky City actually dared to come at this time? Suddenly, Qiu Fengwu's heart was filled with hatred. He said, coldly, "Let him in. I want to see what tricks Yang Dingtian's lackey has up his sleeves." Soon, the travel-worn messenger of Cloud Sky City entered the magnificent main hall. "Wait," Qiu Fengwu said coldly. "You despicable person of Cloud Sky City are not qualified to enter my main hall. Don't dirty my jade floor." Suddenly, everyone burst into laughter. The handsome face of the messenger twitched, and his eyes shot out a ray of anger. The messengers sent by Cloud Sky City were all fanatical admirers of Yang Dingtian. After coming out, they did not even think of returning alive. "Speak, what do you despicable and evil city, Lord Yang Dingtian, have to say? If you want to beg for mercy, you don't have to. Wash your neck and wait for my Tiando League's crusade army to completely annihilate Cloud Sky City." Qiu Fengwu said coldly. The messenger's eyes were filled with anger. He took out the declaration and said, "This is the declaration of our city lord. Please accept it, Autumn Water Sword Faction Master." "No, I think it's dirty. Your Cloud Sky City's men are thieves and women are prostitutes. Your mother-in-law and son-in-law have illicit relations. Mother and daughter both serve one person. Who knows how many sins they have committed? How dare I accept Yang Dingtian's things?" Qiu Fengwu sneered. In fact, although he was unbridled and arrogant, he would not say such frivolous words in public. However, today he was stimulated by hatred and wine. He could not help but say these vicious words. The messenger's face was cold. He opened the declaration and read it loudly. "First, let us say justice again. I, Yang Dingtian, lead the Tiando League forces and stand on the side of justice. Qin Chi Chi, Ning Wuming, and the Temple of Annihilation's young master, Li Ming, stand on the side of evil. Regarding the two opposing sides, everyone has to face it. No one can escape. Second, if someone is willing to join us, stand on the side of justice and fight against evil ways to the end. They are my life and death brothers. We will live and die together and will never betray each other. Third, if you are afraid of the power of evil ways and do not dare to be enemies, then don't worry about it. You can stand aside and watch the battle. It won't be too late for you to choose a side after we win or lose. Fourth, if you are blinded by greed or have even more evil motives and stand on the side of evil ways, stand on the side of Qin Chi Chi and Ning Wuming. Then you are the enemy of human justice. You are the enemy of the Tiando League, and you are my enemy. Then, no matter how noble your background is, no matter how powerful your forces are, I will kill you all. Today's Autumn Water Sword faction is an example. Now I announce the Tiando League's first extermination order. Autumn Water Sword faction, colluding with evil ways, betraying the Tiando League, betraying justice, and betraying the chaotic world. Here, I officially announce that the Autumn Water Sword faction is expelled from the Tayando League. Kill all the people of the Autumn Water Sword sect. Announce the extermination order to all the backbone of the Autumn Water Sword faction. All forces and people in the world must draw a clear line with the Autumn Water Sword faction. All martial artists of the Autumn Water Sword faction can leave their forces within a month, draw a clear line with them, and announce that they are enemies. Otherwise, when the time comes, they will be killed without mercy. From today onwards, this proclamation will be spread throughout the world. After reading Yang Dingtian's proclamation, the emissary stood there silently. First, there was a deathly silence in the field. Everyone seemed to not dare to believe their ears. Was this Yang Dingtian a madman? Was he an idiot? He was about to be finished. He was about to be condemned by everyone. He was about to become the public enemy. Soon the Tayando League's allied forces would go on a crusade and completely exterminate him. Now he actually issued a Yang Dingtian proclamation. Ridiculous, laughable. Then everyone roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha, ha ha, a despicable person is invincible. I didn't believe it before, but today I finally believe it. Qiu Fengwu covered his stomach and laughed. I've never seen such a stupid, arrogant, despicable, shallow and laughable person. Yang Dingtian, you really opened my eyes. Ha! Yang Dingtian is already a pig waiting to be slaughtered. His wife and mother-in-law are already prostitutes waiting to be sold. The end of Cloud Sky City has arrived, and he actually gave me the extermination order. He actually wants to exterminate my Autumn Water Sword faction. Ha 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 ha. Of all the sarcastic and laughable things in the world, is there any better? Suddenly, everyone present laughed wildly again. Complete sarcasm, complete ridicule. Almost everyone used the most vicious and contemptuous words to attack Yang Dingtian and Cloud Sky City. After laughing, Qiu Fengwu suddenly raised his head and said, Come, chop off this envoy's head and let my wedding see blood. Then send the headless corpse to Cloud Sky City and tell Yang Dingtian, wash his neck clean and let me behead him. Wash his wife and mother-in-law clean and wait for our righteous crusade and righteous favor. Suddenly, a few experts stepped forward, grabbed Yang Dingtian's envoy, and were about to behead him. The envoy's face was cold and determined. He sneered and said, I'm here to deliver Yang Dingtian's proclamation. I don't want to go back alive. I'm warning all of you. Our city, Lord means what he says. You're on your own. Qiu Fengwu, you will die under my city, Lord Sword, in the future. Ha ha ha. Qiu Fengwu laughed and said, Yang Dingtian means what he says? Kill me? Destroy my Qiu Water Sword faction? Ha ha ha. In your dreams, I'm standing right here. Let him kill me, come and kill me. Qiu Fengwu said arrogantly. Puchi. Yang Dingtian, who was hiding behind him, suddenly thrust his sword. In an instant, it pierced Qiu Fengwu's heart. Chapter 447. Qiu Fengwu, who was drunk, lost his composure in front of everyone because of the hatred in his heart and his incomparable contempt and ridicule towards Yang Dingtian. Kill me! Kill me! I'm standing right here. Let that Yang Dingtian come and kill me. Come and punish my Autumn Water Sword sect. Stab. Suddenly, the sword pierced through his heart. No one present had the slightest reaction. They were all dead silent, even though he was drunk, even though he was dizzy with hatred, even though Yang Dingtian was invisible in the isolated space. However, the moment the sword cut through the isolated space, Qiu Fengwu instantly felt the murderous intent, even though he was still clamoring. He used the fastest time to circulate his xian qi to seal the sword that pierced into his heart. However, the sword was too sharp. Of course, it was nothing if it was too sharp. As long as his xian qi cultivation was complete, he could clamp the blade with his muscles, and it could not move an inch. It was as if the blade was pinched by 2 fingers. No matter how sharp it was useless. However, when Qiu Fengwu circulated his xian qi, he found that his cultivation had plummeted. The Xian qi in his qi sea was blocked and could not flow out. His Xian meridians were blocked, and his Xian qi could not flow out. Moreover, the vigorous Xian qi was constantly being dissolved by something. It was as if it had sunk into a quagmire and kept disappearing. He was a 5-star grandmaster, but at this moment he was barely a grandmaster. If he was only a grandmaster, then he could not seal Yang Dingtian's sword. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's sharp sword pierced through Qiu Fengwu's heart. Killing Qiu Fengwu was the most difficult part of this operation. That was because he was a 5-star master. Even Song Chanhua, who was one of the 5, was much weaker than him. Under normal circumstances, it would take 5 people to join forces to barely kill him. However, with the help of Meng Li and Yang Dingtian's Xian skill of invisibility, it was so easy to kill Qiu Fengwu. This 5-star grandmaster, the richest man in the world, did not resist at all and died under Yang Dingtian's sword. Everyone seemed to be completely stunned by this scene. He had completely lost the reaction that he should have. In fact, Yang Dingtian was not prepared to make a move at this time, because Qiu Fengwu's cultivation had not regressed to the level of a grandmaster. However, in order to save the Cloud Sky City's envoy, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to take the risk and act in advance. Although this emissary was a nobody, he was Yang Dingtian's most fervent follower and the person that Yang Dingtian treasured the most. For his sake, Yang Dingtian had taken the risk and acted in advance. Therefore, when Yang Dingtian made his move, the flute did not play. Fortunately, the result was still good. He still successfully pierced Qiu Fengwu's heart with his sword. Qiu Fengwu, whose heart was pierced, didn't die immediately because of the circulation of qi. At first, he was in a daze, and then all the vicious abuse stopped. He looked down at the sharp sword in his chest, and then turned his head, wanting to see the appearance of killing others. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian suddenly pulled out his sword and directly chopped at Qiu Fengwu's head. Puff! The moment Yang Dingtian pulled out his sword, blood spurted out from Qiu Fengwu's heart like a fountain, shooting out several meters. Puff! The sword slashed across. Qiu Fengwu's head was directly cut off, and the blood from his neck spurted out violently. Yang Dingtian guessed that Qiu Fengwu shouldn't have such a high-level thing like the evil spirit energy. However, thinking of the horrifying scene of Wu Maji's infinite resurrection, Yang Dingtian went all out and directly cut off his head. Sect Master Qiu, I am the one who killed you. Yang Dingtian lifted his head and looked into his eyes. At this time, Qiu Fengwu's eyes even showed horror, fear, and incomparable difference, because Yang Dingtian's sword was so fast that his brain didn't die immediately. Then, like a lamp that was blown out, Qiu Fengwu's pupils dilated directly. All the light went out, and all his expressions froze. He still died with his eyes wide open. It seemed to be a very long content, but in fact, from the beginning to the end, from Yang Dingtian piercing Qiu Fengwu's heart to cutting off his head, it didn't take more than half a second. The entire scene was still deathly silent, because no one could react in this period of time. This was the Autumn Water Sword sect, Qiu Fengwu's base camp. Qiu Fengwu was a 5-star grandmaster, and the Autumn Water Sword sect had 3 other grandmasters. Qin Chi also brought a grandmaster-level bodyguard. At this time, someone dared to rush into the Autumn Water Sword sect to kill Qiu Fengwu. This kind of thing was completely unimaginable. Vixen Meng Li was still smart. She immediately let out a shocking scream, and then her face was full of horror. She felt her beautiful eyes roll back, and she fainted directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Qin Huaiyu, Zhu Hongxue, Song Chanhua, and the little Princess Vulture, who were hiding in the crowd, all made their moves. The Autumn Water Sword sect's great elder, Qiu Buhui. He was Qiu Fengwu's uncle, a 2-star grandmaster. Seeing that Qiu Fengwu was killed, he was the first to react. Furious, He directly pulled out his sword and rushed towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian looked at the old man and suddenly turned around. Pa! The million spirit demon fire was instantly released to the extreme, through the near emperor-level soul sword, fiercely released. At the same time, Qin Huaiyu's scorching sun, earthly fire, Song Chuanhua's heavenly phoenix fire, and the lightning element's thunder. Zhu Hongshua's great thunder sound fire. Almost at the same time, for mystic flames burst out towards the autumn water sword sect's great elder, Qiu Buhui. Boom! For mystic flames violently bombarded Qiu Buhui's body. It suddenly exploded, bursting out a dazzling light like the sun. In an instant, Qiu Buhui's body was smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. This two-star grandmaster, before he could get close to Yang Dingtian, was blasted to death by 4 mystic flames, not to mention a complete corpse. Even complete bones could not be found. Of course, there was an extremely important person present, Qin Chichi. Yang Dingtian did not expect that Ning Wuming would not come. It was already extremely lucky that Ning Wuming did not come. Qin Chichi had actually come. Even though she had brought a master stage expert with her, she herself was almost powerless. The moment Yang Dingtian made his move, the little princess vulture, she suddenly flashed and directly appeared behind Qin Chichi. Then, the sharp sword that was dipped in poison was aimed at Qin Chichi's back and violently pierced it. Slash! Qin Chichi's delicate body trembled. Her delicate body was directly pierced through. Her neck jerked violently, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. At this moment, the Grand Master behind her was enraged and suddenly attacked the vulture. Whoosh! In an instant, the little girl vulture disappeared from the spot. Qin Chichi also disappeared at the same time. She was directly captured by the little girl. The little princess vulture grabbed Qin Chichi and constantly flashed in and out of the main hall. No one could catch her at all. Qin Chichi's Grandmaster bodyguard chased after her like a madman. Then he suddenly realized that he had fallen into the encirclement of 4 people. 3 Grandmasters and one who was close to Grandmaster. Qin Chichi's bodyguard was shocked. Ah! Then he suddenly exploded with a roar. Suddenly, a strange blue light flashed in his sea of qi. He wanted to self-detonate his sea of qi and perish together with Yang Dingtian and the others. At that time, the Grandmaster Ningyu had self-detonated her sea of qi and killed all 4 elders of the Ning clan. If Qin Chichi's Grandmaster bodyguard in front of him succeeded in self-detonating, then Yang Dingtian and the other 3 would all be blown to death. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian quickly used the Devil Spirit Demon Fire Ice sealing technique. In an instant, the Grandmaster bodyguard was frozen in place. Of course, it was only for a moment, but it was enough. Slash! 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 For sharp swords pierced into the Grandmaster bodyguard's body and shook violently. Boom! Immediately, the Grandmaster bodyguard's body was dismembered. His entire body was torn into pieces, and he was violently sent flying. The battle was not over yet. The Autumn Water Sword sect still had 2 Grandmasters. At this time, the entire hall was in chaos. Thousands of people were in a mess. No one would help the Autumn Water Sword sect kill Yang Dingtian. Everyone was here to attend the wedding, not to help in the battle. Qiu Fengwu had always been domineering and arrogant. It was impossible for him to risk his life to help at the critical moment. Suddenly, everyone swarmed out, afraid of getting into trouble. Moreover, the 2 Grandmasters of the Autumn Water Sword sect did not make a move at all. Instead, they blended into the crowd and wanted to escape. It seemed that experts who were piled up with resources were not good enough. They did not have the courage to fight to the death. Everyone, stay where you are. Don't move, or you'll be killed without mercy. Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted. However, there were still many people who frantically fled out of the hall. Boom! Song Chanhua suddenly slashed out with her sword. The powerful heavenly phoenix fire, coupled with the lightning element, suddenly blasted out. Suddenly, the dozen people at the door were all dead on the spot. For a moment, no one dared to move. The Autumn Water Sword sect still has 2 grandmasters. Come out. Yang Dingtian said sternly. No one stepped forward. Crash! However, everyone who was not from the Autumn Water Sword sect retreated. Even those who were not grandmasters in the Autumn Water Sword sect all retreated. Suddenly, the remaining 2 elders of the Autumn Water Sword sect stood alone in the center. The 2 elders were shocked, and their bodies trembled as they asked, "Who are you? How dare you come to my Autumn Water Sword sect and behave atrociously?" The leader of the Tiando League, the master of the Hidden Sect, the master of the Yinyang School, and the master of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said slowly, "I've already made it very clear in my declaration that the Autumn Water Sword sect colluded with foreign enemies, sold themselves to evil ways, and betrayed the Tiando League. I hereby issue a kill order. Today, of course, I've come to destroy your Autumn Water Sword sect." Everyone's faces changed dramatically. They really did not think that the one who came to kill Qiu Fengwu would be Yang Dingtian. In fact, when Qiu Fengwu was killed, everyone present thought that the murderer was certainly an expert sent by Qin Wanqiu, because only Qin Wanqiu had the motive and ability to do so. As for Yang Dingtian, of course, he had the motive. However, with his power, he could only chuckle. What was Yang Dingtian's cultivation? At most, he was a martial artist. Qiu Fengwu was a master, and there were 4 or 5 masters present. Wasn't Yang Dingtian courting death by coming to kill Qiu Fengwu? Everyone present did not have much enmity towards Yang Dingtian. It was just that they did not think highly of him. However, when Yang Dingtian's declaration was issued, they were filled with malice. They really laughed until their teeth fell out and their stomachs hurt from laughing. Yang Dingtian, who do you think you are? What ability do you have? What qualifications do you have to issue such a declaration? He even claimed to issue a kill order against the Autumn Water Sword sect and wanted everyone to draw a clear line between themselves and the Autumn Water Sword sect. Who do you think you are? You're really a toad bragging. Aren't you afraid of blowing up the sky? Therefore, when the emissary read the declaration, everyone present was really full of disdain and disdain. However, they really did not expect that Yang Dingtian would really appear and directly kill Qiu Fengwu. In a short time, he had killed 3 masters. Yang Dingtian. The remaining 2 masters of the Autumn Water Sword sect immediately hissed, You're already dead, and you still dare to be rash? Aren't you afraid that the Temple of Annihilation will tear you into pieces and kill you all?" Yang Dingtian said to Qin Huaiyu and the others, "Let's do it!" Immediately, for people rushed up from 4 different directions. If the 2 masters of the Autumn Water Sword sect were united, they would still have the strength to fight. However, when Yang Dingtian and the other 3 rushed over, one of them pulled out his sword like a madman and charged towards Yang Dingtian. The other person buried his head and ran desperately. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The swords of Yang Dingtian and the other 3 people crazily charged towards the crazy Master Elder. This elder, who clearly had the strength of a master, did not have any order at all. He just crazily killed. In an instant, whoosh, 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 he was stabbed countless times. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian's sharp sword slashed horizontally. A head flew straight into the sky. This Master Elder died a violent death. The last Master Elder rushed out like a madman. He ran out and was about to escape the hall. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian's demon, spirit demon fire ice sealing technique. In an instant, the other party's body froze. It was only for a moment, but it was enough. Yang Dingtian and the other 3 rushed forward. Whoosh, 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 for treasured swords stabbed wildly. In an instant, the last master of the Autumn Water Sword sect was stabbed hundreds of times. His entire body was like a beehive. Blood spurted wildly, and he died a violent death. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian's sword chopped off his head. From then on, all the masters of the Autumn Water Sword sect were killed. This battle could be considered a great success. Although there were twists and turns along the way, the result was much smoother than expected. Originally, Yang Dingtian's side only had 2.5 masters and 2.5 martial venerables. On the enemy's side, there were a total of 5 masters. Therefore, the strength of Yang Dingtian's side was much weaker. Yang Dingtian was confident in winning this battle, but he felt that the price would be relatively high and there would be a lot of damage. However, for the prestige of Yang Dingtian's declaration, he had to fight. He didn't expect that this battle would be so easy. First of all, with the help of Meng Li, the most difficult, the most crucial, and the most powerful Qiufengwu was killed without much effort. Then the fighting will of the masters of the Autumn Water Sword sect was really weak to the extreme. Although they were masters, their fighting will and fighting momentum were not even as good as martial venerables. This should be the evil result of cultivating experts in a greenhouse. The Autumn Water Sword sect was rich and had countless resources. Therefore, they didn't need to go out and fight desperately to cultivate. They directly used countless treasures to cultivate in the Qi condensation purification array in the northwest Qin city. Then, one by one, as if they were stimulated by hormones, they became masters. In the end, their fighting strength was completely weak. At that moment, the messenger of Cloud Sky City was still being detained by the people of the Autumn Water Sword sect. Yang Dingtian's gaze turned cold and he said, "Let go!" Suddenly, the 2 warriors of the Autumn Water Sword sect trembled and quickly let go of the messenger. "Come here." Yang Dingtian waved his hand and said. Immediately, the warrior ran over excitedly and looked at Yang Dingtian with a fanatical gaze. He knelt down and shouted, "Greetings, City Lord." "You've worked hard." Yang Dingtian helped him up. For Cloud Sky City and the Tiando League, "I'm not tired," the messenger of Cloud Sky City said loudly. "Pick up your sword. Later, we'll punish the Autumn Water Sword sect together," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes," the messenger said. Then he pulled out his giant sword and went behind Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's gaze was like lightning as he slowly scanned the guests in front of him. "Now, you should know that every word of my declaration is worth 1,000 gold, right?" Yang Dingtian said slowly. Everyone's faces were filled with fear as they whispered, "Yes." "In the future, do you still dare to mix with the evil ways?" Yang Dingtian asked. "We don't dare," everyone said. "Do you want to draw a clear line with the Autumn Water Sword sect?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes." "Very good." Yang Dingtian said indifferently. "If you want to draw a clear line, then prove it to us." Suddenly an elder asked, "How do we prove it?" "Kill. Exterminate the Autumn Water Sword sect." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "Kill all the direct descendants of the Autumn Water Sword sect who are 16 years old and above. Kill all the Autumn Water Sword sect's great mystic martial masters and above." Suddenly, no one dared to make a sound. "It's true that you, Yang Dingtian, are awe-inspiring, but the Autumn Water Sword sect has just joined the evil ways. It's because Ning Wuming isn't here that you are so awe-inspiring. Once Ning Wuming takes revenge, who can stand it? If we kill the Autumn Water Sword sect now and Ning Wuming takes revenge, no one will be able to live. You, Yang Dingtian, are about to be finished, and now you want to drag us down with you?" Immediately the elder said, "City Lord Yang, we're just innocent people who came to attend the wedding. We'll declare that we're drawing a clear line with the Autumn Water Sword sect and will not join the evil ways. The heavens are virtuous. If you want us to start a massacre, there's no need for that. The Battle of Armageddon is coming soon." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "Therefore, no one is innocent. You have to kill to prove your innocence." "What if we don't kill?" The elder said indifferently. "Elder, what's your surname?" Yang Dingtian asked. "My surname is Qin. I'm City, Lord Qin's uncle. The elder said indifferently and arrogantly. Looks like City Lord Yang has to call me granduncle. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and bowed. Yang Dingtian greets granduncle. Well said, the elder said indifferently, since you call me granduncle. I'll give you a few words of advice. We all sympathize with your situation. However, don't pass your misfortune on to others. Don't pass your pain on to others. This is fate that wants you to die, Yang Dingtian. Don't meddle in other people's business. Yes, granduncle, do you have any other advice? Yang Dingtian asked. Don't bother. Go back to Cloud Sky City. Eat, drink, and play. The elder said, You don't even have to care about how the world views you. Give Yang Pei a status and marry her officially. Then, peacefully wait for the arrival of that day. That's better than anything, isn't it? Then the elder said earnestly, All right, it's time to say my words. I don't care if you listen or not. I finished. This old man won't play along with you. Goodbye. After speaking, the elder walked out as if there was no one else around. Elder Qin, please wait. Yang Dingtian stepped forward. What? Elder Qin frowned and said impatiently. I haven't finished speaking, Yang Dingtian said. Then speak. Elder Qin said, Don't take too long. I still have to go back and drink tea with City Lord Qin. You asked me just now, if I don't kill the people of the Autumn Water Sword sect to prove my innocence, what will I do? Yang Dingtian said, Then I'll make it clear here. If you don't kill the Autumn Water Sword sect, then die. Then Yang Dingtian's huge sword slashed down at Elder Qin. Yang Dingtian, you little thief, you dare! Elder Qin hissed in anger. Slash! Yang Dingtian slashed down. This distant uncle of Qin Wancho's was directly beheaded. Then Yang Dingtian held the old thief's head and looked at the 1,000 people present. He said indifferently, Either kill the people of the Autumn Water Sword sect or die under our swords. Instantly, everyone's faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. We can't kill them. If we kill the people of the Autumn Water Sword sect, evil ways will take revenge. Our entire family will die. Someone hissed, They only have 5 people, we have thousands. Fight them to the death. Before he finished speaking, Qin Huaiyu rushed in like lightning and pulled him out. His hand rose and his sword fell. Another head, dripping with blood, fell to the ground. Do it, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Instantly, the 1,000 people present drew their swords and began to slaughter the people of the Autumn Water Sword sect around them. In a short moment, all the people of the Autumn Water Sword sect in the main hall were killed. Then, these 1,000 people rushed out of the main hall and continued their massacre on the Autumn Water Island. Yang Dingtian suddenly flew out of the main hall and floated in the air. The entire Autumn Water Island and the Autumn Water Sword sect instantly became a sea of blood. The massacre had completely begun. Under the leadership of Song Chanhua, Qin Huaiyu, and Zhu Hongxue, the 1,000 guests changed their faces from honored guests to killers. The Grand Masters of the Autumn Water Sword sect were all killed, and the remaining ones were even worse. The 3 of them led the 1,000 guests and swept through, crushing and slaughtering their way through. Instantly, the Autumn Water Sword sect was littered with corpses. Yang Dingtian roared in the air. All the servants and maids of the Autumn Water Sword sect can live. Gather and escape into the main hall. All those under the age of 16 can live. Gather and escape into the main hall. All those below the great mystic martial master can live and escape into the main hall. Yang Dingtian's voice fell. Instantly, countless people on the Autumn Water Island fled into the main hall. More than 2 hours later, all the martial artists above the great mystic martial master level of the Autumn Water Sword sect were killed. Thousands of heads were once again displayed for viewing in front of Tianjin Hall. The head at the top belonged to the master of the Autumn Water Sword sect, Qiu Fengwu. From this day onwards, the Autumn Water Sword sect was officially exterminated. Yang Dingtian stepped on the bloody ground and slowly came before Qin Chichi. He said indifferently, Young Miss Chin Chi-Chi, we meet again. The peerlessly beautiful Chin Chi-Chi, even though she was injured, still exuded an incomparably captivating charm. She lifted her beautiful face and smiled coldly at Yang Dingtian. Chapter 448. Yang Dingtian, that Ningyu who appeared in West Prefecture City, is you, right? Chin Chi-Chi sneered. In order to exterminate the Autumn Water Sword sect and make my husband, Ning Wuming, not attend the wedding, you actually used such a big trump card in advance. It's really not worth it. You originally planned to use this trump card to kill my husband and exterminate the Ning clan in the South Sea, right? It's really a pity that you used it now. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly startled. Ningyu? Who is that? Ning Wuming came to the Autumn Water Sword sect for the wedding? Aren't you overestimating Chiu Fengwu too much? He's just Qin Wancho's dog. Ning Wuming represents Li Ming. He'll come to the wedding? What a joke. In fact, I'm already very surprised that you actually came to this wedding. Do you have a good relationship with my Mingli? Yang Dingtian, don't pretend to be crazy and pretentious. Chin Chi-Chi said, that Ningyu is you. The real Ningyu is already dead, but she left behind an illusion mask. This mask fell into your hands. So, that Ningyu in West Prefecture City is you. By the way, that famous prostitute who impersonated Ningyu in West Prefecture City is actually our spy. She said that this Ningyu thing is very big, unbelievably big. Yang Dingtian, I know that you're very talented. Yang Dingtian said disdainfully, all right, if you say it's me, then it's me. It's not important. What's important is that you're in my hands. Seeing Yang Dingtian's attitude, Chin Chi-Chi couldn't figure it out. If Ningyu was really Yang Dingtian, then he must be very afraid of this identity being exposed. However, he didn't seem to care at all. He really didn't seem to know who Ningyu was. Wasn't Yang Dingtian afraid of Ningyu's identity being exposed? Of course he was afraid. This was his biggest trump card to destroy the Ning clan. Chin Chi-Chi continued probing. What you might not know is that when Mumaji heard about Ningyu's appearance, he immediately went over. Her feelings for Ning Hua were unforgettable. Moreover, it was precisely because she went that my husband went. Otherwise, you'll be the one to die today. Why was Mumaji so affectionate towards Ning Hua? This was indeed good news for Yang Dingtian. Ning Wuming's obsession with Mumaji was even better news. In the future, he might be able to use this to kill Ning Wuming. However, Yang Dingtian didn't seem to mind the fact that Mumaji was deeply in love with Ningyu. Instead, he said indifferently, that's strange. I've seen Mumaji before. She's very beautiful and charming. It could be said that it was the best in the world. But you're not bad yourself. Ning Wuming has already gotten you. Yet he still shows such affection for Mumaji? Isn't he afraid that you'll be unhappy? You're such a scary woman. Now, Yang Dingtian's face was even more blurred. It was impossible to tell whether he was impersonating Ning Hua or not. In fact, Yang Dingtian had done a lot of things to prevent this trump card from being exposed. He had taken a huge risk. After leaving West Prefecture City, he went straight to Zhao Mu and gave him Ning Hua's illusion mask. Then, when Yang Dingtian destroyed the Autumn Water Sword sect today, Zhao Mu would wear the mask and impersonate Ning Hua and appear in a brothel in the Bedlam lands. At that time, Yang Dingtian and Ning Hua would be thousands of miles apart. Perhaps no one would suspect that the two of them were the same person. All right, you've said what you need to say. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, you killed countless righteous sisters in the Sky Phoenix Pavilion. You harmed Pavilion Master Duanrian. You slandered me for causing Bingling's death. You made the Tiando League suppress me. All of these were your sins. So, I swore in front of everyone that I would put you to death by 1,000 cuts. I thought I would have to wait a long time for this day. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me today. Chin Chi-Chi sneered. What do you want? Humiliate me first, and then kill me? Make Ning Wuming wear a big green hat? Humiliate you? You're too sinful. I'm afraid I'll be poisoned. Yang Dingtan said indifferently. I've said it before. I'll put you to death by 1,000 cuts in front of everyone. You'll kill me? You won't get anything. Qin Chi Chi smiled faintly. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to change anything. You'll only make my husband more furious. When that time comes, not a single person, not a blade of grass, and not a tree will be left in your cloud sky city. Your wife, your lover, and your beautiful mother-in-law will suffer the most terrible and evil humiliation in this world. They will suffer a fate worse than death. Instead, you can use me to make a deal with my husband. I'm sorry. I don't make any deals with the dogs of evil ways. Yan Dingtian said indifferently, when the battle with the evil ways began, I've already prepared for the most terrible ending. Then Yang Dingtian lifted the beautiful Qin Chi Chi in his hand and walked towards the top of the hall. At this moment, everyone's gaze was on him, on Qin Chi Chi in his hand. Yang Dingtian lifted Qin Chi Chi up high and said, Everyone look carefully. This is the wife of Ning Wuming, whom you all regard as a celestial being. Ning Wuming, the representative of evil ways. You all tremble when you hear his name. In your hearts, he is an incomparably powerful figure who has decided the fate of countless people. You don't even dare to be his enemy. Just hearing his name makes you tremble. Qin Chi Chi, this woman whose hands are stained with countless sins, has also become the source of your nightmares. She is also an important figure who makes you tremble and not dare to breathe. She swept through the southwest continent, destroyed the Sky Phoenix Pavilion, and killed millions of people. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, However, she is in my hands today. She might be incomparably beautiful and delicate. Although she is extremely beautiful, she is still in my hands like a dead dog. Look, there is nothing to be afraid of. Everyone couldn't help but look at Qin Chi Chi. That's right. She looked so pathetic. This legendary demoness didn't look scary at all. Evil ways are not invincible. Yang Dingtian said loudly, Evil ways are not as scary as you think. Straighten your backs. For yourselves, for the primal chaos world. Start fighting against evil ways. And don't worry. I, Yang Dingtian, will always be in front of you. When I die, it won't be too late for you to despair. After saying that, Yang Dingtian suddenly pressed Qin Chi Chi to kneel on the ground. He placed his sharp sword on Qin Chi Chi's neck and said, Qin Chi Chi asked me not to kill her just now. She said that this would anger Ning Wuming. She asked me to let her go and use her life to make a deal with Ning Wuming. I have said that I, Yang Dingtian, will never compromise with evil ways. I will never make any deal with Ning Wuming, a lackey of evil ways. Today is the day Qin Chi Chi dies. Yang Dingtian suddenly slashed down with his sword. Stop! Suddenly, a woman's cold voice rang out. Then, an old woman with wounds all over her body slowly walked out with Qin Mingli as a hostage. A sharp sword was placed on Mingli's neck. Let go of Qin Chi Chi's wife, otherwise your woman will die. The old woman's eyes emitted a strange light as she said coldly to Yang Dingtian. It was unknown when Mingli had fallen into her hands. At this moment, Mingli said to Yang Dingtian, Husband, this old woman was very kind just now. She had a miserable life in the Autumn Water Sword sect. Therefore, she is very grateful for what you have done. I don't know why, but she suddenly became evil. He. The old woman laughed coldly and evilly. Then she said to Yang Dingtian eerily, Let go of Qin Chi Chi's wife. Otherwise, your woman will die immediately. Yang Dingtian looked at the old woman, and his eyes narrowed. He reached behind his back and executed the devil, spirit, demon fire, ice sealing technique. In an instant, all of the evil old woman's movements were completely frozen. Her entire body could not move at all. Swoosh! Song Chunhua rushed forward at lightning speed. With a fierce slash of her sword, She directly chopped off the evil old woman's head. Husband. Mengli, who was still in shock, immediately pounced on Yang Dingtian and threw herself into Yang Dingtian's embrace. Husband, just now I really thought that I would never see you again, Qin Mingli said coquettishly. Yang Dingtian was stunned. It seemed that only Yan Yan would say such words. Qin Mingli was a bold and wild woman. She did not like to say such delicate words. Her coquettishness was a completely different way. For example, my husband's throat is swollen and painful. I won't be able to swallow any food for a few days and can only eat porridge. Or, oh my God, my tongue can't feel anything. Now, everything I eat has no taste. Oh no, it's not that there's no taste. It's just that there's only that taste. Her coquettishness was very subtle and evil. Just as Yang Dingtian was in shock, a sinister look suddenly flashed across Qin Mingli's beautiful eyes. The dagger in her hand that was stained with poison suddenly stabbed towards the back of Yang Dingtian's neck. Go to hell, Yang Dingtian! Qin Mingli's voice suddenly became cold and vicious. The poisonous dagger stabbed towards Qin Mingli at the speed of lightning. Pow! Yang Dingtian's mystic qi burst out and sent Qin Mingli flying. At this moment, Song Chuanhua's eyes were filled with anger. She stabbed towards Qin Mingli at the speed of lightning. Song Chuanhua was only loyal to Yang Dingtian. Whoever hurt Yang Dingtian, no matter who that person was, she would kill them without caring about the reason. Chuanhua, hold on! Yang Dingtian shouted. Then she dashed out at lightning speed and stood between Yang Dingtian and Qin Mingli. Suddenly, a terrifying ray of light flashed across Song Chuanhua's beautiful eyes. She stabbed her sword ferociously towards Yang Dingtian's throat. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Song Chuanhua's current cultivation was even higher than Yang Dingtian's. Yang Dingtian could not block this attack at all. As for Qin Huaiyu and Zhu Hongxue, they could not rush over to help in time. In an instant, Song Chuanhua's sharp sword with terrifying energy pierced towards Yang Dingtian's throat. Suddenly, Song Chuanhua's beautiful eyes burst out with an intense red glow. She triggered the mystic fire and mystic qi, and her body shook violently. Poof! Chuanhua spat out blood, and her body flew out. Her sword slashed across Yang Dingtian's chest. Poof! Yang Dingtian spat out blood and flew out as well. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not know what had happened at all. Qin Mingli was obviously Yang Dingtian's woman. Why would she suddenly turn hostile and assassinate Yang Dingtian? As for Song Chuanhua, she was obviously the most loyal subordinate of Yang Dingtian. Why would she assassinate Yang Dingtian? However, she was clearly going to pierce Yang Dingtian's throat. In the end, she destroyed her own body and gave up on killing Yang Dingtian. Just as Yang Dingtian flew out, he saw Qin Chichi kneeling on the ground. Her beautiful eyes released an extremely charming and evil gaze. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat and he almost lost his consciousness. Fortunately, he had been baptized by Wu Maji's demon spirit eyes and immediately regained his consciousness. Everything was Qin Chichi's doing. Her eyes were even scarier than Wu Maji's. Wu Maji's demon spirit eyes could only make people lose their consciousness and even make them ferocious. However, Qin Chichi's eyes could directly control people's consciousness. Just now, she was the one who controlled the kind old woman and held Qin Mingli hostage. After Song Chuanhua killed the old woman, she controlled Qin Mingli and threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms to assassinate him. Yang Dingtian pushed Qin Mingli away. Song Chuanhua attacked Qin Mingli, and Yang Dingtian quickly came to her rescue. Qin Chichi controlled Song Chuanhua and directly killed Yang Dingtian. It was also because Song Chuanhua's willpower was too shocking. She sacrificed everything and destroyed her own body to move away from Yang Dingtian's sword. In the end, she vomited blood and was severely injured. As for Yang Dingtian, he was hit in the chest and was severely injured. This Qin Chichi was too scary and too shocking. Even though he had no strength to truss a chicken, he could directly use his eyes to control people's minds. This kind of ability made people's hair stand on end and shudder in fear. Everyone close your eyes. Don't look at Qin Chi Chi's eyes, Yang Dingtian shouted. Instantly, everyone hurriedly closed their eyes. Although they were not completely on Yang Dingtian's side, no one was willing to be controlled by Qin Chi Chi and do something scary. Yang Dingtian did not close his eyes. As long as he did not look at this demoness, it would be fine. He slowly walked to Qin Chi Chi and said coldly, "Demoness, you are really scary and evil." Qin Chi Chi smiled faintly. "However, what other tricks can you play now? I won't give you a chance. Yang Dingtian said you can die in peace. Go and harm others in hell." Then, Yang Dingtian wanted to stab her to death. Suddenly, Qin Mingli walked to Yang Dingtian's side and whispered, "Husband, she is not Qin Chi Chi." Yang Dingtian could not help but be stunned. Qin Mingli said, "Although I have not been in contact with Qin Chi Chi for long, her aura is too unique. Although this woman looks exactly the same as Qin Chi Chi, she is not." Of course, Yang Dingtian believed Mingli's words. At this moment, Qin Chi Chi let out a complacent smile and said coldly, "Yang Dingtian, you pitiful worm, do you really think you can kill me? Do you really think I will risk my life in the Autumn Water Sword sect?" Qin Chi Chi had just opened her mouth when Yang Dingtian immediately used his celestial qi to cover the surroundings, preventing her words from being heard by others. As Qin Chi Chi spoke, her entire face started to change. Her entire body also started to change. Her incomparably beautiful face started to become less beautiful. Although she was still a 1 in a million beauty and was still somewhat similar to Qin Chi Chi, she was no longer Qin Chi Chi's soul-stirring beauty and delicateness. The curves of her delicate body were still graceful, but they were no longer dreamy and picturesque. "Yang Dingtian, this is only my substitute. I don't know how many substitutes I have. They look somewhat similar to me. All of them had their souls extracted and became walking corpses. My spirit can enter any body at any time and control their every move. It is no different from the real me. Moreover, even if there is a puppet between us, I can still use my eyes to control everyone around me. Yang Dingtian, you pitiful worm. I have countless lives, and I can never be killed. You don't even know where my real body is. You have no hope. You will definitely lose. Yang Dingtian, goodbye. 20 days later, I will lead an unimaginably strong army and kill every single person in Cloud Heaven City. You have no hope of winning. Not even a little bit. Goodbye." Ha ha ha. Qin Chi Chi's soul-stirring, evil voice became softer and softer as it faded away. The eyes of the young female puppet in front of him gradually lost all their luster. She had completely turned into a walking corpse. Yang Dingtian's gaze turned cold. Swish, swish, swish. Yang Dingtian stabbed a few times and directly destroyed the puppet's appearance. He then said to everyone, "Everyone here, in order to show that you have broken with the evil ways, each of you will step forward and stab this demoness Qin Chi Chi once. Then, all of you will have a share of the credit for killing Qin Chi Chi. Those who dare not do so will all be killed." An hour later, in the midst of incomparable fear and trembling, swish, 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 countless swords stabbed towards Qin Chi Chi's body in despair and fear. Chapter 449. Yang Dingtian took out a long spear and stabbed Qin Chi Chi's corpse into the spearhead. Just like that, he used her corpse as a banner and stabbed it in front of the Autumn Water Sword sect's head. Then he looked at the old, young, and women of the Autumn Water Sword sect and said, "Don't stay here. There should be a boat at the pier beside the island. Take the boat and leave. Someone will occupy the Autumn Water Island soon. Staying here is a dead end." With that, Yang Dingtian moved to the side and let the survivors pass. Inside, there were about 2,000 to 3,000 people. Most of them were women, and a small portion of them were young boys. Were there any accidental deaths in the extermination of the Autumn Water Sword sect? Of course there were. Were there any fish that escaped the net? Of course there were. But that was not important. What was important was that the Autumn Water Sword sect was completely exterminated. That was enough. That was enough to intimidate the world. Yang Dingtian clearly saw that there were a few handsome youths who looked at Yang Dingtian with undisguised hatred, especially the youth in the center. He should have the highest status. His exact age was unknown, but he should be around 16. He was almost 170 centimeters tall. It was just that his face was slightly immature. After coming to the main hall, his gaze never left Yang Dingtian. There was undisguised hatred in his eyes, as well as a resolute gaze. Beside him, a beautiful middle-aged woman desperately begged in a low voice, trying to pull his gaze away. However, the youth ignored her. Song Chunhua frowned, drew his sword, and walked over. Yang Dingtian waved at the youth and said, "You come here." Instantly, the middle-aged woman's expression changed. She quickly knelt on the ground and cried, "City Lord Yang, I beg you, don't kill him. Don't kill him. He's still young and doesn't know any better. He offended you. I'll atone for his sins. No matter what you want me to do, I'll do it. Please don't kill him." The youth looked at Yang Dingtian arrogantly. He walked over and looked at Yang Dingtian without fear. His mother immediately followed, kneeling in front of Yang Dingtian and begging. She even pulled the boy to kneel in front of Yang Dingtian. "Who are you?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Qiu Qingyu, my father is Qiu Fengwu," the young man said. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged woman's face turned ashen. She kowtowed desperately until her forehead started bleeding. "Madam, you are?" Yang Dingtian asked. I am Qiu Fengwu's wife, Madam Li," the middle-aged woman said. Then she raised her head and revealed her beautiful face. "City Lord Yang, my husband was killed. That is his sin. I don't blame him. However, this is his only child. I beg you not to lower yourself to his level. I beg you to spare his life. As long as you spare his life, I'll do anything. I'll even follow you as a servant. Mother, shut up. Don't throw away the dignity of our Autumn Water Island. Don't throw away our face," the young man said angrily. Song Chunhua walked up and said indifferently, "Sect Master, if you don't remove the roots, they'll grow again." Yang Dingtian looked at the young man and said, "You must hate me very much right now and want to kill me for revenge. Of course, you can kill me now. Otherwise, in 10 or 20 years, I'll kill your entire family to avenge my father." Qiu Qingyu said, "You can kill me, but don't expect me to kneel to you. I don't lack pride and integrity." Slap! Yang Dingtian gave him a tight slap. Qiu Qingyu's head flew out. Half of her face swelled up and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. The pride and backbone of a greenhouse are nothing. This isn't pride or integrity. At most, it's the arrogance and ignorance of a rich family's child. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, a real man's pride and integrity wouldn't let his mother stand in front of him. He wouldn't be indifferent to his mother kneeling and instead berate and humiliate her. Your so-called pride and integrity, I'll slap you 5 times to make you cry and kneel. Yang Dingtian continued, I'll slap you to make you remember and increase the hatred in your heart. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll forget in 2 or 3 months. Then Yang Dingtian said to Song Chunhua, bring this mother and son and give them to Qin Wanqiu. He'll like them. Yang Dingtian faced over 1,000 wedding guests. At the same time, he was the executioner of the Autumn Water Sword sect. You must be worried that I'll bring you to Cloud Heaven City to fight, or use today's matter to force you to return to your respective sects and persuade your sect masters to join my side. Yang Dingtian said. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a sure expression. There were over 1,000 people present. Although there weren't any important figures, almost all the factions within 3,000 miles were included. Yang Dingtian would definitely use this opportunity to coerce and rope them into his war chariot. "Don't worry, I won't do that." Yang Dingtian smiled faintly and said, "I only ask you to do two things when you return. First, tell everyone everything that happened here, including the Autumn Water Sword Sect's annihilation, including us cutting Qin Chi into pieces. The second thing is for your family and sect to remain neutral in the upcoming war." "That's right, just neutral." "All right, everyone disperse," Yang Dingtian said. Instantly, the 1,000 people present revealed an expression of disbelief. Yang Dingtian let them go so easily. These 1,000 people were a rare commodity worth hoarding. He let them go just like that? Then someone tried to run away. Seeing that Yang Dingtian and the others didn't stop them at all, everyone immediately ran towards the sea. They weren't willing to stay here for even a second. The annihilation of the Autumn Water Sword Sect wasn't much. The key was the sword that pierced Qin Chi-Chi's body. That was terrifying. Now, they only wanted to escape far away from this place. After all the representatives within 3,000 miles had run away, Song Chanhua said, "Sect Master, it's too easy to let them run away. We can use them as hostages to force the factions behind them to submit. Let some of them join our war chariot." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said disdainfully, "These factions have all been scared out of their wits by evil ways. They're useless now." Then Yang Dingtian looked at the few people and said, "There's a joke. It said that there's a sect that's tough on the outside but weak on the inside. If he becomes your enemy, you need to use 10,000 soldiers to guard against him. If he becomes your ally, you need 100,000 soldiers to protect him. If he's neutral, that's the best result." Then Yang Dingtian said, "Actually, their greatest use is to spread the word of what happened today. Spread the fear. Smear this smear of blood of the Autumn Water Sword Sect on my declaration." Everyone nodded. "All right, it's time to leave. There will be a large army entering the Autumn Water Island soon. I hope Qin Wanqiu can be faster than them," Yang Dingtian said. Then Yang Dingtian hugged Qin Mingli. Song Chanhua carried Qiu Fengwu's wife, Madame Li, while Qin Huaiyu carried Qiu Qingyu and flew towards the west. As expected, when Yang Dingtian and the others flew more than 10,000 miles away from the Autumn Water Island, they saw a mighty fleet on the sea. This was the Northwest Qin City's fleet. It was densely packed, covering the sky and earth, spanning several miles. Qin City had mobilized tens of thousands of people. It seemed that this time he was going to swallow the entire Autumn Water Island into his stomach. When they saw Yang Dingtian and the others, the people on the fleet immediately pointed to the sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then countless crystal crossbow bolts flew into the sky and shot towards Yang Dingtian and the others. Of course, the crossbow bolts couldn't hit Yang Dingtian and the others. This was only Qin Wanqiu's declaration, just as Yang Dingtian didn't care and was about to fly away. Suddenly, a figure flew into the sky, cold and elegant, mature and charming. It was Qiu Ruhan, Qin Huaiyu's mother in name. It wasn't Qin Wanqiu, but Qiu Ruhan? Yang Dingtian, it's really you. What did you do to the Autumn Water Sword Sect? Qiu Ruhan said coldly. Yang Dingtian sneered. The Autumn Water Sword Sect colluded with evil ways and betrayed the Tiando League. I've already completely annihilated it. All the sinners under Qiu Fengwu were killed. Their heads were placed in front of the main hall. Immediately, Qiu Ruhan's beautiful eyes revealed bone-deep hatred and resentment. Her beautiful face instantly turned pale. She looked at Yang Dingtian and said sternly, "You lowly dog, you actually killed my brother and annihilated my Autumn Water Sword Sect. Today I'll tear you to pieces." After speaking, Qiu Ruhan's hair instantly turned blue and grew past her waist. Her sharp nails suddenly grew half a foot long and pounced towards Yang Dingtian with incomparable ferocity. Yang Dingtian's gaze turned cold. He glanced at Qin Huaiyu and said coldly, "Kill her!" Yes, Several people shouted in unison. Qin Huaiyu looked at Yang Dingtian and wanted to say something, but stopped. "What's wrong?" Yang Dingtian asked. "No, nothing," Qin Huaiyu said. Yang Dingtian said, "Everyone, activate the mystic fire to the extreme and blast Qiu Ruhan to death." Yes. The 5 people suddenly drew their swords and activated all their mystic qi and mystic fire. Qin Huaiyu hesitated slightly and also activated his mystic fire. However, his mystic fire was full of flickering and hesitation. The beautiful and mature Qiu Ruhan rushed over like lightning and instantly arrived in front of him. The 5-clawed ice sword suddenly stabbed towards Yang Dingtian. Swoosh! Yang Dingtian suddenly slashed down with his sword. In his right hand, the demon spirit mystic fire icebound technique was quickly executed. In an instant, Qiu Ruhan's body was frozen in place, less than a foot in front of Yang Dingtian. Of course, it was not even half a second. Clang! Qiu Ruhan's 10 long nails were suddenly cut horizontally. Then, for mystic fires, together with thunder and lightning, violently struck her. Qiu Ruhan was a 3-star grandmaster. However, under the bombardment of 4 mystic fires, she would at least be seriously injured, not to mention die. Boom! For mystic fires suddenly condensed on Qiu Ruhan's body. Then Yang Dingtian's sword suddenly stabbed towards Qiu Ruhan's heart at lightning speed. He wanted to kill her with one blow. This time, Qiu Ruhan would definitely die. She was only a 3-star grandmaster. She would definitely not be able to defeat 5 experts and 4 mystic fires. Boom! For mystic fires suddenly condensed in the air and condensed on Qiu Ruhan's body. Then they fiercely exploded. Like a small nuclear bomb, it burst out a dazzling light in the air. No, it was even more dazzling than the sun's light. Qiu Ruhan's beautiful body was completely shattered and turned into ashes. Although she was a 3-star grandmaster, she probably could not withstand the bombardment of 4 mystic fires, especially 3 grandmasters. He did not expect that the deal with Qin Wanqiu would end prematurely. Yang Dingtian really did not expect that Qiu Ruhan would suddenly appear in front of him. Or it could be that Qiu Ruhan immediately led the army to Autumn Water Island after receiving the news that the Autumn Water Sword sect was in danger. She wanted to save the Autumn Water Sword sect. Even if she could not save it, she wanted to seize the Autumn Water Island before Qin Wanqiu did. However, she did not expect to meet Yang Dingtian head-on and lose her life here. However, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt that something was wrong. Qiu Ruhan seemed to have died too easily. She was such a treacherous and cunning person. How could she die so easily? Then, Yang Dingtian remembered that just now, besides the bombardment of the 4 mystic fires, Yang Dingtian still stabbed toward Qiu Ruhan's breasts. However, there was nothing there. It was as if he had stabbed the air. Yang Dingtian's expression changed, and he shouted, "Not good! Qin Huaiyu, be careful!" As soon as he finished speaking, Puchi, Qin Huaiyu's chest was suddenly pierced. 3 sharp blue nails pierced through Qin Huaiyu's chest. Qiu Ruhan's beautiful figure appeared directly behind Qin Huaiyu. Her beautiful face revealed a cold smile at Yang Dingtian. Ah! Yang Dingtian and the others roared in pain. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Then they rushed toward Qiu Ruhan. Just now, the one who rushed toward Yang Dingtian was only Qiu Ruhan's shadow. It was just an illusion. The real her had already appeared behind Qin Huaiyu. She wanted to kill Qin Huaiyu and take away Qiu Qingyu in his arms. Qin Huaiyu looked at the sharp claws in front of his chest in disbelief. Although he had never objected to killing Qiu Ruhan, he was absolutely silent every time this matter was mentioned. After all, Qiu Ruhan was his mother in name. He really couldn't do it. However, he couldn't stop Yang Dingtian either. Therefore, he was almost always immersed in pain, entanglement, and endless guilt. Even if Yang Dingtian told him that his biological mother had indirectly died at the hands of Qiu Ruhan. Qin Huaiyu still couldn't untie the knot in his heart. However, he never thought that even though he couldn't do it, Qiu Ruhan could. The first thing she did was kill Qin Huaiyu. Seeing Qiu Ruhan succeed, Qiu Qingyu, who was in Qin Huaiyu's grasp, shouted excitedly, "Auntie, Auntie, kill them! Kill them! Cut them into 1,000 pieces! Cut Yang Dingtian into 1,000 pieces! He killed my father! He even hit me! I lost 4 teeth! Kill him!" At this moment, Qin Huaiyu suddenly used the last of his strength to throw Qiu Qingyu towards Yang Dingtian. Hee! Qiu Ruhan sneered. She was about to pull out her claws and fly over to grab Qiu Qingyu. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He quickly used the demon spirit fiendish flame ice technique. He wanted to instantly freeze Qiu Ruhan and take Qiu Qingyu back. However, it was useless. The icebound technique had no effect on Qiu Ren, who was talented in the ice element. Of course, it was also because Qiu Ruhan was a 3-star master. Her cultivation was even higher than Yang Dingtian's. Just as Qiu Ruhan was about to fly over to snatch Qiu Qingyu. However, she never thought that Qin Huaiyu would use all of his Xian Qi to lock the claws in his body. Then his body suddenly slammed backwards, allowing Qiu Ruhan's arm to pierce through his body. Then he tightly grabbed Qiu Ruhan's wrist, not letting her escape. "Hee, mother, let's die together," Qin Huaiyu said with a faint smile. At the same time, little Princess Vulture flashed and grabbed Qiu Qingyu in the air. Swish, 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 swish. The little girl ruthlessly slashed 4 times, chopping off all of Qiu Qingyu's hands and feet. Then, with tears in her eyes, she said, "Bitch, let go of Qin Huaiyu." Ah! Seeing her hands and feet cut off, Qiu Qingyu let out an earth-shattering scream. Qiu Ruhan suddenly placed her sword on Qin Huaiyu's neck and coldly said to Yang Dingtian, "Let go of my nephew, or I'll kill Qin Huaiyu." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "Your son can't compare to your nephew." "Humph, son," Qiu Ruhan said coldly, "he's just a bitch's bastard. What does it have to do with me?" "Brother, don't say any more." Qin Huaiyu's mouth continued to bleed as he said, "It's my fault. Qiu Ruhan knows a Xian skill called Demonic Illusory Shadow. I knew about it. Before the battle, I wanted to tell you, but I didn't, so she succeeded." Immediately, Yang Dingtian's mouth twitched. Bastard Qin Wanqiu, muddle-headed Qin Huaiyu. Where did the ruthless and decisive Qin Huaiyu go? He didn't want to kill Qiu Ruhan, so he didn't say anything. If Yang Dingtian knew that this woman had such an abnormal Xian skill, he would definitely be on guard. Not to mention killing her, at least he wouldn't be taken advantage of and wouldn't let Qin Huaiyu fall into her hands. This woman was truly ruthless and vicious. Among the 5 people present, she didn't kill Vulture, who had the weakest cultivation, but Qin Huaiyu. Because she knew in her heart that Qin Huaiyu didn't have any killing intent towards her and was full of guilt and weakness when facing her. He was the easiest to kill. No matter what, Qin Huaiyu was still a master-level expert. How could he not dodge a sneak attack from behind? Why? Wasn't it because he had killed Qiu Ruhan? His heart had been in a mess, and he hadn't been on guard at all. "Yang Dingtian, hand over my nephew, quickly!" Qiu Ruhan said coldly, "I'll count to 5. If you don't hand him over, I'll kill him. 5, 4, 3. Suddenly, Qin Huaiyu said, "Qiu Ruhan, don't waste your time. You can kill me immediately because I'm going to explode my Qi ocean again. I'm going to take you down with me." Instantly, Qiu Ruhan's expression changed. She saw a strange light on Qin Huaiyu's face and was horrified. "The current situation is my fault. I won't let myself become a hostage and put my comrades in danger," Qin Huaiyu said indifferently. He was still exploding his Qi ocean. Yang Dingtian's expression changed. Whoosh! He suddenly summoned the demon spirit, demon fire, icebound technique and froze all of Qin Huaiyu's movements and his xianqi. Quickly knock him out. Yang Dingtian shouted sternly. Qiu Ruhan slapped Qin Huaiyu and knocked him out. Yang Dingtian quickly threw over a holy water pill and said, "Feed it to him." Qiu Ruhan received the holy water elixir and was startled. She then giggled delicately and said, "Yang Dingtian, you care so much about his life and death? If this is the case, then things will be easier." Qiu Ruhan calmly put the holy water pill into Qin Huaiyu's mouth and said, "Hand over my nephew Qiu Qingyu immediately. Otherwise, I'll cut off Qin Huaiyu's arms and legs in front of you and then cut off his head." "Okay," Yang Dingtian said. There was no bargaining. "Chen Hua, throw Mrs. Li over," Yang Dingtian said. Song Chen Hua threw Mrs. Li to Yang Dingtian. "I'll hand you over to Qiu Ruhan. I'll have to rely on you for the rest of the days." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "Your son's arms and legs have been cut off, but they can be reattached. However, it will greatly affect his cultivation. However, isn't this a good thing for your son?" "I know," Mrs. Li said with tears in her eyes. "I don't want him to be strong but safe." This Qiu Ruhan is on the side of the evil ways. You don't want your son for family, but to make him a puppet of the evil ways and control Autumn Water Island. They will use a very evil method to increase your son's cultivation, but he will become a devil. Yang Dingtian said, "I originally wanted to hand you and your son over to Qin Wanqiu. Although you'll still be a puppet, at least you'll be safe." "I know," Mrs. Li said. "Then you're on your own now," Yang Dingtian said. Then Yang Dingtian said to Qiu Ruhan, "I agree to the exchange. In order to show my sincerity, I'll hand over your sister-in-law, Mrs. Li, to you." Then Yang Dingtian gently threw Mrs. Li to Qiu Ruhan. Qiu Ruhan looked at Mrs. Li with disdain and contempt, but she still pulled Mrs. Li behind her and said, "Now, throw my nephew, Qiu Qingyu, to me." Yang Dingtian said, "Return Qin Huaiyu to us first, and then we'll hand over Qiu Qingyu. Everyone in the world knows that I, Yang Dingtian, am a man of my words, but you, Qiu Ruhan, may not be." "No," Qiu Ruhan sneered, "there's no room for discussion. Hand over my nephew first, and then I'll return Qin Huaiyu to you." Yang Dingtian said, "What if I hand over Qiu Qingyu, but you still don't return Qin Huaiyu and continue to use him as a hostage to force us to agree to other things? What should we do then?" Qiu Ruhan smiled faintly and said, "You have to take this risk." From her words, she didn't deny the possibility that she would break the agreement at any time. Then Qiu Ruhan smiled and said, "Yang Dingtian, you care so much about Qin Huaiyu. If you didn't care about him, you wouldn't be in such a passive position." Then Qiu Ruhan placed the sharp sword on Qin Huaiyu's wrist and said, "Yang Dingtian, my patience is limited. I'll count to 3. If you don't throw my nephew over, I'll cut off one of Qin Huaiyu's hands. 3, 2, 1. Qiu Ruhan suddenly slashed down and cut off one of Qin Huaiyu's hands. Yang Dingtian's lips trembled and he bit them until they bled. As for the little girl, Ling Jiu, tears were already gushing out of her eyes. She was gnashing her teeth, filled with hatred towards Qiu Ruhan. "Yang Dingtian, I know you have the holy water pill. Qin Huaiyu's hand is cut off. It's not a big deal. After you reattach it, you can use the holy water pill to heal it," Qiu Ruhan said. "But what if I destroy this severed hand? Your holy water pill can't make him grow a new hand, can it?" With that, Qiu Ruhan pressed the sword on Qin Huaiyu's severed hand. "I'm going to start counting down again. If you don't throw my nephew over at 3, I'll completely destroy Qin Huaiyu's severed hand. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I agree." Yang Dingtian grabbed Qiu Ruhan's severed hand and leg and threw her at Qiu Ruhan. Qiu Ruhan quickly pulled Qiu Qingyu behind her. At this moment, several experts on the fleet flew into the air and protected Qiu Ruhan in the middle. Yang Dingtian said, "I've already let Qiu Qingyu go. Now it's your turn to let Qin Huaiyu go." Ha ha ha. Qiu Ruhan sneered, "Yang Dingtian, you're so naive. Do you think I'll let him go? You're so naive that it's stupid. Now, I'm going to make a new request. I want your soul sword that's close to the emperor grade. Throw it to me, or I'll destroy Qin Huaiyu." At this moment, Song Chanhua and Zhu Hongxue were so angry that they were about to explode. I'm going to start counting down again. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, a poisoned dagger stabbed into Qiu Ruhan's back. It was Madame Li. Her face was trembling in fear as she stabbed the dagger into Qiu Ruhan's back. Her cultivation was very weak. Even if Qiu Ruhan was unprepared, she couldn't hurt Qiu Ruhan, because the moment the dagger touched Qiu Ruhan's body, it was immediately repelled by a huge amount of Xian energy. It couldn't pierce Qiu Ruhan's flesh at all. However, the moment the dagger touched Qiu Ruhan's skin, a terrifying poison spread out and disintegrated all the Xian veins that the dagger touched. Ah! Qiu Ruhan roared in anger. All the Xian energy in her body suddenly burst out. Bang! Madame Li's body flew out like a piece of straw as she vomited blood in the air. Why did she sneak attack Qiu Ruhan? Because Yang Dingtian told her in a low voice that Qiu Qingyu's body was poisoned. If she didn't do that, Qiu Qingyu would quickly explode. For her son, Madame Li was willing to do anything. So even though she was very scared, she still stabbed at the unprepared Qiu Ruhan. Madame Li couldn't hurt Qiu Ruhan. She could only create an opportunity to attack. However, it was enough. The little princess vulture instantly flashed and carried Qin Huaiyu away. Then she flashed away quickly. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian, Zhu Hongxue, and Song Chanhua rushed towards Qiu Ruhan with anger that soared to the sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In a moment, they killed all the revered martial artists around Qiu Ruhan. Then, they surrounded Qiu Ruhan tightly. Bitch, what kind of horrible ending will you receive next? Take a guess. Yang Dingtian said coldly. Chapter 450. Please, little girl, protect this fool Qin Huaiyu well. Reattach the broken arm and sew it up. Then, feed him a holy water pill and use your celestial qi to dissolve the pill. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. The little girl carried Qin Huaiyu's body and quickly moved away from Qiu Ruhan's dangerous distance. How's Qin Huaiyu's heart? Did it suffer any fatal injuries? Yang Dingtian asked. Not yet, but the other side of his chest was completely pierced. When he breathed, all the blood gushed out. Little Princess Vulture said. That's not important. He won't die yet. Yang Dingtian said. Little girl, other than protecting Yang Dingtian, I'll leave Qin Mingli's safety to you too. Do you understand? I know. You're so long-winded. The little girl said. Quickly kill this woman. Yang Dingtian, you're very impressive. In less than half a day, you actually made that bitch Madame Li so devoted to you that she actually tried to harm me. Qiu Ruhan reached out and touched the wound on his back. He sneered, Is your martial arts that powerful? The woman you've been with is willing to give up her life for you? You bitch. You're the one who uses your own heart to measure the heart of a loving mother. Yang Dingtian said coldly. All right, stop talking nonsense. No one can save you. Today, on this sea, I'm going to vent my anger on you. Why? Are you going to humiliate me? Qiu Ruhan sneered. Don't make it sound so disgusting. Yang Dingtian said, I'm just going to cut off your arms and legs, peel off your skin, break your bones, and then tear you into pieces. Just the three of you? Qiu Ruhan said disdainfully. Then she sneered, Do it! After saying that, Qiu Ruhan's beautiful eyes suddenly burst out with a terrifying red light. Her long hair soared to the sky, and her 5 claws grew rapidly. Like a devil, she suddenly pounced on the weakest of the 3, Zhu Hongxue. At the same time, the three people's sharp swords were like lightning as they rushed towards Qiu Ruhan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The three men's swords pierced into Qiu Ruhan's body and tore it apart. Bang! Suddenly, Qiu Ruhan's body was torn apart and dismembered. Ha! But then, Qiu Ruhan's laughter rang out a few hundred meters away. Her gorgeous figure appeared a few hundred meters away. The one who was dismembered just now was only Qiu Ruhan's illusion. Then Qiu Ruhan's delicate body kept disappearing, appearing, disappearing, and reappearing. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then dozens, and even hundreds of Qiu Ruhan appeared in the air around Yang Dingtian. Each one was exactly the same, and each one was vivid and lifelike. Ha ha! Qiu Ruhan laughed in the air and said, "I've already said that you want to kill me with just the three of you? You're dreaming." Not only one Qiu Ruhan was laughing, but hundreds of Qiu Ruhan were laughing. This scene was incomparably strange. Qiu Ruhan's phantom magic skill was too heaven-defying, too abnormal. Although this vicious woman was only a 3-star Grandmaster, she was much more powerful and strange than the 5-star Grandmaster Qiu Fengwu. In short, those who were really entangled with evil ways were all powerful and strange. Although this Qiu Ruhan was not as good as Wu Maji, it was still chilling. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then hundreds of Qiu Ruhan's illusions began to move and pounced on Yang Dingtian and the other two ferociously. Although they knew that these were all illusions, it was still very shocking. Moreover, if one of them was real, it would be very scary. Ha ha ha! Despicable and stupid Yang Dingtian, you want to kill me? Dream on, dream on! Qiu Ruhan's voice kept ringing in their ears. Countless illusions rushed over crazily. Yang Dingtian and the other two quickly slashed with their swords. However, every time it struck Qiu Ruhan's afterimage, it was just an illusion. These endless illusions really made the three of them run for their lives. Qiu Ruhan's laughter did not stop. It became more and more arrogant and full of mockery. Song Chenhua came to Yang Dingtian's side and whispered, "Sect Master, we can't go on like this. Her real body will get close to the vulture and take Qiu Qingyu and Qin Huayu away. She might even kill the vulture." "I know," Yang Dingtian said. "Actually, she has already sneaked over to the little girl. I'm trying to find her real body." That's right. While Yang Dingtian was killing the endless phantoms, he was also executing the million-spirit demon flame with countless resentful spirits to chase after Qiu Ruhan's figure. "Found her," Yang Dingtian whispered. Then he suddenly used his invisibility mystic skill and disappeared in the air. At this time, the endless illusions completely surrounded the three of them. Yang Dingtian hid in the isolated space and chased after Qiu Ruhan. Qiu Ruhan gradually got close to the little princess vulture. At this time, she was carrying two people. One was Qin Huayu and the other was Qiu Qingyu. She was also carrying Qin Mingli on her back. Although the little girl was full of vigilance and kept changing directions, she still did not notice Qiu Ruhan's approach. Qiu Ruhan, who had used her invisibility mystic skill, hid herself in a special robe. However, this was not a complete invisibility. Yang Dingtian's million-spirit demon fire could easily lock onto her. She looked at the little princess vulture and Qin Mingli. Qiu Ruhan's gaze became more and more vicious. Her beautiful face became more and more malevolent. She was getting closer and closer. Soon, she was less than 10 meters away from the vulture. "Qin Mingli, go to hell." "Little bitch, go to hell." Qiu Ruhan waved her sharp claws and was about to claw the little princess vulture and Qin Mingli into minced meat. At this time, Yang Dingtian suddenly appeared. Hiss! He suddenly slashed. Yang Dingtian directly pierced through Qiu Ruhan's chest. Qiu Ruhan was stunned at first. Then she felt an incomparable pain in her chest. Ah! Qiu Ruhan let out a shrill scream. Yang Dingtian suddenly pulled out his sword and aimed at Qiu Ruhan's 2 hands. He slashed down. Swoosh, swoosh! Qiu Ruhan's incomparably beautiful and vicious hands were chopped off and sent flying. Yang Dingtian twisted his sword and instantly crushed the 2 severed hands. Then, Yang Dingtian wrapped his arms around Qiu Ruhan's neck and sneered, "Madam Qin, tell me, how should I deal with you now?" Ah! Qiu Ruhan looked at her severed hands and let out a horrified scream. Looking at Yang Dingtian behind her in disbelief, Qiu Ruhan said sternly, "Yang Dingtian, I will definitely chop you into pieces. Chop you into pieces. I will definitely turn your wife, your mother-in-law, and all your women into the most lowly prostitutes. I will let them fall into hell." Qiu Ruhan did not finish her words, because of Yang Dingtian's sudden thrust. Swoosh! He directly pierced her mouth with his sword and twisted it. He directly twisted Qiu Ruhan's small tongue into pieces. Slash, slash, slash. Then Yang Dingtian raised his sword and stabbed madly. In an instant, countless swords pierced Qiu Ruhan's charming body. Suddenly, her charming body was completely mangled. Qiu Ruhan, who was brutally killed by Yang Dingtian, did not scream. Instead, she burst into laughter and sneered. Fresh blood gushed out from her mouth. However, she was still laughing. The whole scene was full of horror and magnificence. "Well, go to hell and laugh," Yang Dingtian said. Then he grabbed her hair, and with a slash of his sword, he was about to cut off Qiu Ruhan's head. "Spare her!" Suddenly, a thunderous voice came from afar. It was Qin Wanchou's voice. Although they were still dozens of miles away, Qin Wanchou's voice clearly resounded in Yang Dingtian's ears. Then a cyan figure, as swift as a meteor, instantly arrived not far in front of Yang Dingtian. "Yang Dingtian, spare her!" Qin Wanchou said loudly. At this moment, his handsome and heroic face was filled with endless worry and anger. "Yang Dingtian, you dare to hurt my wife like this. I wish I could tear you into pieces," Qin Wanchou said angrily. Then he said with a sobbing voice, "Ruhan, why didn't you wait for me? Why didn't you wait for me? Otherwise, why would you encounter such a disaster?" Yang Dingtian suddenly frowned. What kind of trick was this Qin Wanchou playing? The one who wanted to kill Qiu Ruhan the most was probably himself. He should have waited until he killed Qiu Ruhan before appearing. Why did he run out now? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that something was wrong. Then he looked down and found that Qiu Ruhan's body, which was riddled with holes, had stopped bleeding. Then, all the wounds were quickly healing and healing. Fuck! Yang Dingtian cursed angrily in his heart. It was not strange for Wu Maji to have evil spirit energy in her body. Why did Qiu Ruhan have it too? Evil spirit energy was so precious. How could it be Qiu Ruhan's turn? With this strange thing, Qiu Ruhan could not be killed. No wonder Qin Wanchou would appear at this time. Of course, Qin Ji also had evil spirit energy in her body. However, Qin Ji could be killed. The evil spirit energy in her body was not the real evil spirit energy at all. It was just an evil spirit contaminant. It could make Qin Ji strong quickly, but it could not make her immortal. Moreover, if this Qiu Ruhan had evil spirit energy, she should be incomparably strong in an instant. Yang Dingtian would not be her opponent at all, but looking at her cultivation, her progress seemed to be limited. Could it be that she had just obtained evil spirit energy? These thoughts disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Dingtian placed his sword on Qiu Ruhan's neck and said coldly, "Sect Master Qin, don't come over. Otherwise, your wife will lose her head. A beauty without a head will not look good. Yang Dingtian, let go of my wife and I will let you leave," Qin Wanchou said coldly. "It's not that easy." Yang Dingtian said, "I want to exchange Madam Qin for 2 people." "Who?" Qin Wanchou asked. "Ning Rou, and her daughter, little Ning Ning," Yang Dingtian said. Sure. They are locked in Li Shui Castle. You can go and save them now, Qin Wanchou said. Okay, then let Madame Qin accompany us. After 1,000 miles, I will let her go, Yang Dingtian said. No. Qin Wanchou said, what if you break the contract? What if you kill my beloved wife? What will I do? You have to let her go now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yang Dingtian swung his sword twice and directly cut off Qiu Ruhan's hands that had just grown out a little, cutting them off at the wrists. Yang Dingtian, I will tear you into pieces. Qin Wanchou roared angrily. Sect Master Qin, you have no choice. Yang Dingtian said. Then he suddenly slammed his palm and directly knocked out Qiu Ruhan. He said to everyone, brothers, let's go. Then Zhu Hongxue, Song Chunhua, Vulture, and the others quickly flew east with Qin Huayu. Sect Master Qin, I'll leave Madame Li and Qiu Qingyu to you. There's no need to thank me. Then Yang Dingtian and the others quickly flew away. As for Qin Wanchou, he let out an incomparably furious voice in the air. The wind from his palms struck the sea surface crazily, setting off monstrous waves. However, it seemed that he was worried about his wife's safety and didn't dare to catch up. Yang Dingtian and the others, holding Qiu Ruhan hostage, quickly flew more than 1,000 miles away. At this time, Qiu Ruhan had already woken up. Yang Dingtian asked, can you tell me why you are qualified to possess the evil spirit energy? Qiu Ruhan's body had already recovered. Only her hands were cut off by Yang Dingtian again. After hearing Yang Dingtian's answer, she giggled and said, I felt danger, so I sent myself to Ning Wuming to sleep with. You know, the term beautiful mother-in-law is still very attractive. My body was exchanged for the evil spirit energy in exchange for an immortal body. No wonder, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, your show with Qin Wanchou is over. Let me go, Qiu Ruhan said. I'm sorry, I just happen to lack a specimen to study evil spirits. Follow me to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Suddenly, Qiu Ruhan's expression changed drastically. Chapter 451. Qiu Ruhan sneered. Yang Dingtian, aren't you afraid that I will become a scourge if you bring me back to Cloud Heaven City? Don't worry. I will imprison you in the depths of the dungeon. You won't be able to harm anyone, Yang Dingtian said. Do you think there is anything that can imprison me? Qiu Ruhan sneered. You will know when we arrive. Yang Dingtian sneered. He was obviously talking about the dungeon that imprisoned Yaorao. If it could imprison such a powerful Yaorao, let alone a mere Qiu Ruhan. Along the way, Yang Dingtian's group of 4 carried a captive and an injured person as they flew east on their flying mounts. However, Yang Dingtian didn't fly in a straight line. Instead, he flew north and south. Sometimes he would run along the coastline. Even though he had an agreement with Qin Wanchou, Qin Chichi's side might come out to take revenge after such a huge incident. Even though they were all in Qin Wanchou's territory, Yang Dingtian still had to be careful. However, perhaps because Autumn Water Island was more important and they were in a race against time with Qin Wanchou, Yang Dingtian didn't encounter any Evil Ways experts along the way. Just like that, they infiltrated the northwest Qin city's territory for more than 2,000 miles. The Li Shui manor that imprisoned Ning Rou and her daughter was not far ahead. The Li Shui manor was a secret manor in the northwest Qin city. Or rather, it couldn't be considered a secret. It was considered a summer retreat in the northwest Qin city. Even though the northwest continent's land was considered fertile, there were very few forests. And the Li Shui Plateau was one of the few large forests in the northwest continent. Here it was lush and verdant, with thousands of years-old trees everywhere. The scenery was very beautiful. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't know why it was named the Li Shui Manor. After entering the Li Shui Plateau, Yang Dingtian and the others seemed to have entered another world. This place was filled with peace and tranquility. There was a dense forest everywhere, as well as countless wild creatures of all kinds. However, there wasn't even a single demonic beast. "This place doesn't look like the Northwest continent," Song Chunhua said. "Yeah. Yang Dingtian, it's like a whole new world. No wonder Qin, Wancho sealed off this area. Other than the core members of Qin City, no one can enter." Following that, Yang Dingtian discovered that there was actually a thick layer of snow on the mountain peak, not far away. It could be said that in the entire Northwest continent, including the northern lands, it was very difficult to see snow. The winter here was also very cold, and it would snow. However, because it was a fire-type continent, it was very difficult for snow to accumulate. Not long after it landed on the ground, it would melt. It was rare for there to be snow in this place. The Lee Water Villa was in the deepest part of the valley. Soon, Yang Dingtian saw the Lee Water Manor. The so-called Lee Water Villa was not big at all. It only had a few wooden houses. Moreover, these houses were all built on the mirror-like surface of the water. In the depths of the valley, there was a lake that was about 100 mu in size. The water here was extremely clear and clean. At the end of the lake, there were a few exquisite and simple wooden houses. This wooden house was the legendary Li Shui Villa. However, this place was clearly water. Why was it called Li Water Villa? Qin Wancho really knew how to enjoy life. This was indeed a true summer resort, like a fairyland. Breathing the air here made one feel relaxed and happy. However, Qin Wancho was a grandmaster-level powerhouse. He was not afraid of the heat at all. What was there to avoid the heat? Yang Dingtian gently floated on the water. Ning Ro and her daughter passed by in the wooden house in front. With a light tap of his foot, Yang Dingtian's body directly floated over and quickly approached the wooden house. Immediately, an incomparably stunning scene happened. Yang Dingtian's toes tapped on the water surface. Immediately, ripples appeared on the water surface, rippling out layer by layer. It was too beautiful to behold. Then the entire lake's surface actually froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was frozen. Yang Dingtian was worried that there was some danger, and immediately flew up. However, there was no danger. Immediately after, the lake surface began to quickly thaw and gradually regained its crystal clear surface. Yang Dingtian blew at the water surface. Immediately, a ripple appeared on the surface of the lake. Then, an amazing scene happened again. The entire lake's surface froze again. It was really too strange. He really didn't know what mysteries this lake had. With a slight movement, it actually froze into ice. After it calmed down, it melted back into water. However, now was not the time to explore the secret. Saving Ning Ro and her daughter was the most important thing. Yang Dingtian quickly flew to the front of the wooden house. He circulated all the qi in his body and prepared for battle. Then he directly opened a door. There were no surprises. Ning Ro and her daughter were inside. At this moment, the beautiful and gentle Ning Ro was sewing clothes in the house. Little Ning Ning was holding a small sword and practicing martial arts. Seeing Yang Dingtian suddenly appear, Ning Ro was shocked. Then the needle pierced her finger, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly. When little Ning Ning discovered Yang Dingtian, she first jumped in front of her mother with her sword. Then she widened her eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian warily. "Who are you?" Yang Dingtian hadn't seen this little girl for more than 2 years. At this time, she was already half a head taller than before. She had grown into a little girl. She had lost some of her baby fat, but her eyes were bigger, and her small face was more delicate. She looked like a little beauty that was carved out of jade. Ning Ro looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. She covered her mouth, and tears poured out. "Sister Ro, I'm here to save you," Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Ning Ro pounced over and hugged Yang Dingtian tightly. "Little brother, Master is no longer here. Master has been harmed." Then Ro hugged Yang Dingtian and cried loudly. At this moment, little Ning Ning's eyes widened, and she said in surprise, "Your uncle!" "Uncle, uncle!" The little girl threw away her sword and quickly pounced on him. Ning Ro, quickly let go of Yang Dingtian and made way for her daughter. Like a little kangaroo, the little girl hugged Yang Dingtian's neck and hung on him. She said loudly, "Uncle, uncle, why are you only here now? Ning Ning missed you so much." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He had only met this little girl once, and it was on the ship returning to the northwest continent. Moreover, the little girl was only 5 years old at that time, so she shouldn't have any memories. Ning Ro said from the side, "It's mainly because she's not happy in Qin City." Then, I told her every day that she would be happy when we went to Uncle's place. Then, she missed Uncle every day. Actually, she doesn't remember you very much. She only knows that you will dote on her and protect her. Yang Dingtian held little Ning Ning in his hand and let her hang on him like a teddy bear. He said with a smile, "Uncle will bring you home now. There's a little brother who's only 1 year old at home. Can you help Uncle play with him?" "Sure, sure." Little Ning Ning clapped and said, "I originally wanted Mommy and Uncle to quickly give birth to a little brother for me to play with. Now there's no need for that. I have a little brother for me to play with." Yang Dingtian was stunned while Ning Ro blushed. At this moment, Song Chuanhua's voice came from outside. "Sect Master, is everything all right?" "Don't worry, everything is fine," Yang Dingtian said. "Is there anyone else?" Ning Ro asked. "Yes, they're all my sworn brothers and sisters." Yang Dingtian said, "There's also Qin Huayu." Upon hearing Qin Huayu's name, Ning Ro, his expression became complicated and awkward. "Ah, he's here too." Little Ning Ning pouted and said, "Uncle, I don't like him. Can you let him go?" Yang Dingtian pinched her little face and then said to Ning Ro, Sister Ro, Qin Huayu and I have become brothers who share life and death together. In order to stand with me, he almost completely broke off with the northwest Qin City." "Yes," Ning Ro said, "don't worry, little brother. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll listen to everything you say. If you want me to marry him, I'll marry him." "No, that's not what I meant." Yang Dingtian said, "Everything will still be according to your wishes. Also, I've already chosen another marriage for him. Sigh, we'll talk about these things in the future." Yang Dingtian suddenly had a headache. He really didn't know how to deal with the relationship between Qin Huayu, Song Chanhua, and Ning Ro. Ning Ro pursed her lips and smiled. "Is that so? You can even manage his marriage now?" Yang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly and didn't talk about this topic anymore. He said, "Sister Ro, why are you here?" Ning Ro's eyes reddened as she said, "Originally, I was living well in the northwest Qin City. Although I didn't marry Qin Huayu, everyone treated me as the young madam of the Qin City. But suddenly everything changed one day. A lot of bad news kept coming. At first, someone said that you caused the death of Fairy Dongfang Bingling. Then, someone said that Qin Huayu colluded with you and planned to murder Qin Wanchou to obtain the Qin City. Then, Qiu Ruhan brought people and directly captured me and sent me to the dungeon of the Qin City. She dared to do that." Yang Dingtian frowned. Hearing this name, little Ning Ning's body immediately shrank, and her face revealed infinite fear. Ning Ro said, "I was in the dungeon, and the bad news kept coming, until the worst news came. Master was killed, and the Sky Phoenix Pavilion was destroyed. Then the Tiando League betrayed you and wanted to form an army to suppress Cloud Sky City. Then, one day, Duan Rian came to the dungeon where I was imprisoned. She wanted to offer me to someone in the evil ways." Yang Dingtian was furious. "Offer you to Ning Wuming?" "No, not him. It was another person, an even more mysterious person." Ning Ro said, "I wouldn't submit even if I died." Then, in front of me, at this point, little Ning Ning began to tremble and turn cold. Yang Dingtian hurriedly hugged little Ningning tightly. Ning Ro went forward and covered little Ningning's ears. She continued to talk to Yang Dingtian. If I didn't agree, she would strangle little Ningning to death in front of me. Yang Dingtian was furious. At this moment, he wished he could go out and tear this vicious woman into pieces. Then, City Lord Qin rushed in and had a big fight with Qiu Ruhan. Then he snatched little Ningning and me away. Ning Ro said. Then he sent his confidant to take us away overnight. Over the next few months, we continued to hide. Every time we stayed in a place for less than 3 days, we would immediately switch places. 3 days ago, his confidant brought us here. He said that it was safer here and that we could hide here for the rest of the time. Instantly, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel grateful to Qin Wanchou. Even though he chose to side with the evil ways, he still lost his humanity. However, he did not lose his humanity in the end. He chose to fall out with Qiu Ruhan and saved Ning Ro, little Ningning, his biological granddaughter. The reason why he asked Yang Dingtian to take Ning Ro away was probably because it was difficult to protect them, especially when Yang Dingtian wiped out the Autumn Water Sword sect and captured Qiu Ruhan. Qin Chichi's forces would crazily and cruelly take revenge. Ning Ro and little Ningning would definitely become the target of revenge. The reason why I can come here to save you is also because of City Lord Qin. Yang Dingtian said, "All right, let's go home first." Then Yang Dingtian carried little Ningning out of the wooden house and flew towards the shore of the lake. Ning Ro's cultivation was a 9-star martial ancestor, and she couldn't fly yet. Yang Dingtian gently held her wrist, and the 3 of them floated in the air. Seeing the severely injured Qin Huayu, Ning Ro's hand trembled slightly. He's injured. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. This foolish person couldn't bear to do anything to Qiu Ruhan. In the end, he was harmed by her and almost lost his life. Is it serious? Ning Ro asked. His life is fine, Yang Dingtian said. Daddy. Seeing Qin Huayu's pale face and unconscious, little Ningning still cried and ran towards Qin Huayu even though she said that she didn't like him. However, she soon saw Qiu Ruhan. This woman was like a nightmare to her. Instantly, little Ningning's face was filled with infinite fear. She stood on the spot and trembled, not daring to move at all. Yang Dingtian directly went forward and pinched Qiu Ruhan's chin. Slap, 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 slap. Dozens of slaps were given consecutively. Sister Ro, cover little Ningning's eyes, Yang Dingtian said. Ning Ro hurriedly did as she was told. Yang Dingtian drew his sword and aimed at Qiu Ruhan's entire body. He pulled out his sword and stabbed wildly. In an instant, he stabbed more than 100 times and then slashed more than 100 times. Qiu Ruhan wouldn't die, but the pain was exactly the same. Her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. She was in so much pain that her face was almost distorted. Her eyes were bleeding, but she still didn't let out a single scream. She only stared coldly and fiercely at Yang Dingtian. After venting his anger, Yang Dingtian swung his sword a few times. Immediately, Qiu Ruhan's hair was shaved clean, leaving behind a bald head. Venomous woman, remember this. When we reach Cloud Sky City, you will be tortured like this once a day. At that time, you will have a taste of what it feels like to beg for death, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Then, under Qiu Ruhan's painful and hateful gaze, the wounds on Qiu Ruhan's body healed bit by bit, and her hair grew back quickly. What a strange evil spirit energy! What a terrifying evil spirit energy! At this moment, Yang Dingtian had already used medicine and cultivation techniques to lock Qiu Ruhan's Sea of Qi and Mystic Meridians. But the strange thing was that the evil spirit energy was always able to quickly break through the lock and swallow the medicine. Therefore, Qiu Ruhan was always able to recover quickly. Yang Dingtian and the others had no choice but to lock her mystic meridians every once in a while and feed her a handful of poison. Darling, go. Row. Pointed at Qin Huaiyu and said to little Ningning. Little Ningning timidly walked in front of Qin Huaiyu and reached out her small hand, gently stroking Qin Huayu's pale and bloodless face. Daddy. Little Ningning said softly. Qin Huayu's body trembled slightly, and he actually opened his eyes slightly. Because his injuries were too severe, he had been unconscious for the past few hours. At this moment, little Ningning's cry actually woke him up. Then Qin Huaiyu revealed an expression of disbelief and surprise as he looked at little Ningning in a daze. Little Ningning's tears surged out. Darling, don't cry. Daddy is fine. Qin Huaiyu smiled weakly. When Daddy sees Darling, everything will be fine. Then Qin Huaiyu looked guiltily at Yang Dingtian and said with trembling lips, Sect Master, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Your mistake must be investigated, Yang Dingtian said coldly. When we return to Cloud Sky City, your mistake must be investigated. Yes, Qin Huaiyu said. All right, let's go home, Yang Dingtian said. Then everyone mounted their flying mounts. Ning Ro, flew with Song Chanhua. She originally wanted to bring little Ningning along, but little Ningning insisted on following Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Yang Dingtian brought her on a flying mount. Even if Yang Dingtian had Qiu Ruhan behind him, she was not afraid. Yang Dingtian and the others rode on their flying mounts for thousands of kilometers. In front of them was the town by the abyss. The long drawbridge was right in front. At the Abyss Castle, Cloud Sky City's army was already stationed there. The entire border had been completely sealed off. After crossing the drawbridge, Yang Dingtian returned to his territory. The 10,000-mile extermination mission this time finally came to a successful conclusion. Although Qin Huaiyu was severely injured, Yang Dingtian's group still managed to return to Cloud Heaven City without any mishap. They had successfully exterminated the Autumn Water Sword sect and smeared a thick layer of blood on Yang Dingtian's declaration. It would not be long before the news of the Autumn Water Sword sect's extermination spread throughout the world. At that time, no one could underestimate the prestige of Yang Dingtian's declaration. At least before the battle with Qin Chichi, the world's forces would remain neutral and would not all join the evil ways. Yang Dingtian turned and said to everyone, Everyone will be home soon. Next, we can have a good sleep and have a good meal. Everyone immediately cheered. At this time, the Abyss Castle in the distance had already discovered Yang Dingtian and the others' flying mounts. Immediately, dozens of mounts flew out of the castle and rushed toward Yang Dingtian. Soon, these Cloud Sky City's flying mounts discovered Yang Dingtian and were immediately overjoyed. The city lord has returned in triumph. The city lord has returned in triumph. Then dozens of flying mounts knelt down and shouted, Welcome, city lord! At the same time, thousands of mounts rushed out of the Abyss Castle in the distance. With Jiao Liao as the leader, they came to welcome Yang Dingtian. Just as everyone was cheering and jumping for joy, suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt his vision blur. Then, a figure appeared in the middle of the bridge, out of thin air. Suddenly, the world was completely silent. His aura alone suppressed the surrounding dozens of kilometers. He was just one person, but he was like a mountain standing tall and deep. He was like a giant shadow that covered the sky and covered the sun. Zhu Hongxue, who was on his flying mount, suddenly trembled and revealed a reverence that he had never had before. He had not seen this figure for a long time. This figure was really unforgettable for Yang Dingtian. It had been 3 years, almost 3 years. That day, Yang Dingtian did not see clearly. However, this figure was incomparably clear in his mind. It was him who used the soul-devouring qi to kill Yang Dingtian's most respected and beloved elder, Shimenwia. When Shimenwia was about to become number 1 in the world, he died prematurely. As for Zhu Hongxue, Yang Dingtian could forgive him, because Zhu Hongxue had once hurt him. Moreover, Zhu Hongxue had a proud and conceited heart, but also a pure and innocent heart. As for Zhu Qingzhu, it was a bone-piercing hatred, an eternal hatred, a hatred that would not rest until one of them was dead. Yang Dingtian had mentally prepared himself for the meeting with Zhu Qingzhu, but definitely not now. He did not expect Zhu Qingzhu to appear in front of him so suddenly and in advance. It was obvious that the thousands of cavalrymen led by Jiao Liao had sensed danger and immediately rushed over. "Stop!" Yang Dingtian ordered loudly. At this moment, Zhu Qingzhu waved his hand lightly. Instantly, the thousands of cavalrymen behind him were thrown off their horses as if they had crashed into an air wall. "City, Lord Yang Dingtian, come down and have a talk," Zhu Qingzhu said lightly. "Deference is no substitute for obedience." Yang Dingtian handed Xiao Ningning to Rou, and Qiu Ruhan to Song Chanhua. Then he slowly landed on the suspension bridge and stood 10 meters in front of Zhu Qingzhu. Chapter 452. Zhu Hongxue, come down as well. Zhu Qingzhu said to Zhu Hongxue in the air. The proud and conceited Zhu Hongxue's face turned pale as he fell from the sky. Yang Dingtian could clearly sense Zhu Hongxue's fear. His arrogance and conceit had completely disappeared in front of Zhu Qingzhu. Yang Dingtian's heart sank. Unexpectedly, the little princess Vulture shouted from the sky, "Zhu Hongxue, third brother, don't be afraid." Then the little girl said to Zhu Qingzhu, "Old man, don't be so arrogant. Otherwise, I'll ask my great-grandfather to teach you a lesson." All this time, the little girl had only been causing trouble. Today, she had done the right thing. At least, she could destroy Zhu Qingzhu's imposing aura. Zhu Qingzhu ignored the little girl's yelling and looked at Yang Dingtian. "Shimenwuya, I was the one who killed him, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "One day, you will definitely kill me to avenge Shimenwuya, right?" Zhu Qingzhu said, "Of course, whether you have the ability to do so is another matter. However, in your heart, you definitely want to kill me, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded again. "Then, what will Zhu Hongxue do then?" Zhu Qingzhu said, "Zhu Hongxue, tell me, will you help your sworn brother kill your biological father, turn against your brother, or stand aside and watch the show?" Zhu Hongxue's expression changed drastically when he heard this. All this time, Zhu Hongxue had been avoiding this question. In fact, Yang Dingtian had also been avoiding this question, because if he faced this question directly, it would be impossible for him to be sworn brothers. Zhu Hongxue had to make a choice. However, with his personality, it was very difficult for him to make a choice. Zhu Qingzhu directly pointed out this point. Zhu Qingzhu looked at Yang Dingtian. "Yang Dingtian, continue your clown-like performance. However, I'm taking Zhu Hongxue with me." With that, Zhu Qingzhu was about to leave. He had no doubt that Zhu Hongxue would follow him. He knew his son too well. To Zhu Hongxue, Zhu Qingzhu was like his sky. "Wait," Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Qingzhu immediately turned his head around. In an instant, the air turned bone-chilling cold. The surrounding air instantly froze. The soaring, killing intent was like the pressure of the heavens covering the sky and the earth, densely covering the surrounding dozens of miles. In an instant, the flying mounts in the air fell one after another. Behind him, the cavalry and war horses were kneeling on the ground, trembling. This was just Zhu Qingzhu turning his head. He didn't do anything else. He didn't make a single sound. He didn't even look at them. Just a turn of his head was enough to suppress the heavens and earth. This was Zhu Qingzhu, the #1 player in the Taekwondo League. Of course, this #1 expert had already betrayed them. "What? Yang Dingtian, are you going to stop Zhu Hongxue from leaving?" Zhu Qingzhu said coldly, "Although you can't die apart from you, everyone else can." I didn't kill the ants around you because I was worried that some of them wouldn't have enough fun in a few weeks. But since you've angered me, I don't mind stomping all of them to death. Yang Dingtian turned around and looked at Zhu Hongxue. It's up to you whether you want to stay or leave. Zhu Hongxue, don't disappoint me. I have a crush on you, little Princess Vulture said loudly. Zhu Hongxue looked at Yang Dingtian. After a long silence, he asked, "Before I make my decision, can you answer a few questions for me?" "Okay," Yang Dingtian said. "Will you seek revenge on my father because of Shimenwia?" Zhu Hongxue asked. "Yes," Yang Dingtian said, "but I won't seek revenge on him for the sake of the battle between the righteous and the evil. If one day your cultivation surpasses my father's and you defeat him, will you kill him?" Zhu Hongxue asked. "If he has committed heinous crimes, then he will definitely die," Yang Dingtian said. "If he hasn't committed heinous crimes, then your righteous deeds will wash away his sins. At that time, everyone will have a scale in their hearts, whether he deserves to die or not. Everyone will know in their hearts, including you." At this moment, Zhu Qingzhu's eyes were filled with disdain. He sneered and said helplessly, "Yang Dingtian, are you talking about a play? It's so funny that I can't bear to listen to it. Your childishness is far beyond my imagination." Zhu Hongxue continued to ask, "What's the use of me staying here? Is it really like what the spirit vulture said, that I'm actually completely useless? I'm just a memorial tablet that you're using to boost your reputation." "Yes, at least for the time being," Yang Dingtian said straightforwardly. "So far, with your personality, it's very difficult for you to hold your own." Zhu Hongxue's face turned pale again, and his expression became extremely ugly. "Then you became sworn brothers with me because of my identity. Do you want to use my identity as the young master of the Black Heaven sect?" Zhu Hongxue asked. "No, I became sworn brothers with you because of your pride, conceit, and your purity," Yang Dingtian said. "Of course, your identity is undeniably an important part of it, but first of all, it's your character and talent." Zhu Hongxue's expression became even uglier. "Then, what's the use of me staying here? What's the point?" Zhu Hongxue was already on the verge of collapse in front of Zhu Qingzhu. He could not resist Zhu Qingzhu's will at all. The fact that he asked this question showed that his willpower was wavering. Yang Dingtian was furious at his failure to fight back. "What's the point? What's the use? You can't let me tell you. You have to find it yourself." Yang Dingtian said coldly, "If I have to give you an answer, then the biggest reason for you to stay is to grow, mature, and become stronger. From today onwards, from now on, you have to make this choice." Then, Yang Dingtian's eyes burned with anger. "All this time, we've been tolerating you and carefully protecting your self-esteem. But I'm telling you now, if you can't even figure out the purpose and meaning of your stay, then you should leave. If you can't even figure this out, then you're only fit to live in swaddling clothes and never be weaned off milk." Zhu Hongxue's body trembled, and his face turned even paler. Yang Dingtian continued, "Furthermore, I can tell you bluntly that in order to take care of your fragile heart, many of the things I told you about Bingling are false. I lied. Bingling has never mentioned you. Do you think she'll care about a man who hasn't been weaned off milk and is still living in swaddling clothes? What hope would she have for such a man?" Yang Dingtian jumped onto his flying mount and said to Zhu Hongxue, "If you want to leave, then leave. If you want to stay, then stay. Don't be so wishy-washy and ask so many questions." Princess Vulture and Song Chuanhua's expressions changed when they heard this. "All right, his act is over. Come with me," Zhu Qingzhu said calmly. Zhu Hongxue's eyes were unfocused, and his handsome face was trembling slightly. Then the light in his eyes began to gather, and he slowly looked up at Zhu Qingzhu, then said softly, "I'm sorry, father. I can't go with you. I want to stay." Then Zhu Hongxue turned around and walked towards Yang Dingtian and the others. Zhu Qingzhu's expression changed drastically, and he revealed a look of disbelief. This was his son, the son who had never dared to disobey him, the son who was incomparably arrogant and conceited outside, but always lived in his shadow. He had actually rejected him. He had actually disobeyed his will. Between Yang Dingtian and his father, he had actually chosen Yang Dingtian, an outsider. Zhu Hongxue, think carefully. Once you take this step, there's no turning back, Zhu Qingzhu said coldly. If you take this step, I will expel you from the Black Heaven sect and remove you from your position as the Black Heaven sect's young master. I will give this position to your younger brother, Zhu Hongyu. You should know that the two of you are like fire and water. If you take this step, I will give everything you have to him. Without your identity as the Black Heaven sect's young master and the Black Heaven sect's astronomical resources to nurture you, you might be nothing. Instantly, Zhu Hongxue's body trembled slightly. Then he said softly, when I'm nothing and have no identity, I might be able to find myself again. Then he leaped into the air and landed on his flying mount, then said to Yang Dingtian, let's go. Yang Dingtian looked at him and said, not only do you have to find yourself again, you have to surpass yourself, surpass Zhu Qingzhu. The Black Heaven sect is yours, and it will always be yours. You have to fight for everything with your own strength and not be bestowed by others, even if that person is your father. Then Yang Dingtian urged his flying mount to fly towards Cloud Sky City. He turned to look at Zhu Qingzhu and said, Sect Master Zhu, you have to understand something. Zhu Hongxue didn't choose me. He chose the righteous path. The righteous path and justice may sound illusory, but they will always exist in everyone's heart. Not everyone's heart is dead. No matter how strong one's power is, one can't bury the righteous path and the human heart. Goodbye. Then, Yang Dingtian and the others were about to leave. Zhu Qingzhu slowly closed his eyes and said calmly, all right, I hope that after 10 days, Ning Wuming and Qin Chi-Chi's cruelty will be able to wake you up. Zhu Hongxue, go. I'll pretend that I don't have a son like you. Zhu Hongxue turned a deaf ear and continued flying towards Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian, you and Qiu Ruhan stay, Zhu Hongxue said calmly. Zhu Hongxue said indifferently, otherwise I will kill everyone except you and Zhu Hongxue. Yang Dingtian's body trembled. Hurry up. I'm very angry, so I don't have much patience, Zhu Qingzhu said. It's nothing to kill these ants around you. What I'm worried about is killing them. You, Yang Dingtian, are too weak. After 10 days, the battle with Qin Chi-Chi and Ning Wuming won't be good. The big shots above won't have enough fun. It won't be good if I spoil their fun. Instantly, Yang Dingtian, Zhu Hongxue, and Song Chanhua looked at each other. Their hearts were filled with endless humiliation. Then, Yang Dingtian and the others realized that they couldn't move at all. Everyone was locked in the air and couldn't move at all. Then, Zhu Qingzhu opened his palm. Instantly, Qiu Ruhan's body was sucked over. Zhu Qingzhu lifted Qiu Ruhan's body and looked at Yang Dingtian. A person has to rely on the enemy's teasing to survive. How humiliating is that? How dare you talk big here? How ridiculous. Whoosh! Then, Zhu Qingzhu disappeared from where he stood, instantly vanishing without a trace. He carried Qiu Ruhan and disappeared without a trace. Then, Yang Dingtian and the others regained their ability to move. Everyone's faces were filled with humiliation, hatred, and disappointment. In front of Zhu Qingzhu's absolute strength, they began to feel depressed. They felt completely dejected. Yang Dingtian looked at everyone and said, You're depressed already? You're disappointed already? Shouldn't we have been mentally prepared for this reality a long time ago? We already knew that no one was optimistic about us. Everyone thought that we would lose. Not only would we lose, but we wouldn't be able to fight back at all. What should we use to return the disdainful looks of others? Fight, fight, fight. Kill, kill, kill. Just like today, we said that we would destroy the Autumn Water Sword sect. Everyone thought it was ridiculous, but we did it. Today, we destroyed the Autumn Water Sword sect. Who can prove that we won't completely defeat Qin Chi Chi and Ning Wuming next? If we can defeat Qin Chi Chi and Ning Wuming next, who can prove that we won't defeat Zhu Qingzhu, Li Ming, and even the Demon King Wen Tian in the future? My enemy is very ridiculous. He wants to toy with me, tease me, and not kill me directly. Then I'll tell him to kill me quickly while he can still kill me. Otherwise, he will be the one to die. Everyone, remember this moment in your hearts. One day, when you are in front of your enemy's grave, you can return this sentence to them. In the next battle, not only must we win, but we must win thoroughly. No matter how many people they have, whether it's 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, or even 500,000. We have to kill them all. We have to kill every last one of them. Return to Cloud Sky City. Prepare for war. Then, Yang Dingtian and the others quickly flew towards Cloud Sky City. After returning to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian spread the news of the destruction of the Autumn Water Sword sect throughout Cloud Sky City. Immediately, Cloud Sky City was in an uproar. The originally high morale was like adding oil to the fire. At night, in the main hall of Cloud Sky City, Qin Huaiyu, who had yet to recover from his serious injuries, reflected on himself in front of all the higher-ups. After his injuries healed, he would be punished with 100 lashes in front of thousands of people. After Ning Ro, and little Ningning arrived at Cloud Sky City, they quickly moved into Shima Ningning's remote valley and lived together with Dugu Aoshuang and the baby. At night, after a small banquet, Yang Dingtian had a rare moment of leisure. He accompanied Yan Yan and Jiao Jiao in the valley. Then he watched as little Ningning doted on the baby until he cried. This girl really wanted to express her love and care for the baby, so she tried her best to get close to him and play with him, pulling herself to the level of a 1-year-old. However, the baby didn't appreciate it. When he played, he liked to play alone. After little Ningning joined in, he couldn't play well himself. At his wits' end, the baby cried loudly. Then little Ningning also cried, saying that her little brother didn't like her. Then Yang Dingtian told her a solution. Little Ningning did as she was told. She began to play by herself in a corner, pretending to be very happy. As expected, the baby was attracted and forgot about his previous disagreement. He first stood at the side and acted cute. When he didn't feel any obvious rejection, he shamelessly joined in. Then a big baby and a small baby played together happily. Yang Dingtian's son, "Husband, can't you stay for one more day?" "Sister Ro, just came," Yan Yan said gently. "We're going to the Vulture Palace tomorrow. Do you have to be in such a hurry? Time is tight. We have to leave tomorrow. Reviving Master is the most important thing. If we can't revive Master, we'll definitely lose this battle," Yang Dingtian said. "Okay," Yan Yan replied reluctantly. Then bring a few more people. Bring Zhu Hongxiue and Sister Chanhua too. Zhu Hongxiue has a high status and Sister Chanhua has a high cultivation level. This way you'll be safer." "No, Cloud Sky City needs them more," Yang Dingtian said. "I'll only bring Vulture alone." "Okay," Yan Yan said. Then accompany us tonight." "Okay." At this moment, Mu Liani came in and said, "Young Master, Qin Huaiyu wishes to see you." Yang Dingtian frowned. Why did Qin Huaiyu come to see him instead of recuperating at this time? Outside the valley, after seeing Yang Dingtian, Qin Huaiyu hesitated for a moment, opened his mouth, and said, "Sect Master, I want to cancel my engagement with Song Lihua." Yang Dingtian's brows furrowed, and his face instantly turned extremely ugly. Chapter 453. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was wearing a mask that he had never worn before, turning into a boorish warrior. Yang Dingtian had placed all the items needed to revive his master, including the demon's spirit heart and Lun Qingqian's corpse, in his space ring. On the other hand, the little girl had many treasures that needed to be placed in a box and carried by Yang Dingtian. After the little girl's vulture disguise, she looked as if she had matured by nearly 10 years. This girl was doing the same old trick again. She put a thick layer of something on her chest. Thus, her devilish figure appeared again. In addition, she had done a lot of things to her face, making her look very charming. Of course, she didn't have the ability to do so. It was all done by Qin Mingli. Yesterday, when she returned to Cloud Sky City, she created a bunch of rumors about Yang Dingtian in front of Yan Yan and Qin Jiaojiao. She was afraid that Yang Dingtian would settle the score, so she ran directly to Black Blood Castle. In an instant, she asked Qin Mingli to disguise her and turn her into her current appearance. She was very proud of herself, but Yang Dingtian didn't even look at her. The sense of contradiction was too strong. The originally delicate and pure little girl was dressed in such an enchanting and charming appearance. It was really, this little girl obviously didn't have the talent of a vixen, but she still wanted to lean in that direction. When they left Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian and Qin Jiaojiao didn't ride on flying mounts. Instead, they rode on land. Of course, they chose the remote mountain roads to travel. Of course, he didn't have to be so nervous, because a few hundred miles outside of Cloud Sky City's territory had almost become an empty area. Firstly, in order to prepare for the war, Cloud Sky City's territory had completely fortified their defenses and cleared the wilderness. Everyone in the territory had been moved to the surroundings of Cloud Sky City. And to the south of Cloud Sky City's territory was the Sunset Mountain Range that stretched for thousands of miles, dividing the entire northwest mainland into two. When they arrived at the foot of the Sunset Mountain Range, Yang Dingtian and the little girl vulture gave up their mounts and flew tens of thousands of meters into the sky, preparing to cross the Sunset Mountain Range. Flying in an unfamiliar territory was a very dangerous thing to do. One would always be seen as an intruder. Therefore, Yang Dingtian and Vulture had to fly very high so that they wouldn't be discovered by the winged cavalry patrolling the Sunset Mountain Range. As expected, not long after they took off, two groups of flying mounts from the setting Sun Mountain Range passed by. Yang Dingtian and Li Wuo flew south. "Look," little Princess Vulture suddenly said. Yang Dingtian had already seen it. The gathering points of the setting Sun Mountain Range were now filled with flames. Yang Dingtian lowered his altitude slightly and saw that all of the setting Sun Mountain Range was being cut down and weapons and armor were being forged everywhere. There were also numerous barbarian warriors. There were at least 70 to 80,000 people in the Tempest Valley alone. There were cavalry and infantry. Cavalry, on the other hand, did not ride war horses. They rode the various ferocious beasts of the setting Sun Mountain Range. Not only in the Tempest Valley, but also thousands of miles of the setting Sun Mountain Range were filled with flames. Barbarian troops were training and equipping overnight. Yang Dingtian couldn't estimate how many there were, but it shouldn't be less than 200,000. Little Princess Vulture whispered. "Yang Dingtian, they can't be going to attack us, right?" "Of course." Yang Dingtian said, "The barbarians are the easiest army to bribe. They are also the cruelest and least afraid of death." "Then what should we do?" the little girl asked. "Nothing." Yang Dingtian said, "They are just cannon fodder." After flying over the setting Sun Mountain Range, Yang Dingtian flew toward the southeast. Along the way, he would pass by many forces. Further southeast was basically the sphere of influence of Iron Furnace City and the Divine Weapons Mountain Range. Although the Divine Weapons Mountain Range wasn't part of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches, it was the largest weapon forger in the Taiando League. Almost 80% of the standard weapons in the Taiando League were provided by the Divine Weapons Mountain Range. The territory and sphere of influence of the Divine Weapons Mountain Range was even larger than that of Cloud Sky City. It spanned more than 1,000 miles. Therefore, in the northwest continent, Northwest Chin City was first, and White Cloud City was second. As for the third force, it was hard to say. Some said it was Cloud Sky City, while others said it was the Divine Weapons Mountain Range. But in short, the Divine Weapons Mountain Range's status in the northwest continent was still very high. And this time, during the punitive expedition against Cloud Sky City and the meeting to punish Yang Dingtian, Lan Yanmei wantonly tried to rope in the Divine Weapons Mountain Range. However, the last news that Yang Dingtian received was that the Divine Weapons Mountain Range's attitude was still very ambiguous. Although they agreed with Lan Yanmei, they didn't say how many troops they would send to suppress Yang Dingtian. When Yang Dingtian flew to Iron Furnace City, it was almost dawn. Yang Dingtian landed in a remote mountain and went to the market. He bought 2 handsome mounts and continued to gallop in the southeast direction. As expected, compared to the big fuss in the Sunset Mountain Range, the Divine Weapons Mountain Range's territory was much quieter. There weren't any large-scale troops gathering or mobilizing. Just like what Yang Dingtian thought, the Divine Weapons Mountain Range hadn't made the final decision. Yang Dingtian and Lan Yanmei sped along the way. Every 150 miles, they would change to a handsome mount. In a short 12 hours, they had already reached the end of the northwest continent and arrived at the pier by the coast. The Vulture Palace was located in the 100,000 mountains in the southern part of Zhongzhou. It was almost the most remote force in the entire Taiyando League. It was also the most mysterious force after the Hidden Sect. It basically didn't interact with the outside world. Zhongzhou was more than 10,000 miles away from the northwest continent. Yang Dingtian didn't have enough mystic qi to rely solely on flying, and it was even more impossible to ride a flying mount. This was the territory of the Divine Weapons Mountain Range. Any flying mount that flew into the sky would immediately be attacked by the Divine Weapons Mountain Range. Therefore, Yang Dingtian and the Vulture had to use the most traditional way to cross the sea, which was by boat. Boats in the chaotic world had 2 types of power. The first was, of course, by sail. Even if the wind in the chaotic world was stronger, the sailing speed was basically 40 to 50 miles per hour. However, there was another type of power which came from the drainage crystal. With this power, the speed of a boat could be increased by more than 2 times. Therefore, ordinary small and medium-sized boats with the drainage crystal could reach a speed of more than 100 miles per hour. The Cloud Sky Pavilion, which had the world's most elite navy, and the Ning clan of the South Sea, had warships that could reach a speed of more than 200 miles per hour. It was almost faster than the modern powered warships on Earth. Therefore, Yang Dingtian chose to search for a ship with the drainage crystal. In less than 3 days, they could reach Zhongzhou. Of course, this kind of ship was generally not very big, so the price would be very expensive. Of course, to Yang Dingtian, money wasn't anything. When they arrived at the dock, it was obvious that the atmosphere was much more oppressive and tense. In fact, Yang Dingtian had already seen dozens of warships from unknown factions. Of course, Cloud Sky City was not surrounded by the sea, so it was impossible to attack from the sea. After several inspections by the forces of the Divine Weapons Villa, Yang Dingtian paid more than 10 gold coins as a bribe and boarded a fast boat to Zhongzhou. The whole boat was not big. In total, there were no more than 100 people on board. After entering the cabin, Yang Dingtian saw that they were all warriors. Of course, the status of these warriors was not very high. If they had a high status, they could have their own crystal boat. Moreover, because the boat did not have a large displacement, it basically did not provide a separate cabin. Everyone sat in a large cabin. Just as the boat was about to set sail, a charming voice suddenly sounded. "Boatman, please wait a moment." Then a young man tapped his foot and gently floated onto the boat. Wow! After he came in, everyone's eyes lit up with amazement and jealousy. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He saw another extremely handsome man, a handsome man who was not inferior to Zhu Hongxue. He was not as cold and arrogant as Zhu Hongxue, but he was born with a noble and otherworldly aura. He might look like he was bathing in the spring breeze, but in fact he was like he was in the clouds. He was very different from the people on the ground. He smiled at the crowd, then jumped to a seat and sat down. Even though he was sitting in the crowd, he gave off the feeling that he was all alone. He was above the clouds and did not fit in with everything around him. The people around him instinctively gave him space and didn't dare to get too close to him. They were afraid that they would blaspheme his aura. Who was this person? How could such an exceptional person appear in this world? However, Yang Dingtian recalled another scene. Back then he was returning from the southwest continent to the northwest. There was also a person who boarded the boat at the last moment. That person was also an extremely handsome man. Of course, that handsome man was a woman disguised as a man. Of course, Yang Dingtian was talking about the demonic woman, Dugu Fengwu. Ever since Yang Dingtian used the crystal tear to save Dugu Fengwu, this child's mother had completely disappeared from Yang Dingtian's sight. Whether it was Dugu Fengwu or third Lady Gongsun, the entire world had never heard of her name. It was as though she had completely disappeared from this world. Yang Dingtian sighed softly and turned his head. At this moment he saw that the little princess Vulture was still looking at that handsome man with an infatuated expression. That should be enough, Yang Dingtian said. The little lass reluctantly turned her gaze and said, "Wow, handsome but not superficial, proud but not conceited, otherworldly but amiable. This is the man that all women yearn for even in their dreams." Yang Dingtian frowned and said, "Even if you want to be infatuated, you should do it after the proper business. If you cause trouble now, I will not forgive you." "I know," the little princess Vulture said. Then she giggled and said, "I know that you are jealous. Jealous that others are more handsome than you, more cultured than you, and more elegant than you." Yang Dingtian ignored her and allowed her to talk crazily. At this moment, the owner of the boat came out from the cabin at the front and said, "Everyone is here. We will set off now. We will arrive at the central region in approximately 3.5 days." "Wow, a beauty!" The little princess Vulture pushed Yang Dingtian. "A top-grade beauty. Look." Yang Dingtian was stunned and forgot to berate Vulture, because the owner of this boat was actually Ling Wu. That's right, it was that female island owner, Ling Wu, who was wearing a red wedding dress and was chasing after him. Chapter 454. Why would Ling Wu appear here? Various images of Ling Wu involuntarily surfaced in Yang Dingtian's mind. Her shyness when Yang Dingtian used mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to save her. Also, when Yang Dingtian saved her father, Ling Zhong, she had boldly proposed marriage. At night, she boldly snuck into Yang Dingtian's room and climbed onto Yang Dingtian's bed to seek pleasure. Of course, the scene that left the deepest impression was still when she wore a red wedding dress and ran after Yang Dingtian in the muddy water, while shouting that she was already married to Yang Dingtian. She was Yang Dingtian's woman for the rest of her life. Yang Dingtian had already saved her father, Ling Zhong. Therefore, there shouldn't be any need for her to run around. However, operating this kind of crystal ship was much better than transporting goods. There was no need to worry too much about the island's attack. Compared to before, Ling Wu was slightly more plump. She was originally slim and fit. Now that she was slightly more plump, her figure appeared even more hot and moving. Therefore, after she walked out, the eyes of the man in the cabin clearly lit up. His gaze landed somewhat greedily on Ling Wu's curvaceous body. Ling Wu looked at everyone. When she passed by that extremely handsome man, her expression immediately became somewhat unnatural. She nodded her head slightly and immediately avoided his gaze. After that, she quickly swept her gaze across the remaining people present. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she couldn't help but be slightly startled. Yang Dingtian immediately lowered his gaze. After that, he changed his gaze to one that was slightly greedily like the rest of them as he swept his gaze across Ling Wu's hot and delicate body. Ling Wu's brows slightly creased. She appeared somewhat annoyed. After that, she turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, an incomparably pleasant voice suddenly resounded from the coastline. "Ship owner, please wait a moment." It was a woman's voice. This voice was extremely pleasant to the ears. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was vaguely familiar with this voice. Ling Wu said loudly, "I'm sorry. The ship has already set sail. We can't turn back." "It's all right," the woman on the dock said in a soft and hoarse voice. Then a wondrous fragrance instantly filled everyone's nostrils. Then a woman landed lightly on the ship like a butterfly and entered the cabin. Then all the men couldn't breathe, including Yang Dingtian. This was because the person who came in at this time was a peerless beauty that the entire world yearned for even in their dreams. She was the dream lover of all men in the world. Her every move, every frown, every smile, every movement, every expression was enough to drive any man crazy, enough to make any woman jealous and imitate her. Of course, this was not the reason why Yang Dingtian was trembling. The reason Yang Dingtian was trembling was because she was Third Lady Gongsun. That's right, Third Lady Gongsun. Dugu Fengwu had another identity, which was the 7 refined lanes Third Lady Gongsun. As soon as she walked in, the entire cabin instantly dimmed. It was as if all the light had gathered on her beautiful face. It was as if there were only 2 people left in the cabin. One was Third Lady Gongsun, and the other was that peerlessly handsome man. After a brief moment of silence, the entire cabin exploded. Everyone in the cabin, no matter if they were men or women, swarmed forward. "Lady Gongsun, Lady Gongsun, can you give me an autograph?" "Lady Gongsun, I'm not dreaming, right? Why are you here?" No matter if they were men or women, they were completely fanatical as they instantly rushed to the front of Third Lady Gongsun. However, they didn't dare to touch her. This fanaticism was even more intense than when fans on Earth saw a superstar. Everyone in the cabin gathered in front of Third Lady Gongsun except for 3 people. That peerlessly handsome man, Yang Dingtian and Ling Wu. That's right, the little lass vulture had also squeezed her way over. Furthermore, she was the first to do so. Even though she was extremely jealous, she worshipped this kind of woman who was glowing from head to toe the most. As for Ling Wu, her beautiful eyes were also filled with passion. However, she was a little reserved and felt embarrassed to squeeze her way over. After a while, Third Lady Gongsun finally finished greeting these fanatical admirers. "All right, everyone return to your seats. Don't disturb the ship owner's voyage," Third Lady Gongsun said. Immediately, everyone returned to their seats and sat down obediently, as though they had received an imperial edict. However, they were still extremely nervous as they looked at Third Lady Gongsun with incomparable excitement. Third Lady Gongsun bowed slightly to Ling Wu and said, "I'm sorry to disturb your operation." She was originally wearing a pink, water-sleeved dance dress. It was tight from her chest to her thighs, constricting her curves like a devil, especially her 2 beautiful legs. Due to her frequent sword dance, they appeared even more bouncy and attractive. The curve of this bow almost instantly pierced through one's spirit, making one unable to breathe. "It's my honor that Lady Gongsun can come to my ship." Ling Wu said, "I'll prepare a cabin for you. That cabin is mine. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for you. How can Third Lady steal the limelight? I'll just sit outside." Third Lady Gongsun said gently. Then her watery eyes looked around, as though she was looking for a seat. Immediately, everyone stood up in unison, wanting to give up their seats. Third Lady Gongsun's beautiful eyes fell on the empty seat beside Yang Dingtian. She said gently, "Big brother, can I sit beside you?" Immediately, countless jealous gazes looked at Yang Dingtian. "Lady Gongsun, please," Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, little Princess Vulture looked at Yang Dingtian with a puzzled gaze. Third Lady Gongsun leisurely walked to Yang Dingtian and sat down. Immediately, an enchanting fragrance rippled at the tip of Yang Dingtian's nose. It was rich and alluring, almost driving away all the miscellaneous smells in the cabin. In front of such a beauty, even if one didn't look, just knowing that she was beside him was enough to make one confused and bewitched. Even though she was sitting, Third Lady Gongsuen's posture was still incomparably enchanting. Her snake-like, slender waist was straight and upright. Even though she was sitting in the most languid posture, Third Lady Gongsun was still meticulously serious. Just like what Qin had said, some women were born to be beautiful. The ship continued to move forward. Apart from choosing to sit beside Yang Dingtian at the start, Third Lady Gongsun didn't do anything else intentionally. After that, Yang Dingtian instantly fell into a state of confusion. First of all, was this Third Lady Gongsun Dugu Fengwu? Without a doubt, in terms of looks and figure, they were exactly the same. Of course, Dugu Fengwu could change her appearance and make herself look exactly like Third Lady Gongsun. Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu had a physical relationship, but even he couldn't tell the difference between this Third Lady Gongsun and the Third Lady Gongsun he had seen before. They were exactly the same. However, Yang Dingtian knew Dugu Fengwu wasn't the real Third Lady Gongsun. There was a real Third Lady Gongsun in this world. Third Lady Gongsun and Fourth Lady Gongsun were twin sisters and looked exactly the same. Furthermore, the two of them were incomparably close and were completely sisters who depended on each other for survival. However, because the two of them fell in love with the same man, they completely broke up. After that, Third Lady Gongsun mysteriously disappeared, and Dugu Fengwu became Third Lady Gongsun. As for Fourth Lady Gongsun, she seemed to have been killed by Qin in the Devil Domain. The real Third Lady Gongsun had completely disappeared, and no one knew if she was dead or alive. For the past few years, Third Lady Gongsuen's image had been managed by Dugu Fengwu. However, if this Third Lady Gongsun was Dugu Fengwu, she would definitely be able to recognize Yang Dingtian. No matter how Yang Dingtian disguised himself, Dugu Fengwu would be able to recognize him. After all, he was the father of her child, and she could recognize him with Yang Dingtian's scent. However, the Third Lady Gongsun in front of him didn't seem to be able to recognize Yang Dingtian. Of course, she wouldn't be acting. When she became Third Lady Gongsun, she would become the best actress. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was very cautious from the start, and he secretly focused all his attention on this extremely beautiful Third Lady Gongsun. However, this woman closed her beautiful eyes slightly, as if she had entered meditation. In short, it didn't matter if she was Dugu Fengwu or Third Lady Gongsun. It was very strange for her to appear on this ship. With her status, if she wanted to go to the Central Region, there would be countless factions fighting to send her off, let alone a magnificent ship. Even if it was a fleet, there would be countless factions fighting to send her off. However, this peerless beauty had actually chosen such a crowded and noisy boat. Her appearance on this ship was very abnormal, and she definitely had other motives. Or to put it more directly, it was definitely because of someone on this ship. Just like this, the crystal ship broke through the waves and waves, sailing towards the Central Region at a speed of close to 200 miles per hour. Along the way, nothing happened. At the start, everyone in the cabin held their breaths and didn't dare to speak. Later on, someone finally broke the silence and started to chat. Just like on the train on Earth, these ordinary people would talk about important matters of the country and important figures. This time, the important figure they were talking about was Yang Dingtian. Have you heard? Yang Dingtian is going to be finished soon. He tainted Dongfang Bingling and killed Fairy Dongfang. Now, the Northwest Tiando League has already decided to expel Cloud Heaven City from the Tiando League and is preparing to punish Yang Dingtian. Someone said carefully, I heard that our Western world's big shots, Qin City, World Society, Sky Phoenix Pavilion, Divine Weapons Manor, White Cloud City, and many others all voted in favor. Yangding Tian is really finished this time. In less than a month, there will be no Cloud Heaven City and no Yangding Tian in this world. TSK, your news is already outdated. I just received news that Yangding Tian isn't finished. Yangding Tian is going to be completely awesome. Do you know Qin Huayu from the northwest Qin City? Do you know World Society's Song Chanhua? Do you know the Vulture Palace's Little Princess? Do you know Xiantian's sex, Zhu Qingzhu? These big shots, the future vulture of the Taekwondo League, are all standing on Cloud Heaven City side. Moreover, the so-called Yang Dingtian killed Dongfang Bingling is completely false. It's completely framed and slandered by the evil ways. The so-called Taekwondo League's Northwest Branch's decision is just the personal revenge of Sky Phoenix Pavilion's traitor, Lung Yanmei. Really? The first person immediately looked over with a look of admiration and surprise. Of course it's true. I rely on the Divine Weapons Manor for a living. How can I not know? Our Divine Weapons Manor has already sent an envoy to visit Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian's momentum is soaring. How can it be over? Before he could finish his sentence, a person beside him sneered disdainfully, That news of yours, I wonder how outdated it is? Then what new news do you have? New news? The new news is that the World Association expelled Song Chanhua and Song Lihua from the association and announced that they will send 200,000 elite troops to join the Northwest World Association's crusade. The Northwest Qin City expelled Qin Huayu from Qin City and appointed Qin Chichi as the successor. They will send 300,000 troops to attack Cloud Heaven City. Also, your so-called Divine Weapons Manor has started to send troops. If there aren't 150,000 troops, there are at least 100,000 troops. Moreover, the Divine Weapons Manor will provide 150,000 sets of armor and weapons to the crusade. Really? Everyone present exclaimed. Of course it's true. That person sneered. Didn't you see that the Iron Furnace City has an endless stream of carriages heading to the Sunset Mountains? Do you know what's inside? It's all armor and weapons used to arm the barbarian army in the Sunset Mountains. Ah, the barbarian army is also joining the crusade? Isn't this inviting a wolf into the house? These barbarians are all beasts. Someone asked, Then how many troops will be sent to attack Cloud Heaven City? Take a guess. The skinny middle-aged man said. Yang Dingtian looked at this person. He was about 34 years old. His eyes were a little cloudy, but there was also a glimmer of unwillingness and dejection. His face was full of bitterness and hatred, as if he was dissatisfied with everything. Yang Dingtian had seen many people like this on earth. A middle-aged, angry youth. Yes, this word was more suitable to describe him. 500,000? Someone asked carefully. 500,000? The middle-aged man said disdainfully. It's more like double. Ah! Instantly, everyone in the cabin was shocked, including Yang Dingtian. A million troops to attack Cloud Heaven City. Is this necessary? Someone muttered to himself. Cloud Heaven City has less than 50,000 troops in total. To destroy Cloud Heaven City, 150,000 troops are enough. A million, is it necessary? Cloud Heaven City has 100,000 troops now, the middle-aged man said. Yang Dingtian can be considered a great strategist. With the power of thunder, he wiped out all the feudal lords in the territory and gathered all their troops to form an army of 100,000. Furthermore, he organized hundreds of thousands of people to build countless fortresses and battlefronts. But even so, 300,000 troops are enough to destroy Cloud Heaven City. Then why did he mobilize 1 million troops? Isn't it too wasteful? Someone asked. Destroying Cloud Heaven City is a piece of cake for them. What they want is a show. With the power of thunder, they can sweep away everything in an instant. They want to use a knife used to slaughter cows to kill a chicken. It's to make everyone in the world afraid. Everyone trembles, no one dares to go against them, and everyone crawls under their feet. Therefore, the Battle of Cloud Heaven City is not a war at all. It's a show to force all the forces in the world to take sides. Sigh, this war hasn't even started, but the outcome is already decided. Yang Dingtian is finished, Cloud Heaven City is finished, and justice in the world is finished. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he picked up a bag of wine and gulped it down. The person beside him asked carefully, How? How do you know so much? How do I know? Because a few days ago I was still an elite scout of some forces, the middle-aged man said. The more I know, the colder my heart becomes. I don't want to be brainwashed by some people. I don't want to help the evildoers, so I ran away and left. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man with a mysterious gaze. So, Yang Dingtian's side is righteous? Someone asked. Righteous, of course it's righteous, the middle-aged man said. But to hell with righteousness. Who cares about righteousness now? All they care about is benefits, life and death. That's not right. Although the Tiando League has been corrupted, but it's still righteous. Why do they have to go against the righteous Yang Dingtian? Someone asked. The Tiando League is righteous? The middle-aged man laughed. Ha ha ha! Do you know who's the one who formed the Crusade Army and is in control of the Tiando League? Ha ha ha, it's the evil ways. It's the Temple of Annihilation. When he said that, everyone's expression changed. When they heard the words Temple of Annihilation, everyone's face was filled with fear. Ha ha ha! Is there anything more ridiculous than this in this world? The evil ways have taken control of the Tiando League and are going against the righteous Yang Dingtian in the name of righteousness. That's why I quit. I became a deserter and left the Northwest mainland. Because the Northwest mainland is about to fall and change color. Then the middle-aged man said, I advise all of you to leave as well. We can't stop the destruction of Yang Dingtian and the fall of the Northwest mainland. Go to Middle State. At least Middle State hasn't fallen yet. However, it won't be long. The Vulture Palace, Cloud Sky Pavilion, and Earthshatter City in Middle State are in trouble. If Middle State falls, go to East State. If East State falls, go to East Cloud State. If East Cloud State falls, then this world is finished. Suddenly, the cabin was filled with darkness. Is there no hope at all? Hope? The middle-aged man said, Look at the sea. How many fleets are there recently? All the factions, sect leaders, and faction leaders have gone to East Cloud State to convene the Tiando League. Just wait. If Yang Dingtian is convicted and Cloud Sky City is expelled from the Tianxia Society, that means there's no hope at all. If the resolution to punish Yang Dingtian is not passed, it means that the upper echelons of the Tiando League are not completely rotten. There's still a chance to salvage the situation. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was truly shocked. This middle-aged man was definitely not a big shot. He actually knew so much. For example, the Temple of Annihilation controlling the Northwest Tiando League was a top secret, right? He actually knew about it. Without a doubt, although there were not many people like him, there was definitely more than one. Following that, Yang Dingtian could not help but think of the Earth era. On the train, the people who talked about national affairs were all ordinary people. They even talked about international affairs, international conspiracies, the Freemasonry, and so on. Although they were all ordinary people, they were completely clear and logical. It seemed that it was the same in the chaotic world. It was very difficult to have real secrets. Then someone suddenly said, Since you know that Yang Dingtian is righteous, why don't you fight him? Why don't you go to Cloud Sky City to fight for him? Why do you choose to escape? Humph. The middle-aged man sneered and said, Of course I thought about it, but Yang Dingtian actually issued a Yang Dingtian declaration. He actually put himself in the position of the leader of the Tiando League and said that he was the master of the hidden sect. He actually said that whoever colluded with evil ways would be exterminated. He actually said that he would exterminate the Autumn Water Sword sect. When this was said, everyone immediately exclaimed in disbelief. Who is Yang Dingtian? At this critical moment, he should try his best to rope in every ally, or rather, rope in every backer to protect Cloud Sky City. Who does he think he is? Cloud Sky City is so weak, and he is so weak. Doesn't he know that? He even said that he would lead the Tyando League and exterminate the Autumn Water Sword sect. Can he do it? When that bullshit Yang Dingtian's declaration spreads throughout the world, he will offend all the forces in the world and become the laughingstock of the world. Why would I run over and fight for such a stupid city lord? His brain might be damaged, but mine isn't. Immediately, everyone agreed. At this moment, Yang Dingtian finally clearly felt the attitude of the most ordinary people in the chaotic world towards his declaration. This group of people was actually on Yang Dingtian's side. Even they felt that Yang Dingtian's brain had been damaged. It was clear to see the attitude of the other forces in the world. Your little Cloud Sky City can't even protect itself. Yet you didn't ask for help or seek a backer. You even said that you would lead this and exterminate that. You were completely seeking your own death. Yang Dingtian was very clear about the attitude of the people in the world after Yang Dingtian's declaration was announced. Therefore, even if he had to pay a huge price, he had to exterminate the Autumn Water Sword sect. Of course, he succeeded. Unfortunately, this news had yet to be spread. Once the news of the Autumn Water Sword sect's extermination spread, the righteous people in the world would be inspired. Only then would Yang Dingtian's declaration have weight. The fear towards the future and the disappointment towards Yang Dingtian caused everyone present to temporarily lose the ability to speak. The cabin once again became quiet. The ship in front stopped immediately. At this moment, a stern shout suddenly came from the surface of the sea. Immediately, someone went to open the window of the cabin. Then, everyone felt a chill on their back. More than a dozen crystal battleships rushed over at lightning speed and surrounded Ling Wu's ship. Ling Wu hurriedly came out and walked to the bow of the ship. She said, "The ships operated by the Fire Island are registered in the Tyando League's shipping department. They are operating legally." When the captain on the battleship saw Ling Wu, his eyes immediately lit up. Then he said sternly, "The Northwest Fleet of the Tyando League is patrolling as usual. Stop the ship for inspection." Immediately, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. During this period of time, the situation was extremely tense, especially when all the members of the Northwest Tyando League had taken a ship to the headquarters of the Eastern Cloud State Tyando League to hold a meeting to decide on the sanction of Yang Dingtian. The safety of the sea was even more important. Ling Wu stopped the ship. Immediately, more than a dozen small crystal battleships approached at lightning speed. Then, an elite troop of nearly 100 people boarded the ship. "Kacha! Kacha!" This group of people took control of the cockpit at the first moment. All the strong crossbows were aimed at Ling Wu and her subordinates in an instant. Fire Island's Ling Wu is suspected of colluding with Yang Dingtian. She is an absolutely irreconcilable enemy of the Tyando League. Under the orders of the Northwest Tyando League branch, Ling Wu and all her subordinates are to be arrested. Kill anyone who dares to resist. The leading officer of the Tyando League arrived in front of Ling Wu and immediately took out a military order. It was a genuine military order. It came from the Northwest Fleet of the Tyando League and was genuine. Then, several martial artists stepped forward to arrest Ling Wu directly. "Brothers, if you have a monthly vote, don't hide it anymore. Vote for me." Chapter 456. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was finally able to confirm that this was Third Lady Gong's son and not De Gofengwu. And this mysterious handsome man in front of him was the legendary man that Third Lady Gong's son and Fourth Lady Gong's son fell in love with at the same time. Back then, Yang Dingtian was still wondering what kind of outstanding man could make these two women fall in love with him at the same time. Furthermore, they were twin sisters who depended on each other for survival, but they immediately broke off their relationship and stopped contacting each other. These two women were so absolutely beautiful and had charm that could topple cities. They were the dream lovers of all the men in the world. There were already very few men in the world who were worthy of them. To be able to obtain the favor of one of them was already a blessing of several lifetimes. This man was actually loved by both of them at the same time. Just how outstanding was he? He was completely the public enemy of all the men in the world. Right now, Yang Dingtian finally saw this man. Indeed, it was enough to make all the men in the world vomit blood with jealousy. He was more handsome than Zhu Hongxue, had more inner qualities than Zhu Hongxue, and his cultivation was much stronger than Zhu Hongxue. Where did he come from? He was born to make men jealous. This time, don't think of shaking me off. No matter where you go, I will follow you. Unless you kill me. Third Lady Gongsun looked at this handsome man with deep affection. This mysterious handsome man's eyes flashed with a gentle sigh. After which, he said to Ling Wu, "Young Lady Ling Wu, do you have any plans after this?" Ling Wu said, I want to return to Inferno Island and live and die together with my father." The mysterious handsome man said, "How about this? You continue to sail the ship to the central region. I will go and rescue Inferno Island." After which, he turned around and said to Third Lady Gongsun, "Third Lady, you will stay here and protect young Lady Ling Wu's ship." "No, I will follow you wherever you go." Third Lady Gongsun was like a little girl at this moment as she said stubbornly, "It has been so many years. I finally found you again with great difficulty. Don't think of shaking me off." "I won't shake you off." The mysterious handsome man said, "After I rescue Inferno Island, I will immediately turn around and return to the central region together." "No, you are lying. You will definitely disappear again when the time comes." Third Lady Gongsun went forward and grabbed his sleeve tightly. "When have I ever lied to anyone?" The mysterious beautiful man said, "All right, it's settled then." Then he came in front of Yang Dingtian and bowed deeply. "I am Wu Yuming, Taizhong Tong Wen Dai Dai." Yang Dingtian cupped his hands in greeting. These were his and Vulture's fake names. "Thank you, both of you, for lending a helping hand just now. I'm going to save Inferno Island. I'll leave Miss Ling Wu's ship to the two of you," Wu Yuming said. "All right," Yang Dingtian said. Wu Yuming said to Ling Wu, "With the assistance of these two experts, you can sail without worry. I'll be back in 2 hours at most." Ling Wu said, "Big Brother Wu, the forces attacking Inferno Island this time are the forces of the Tiando League. You will offend the Tiando League. Don't worry. I don't care about a mere divine weapons manner. I'll just guarantee that nothing will happen to Inferno Island," Wu Yuming said. Then he cupped his hands in greeting towards Yang Dingtian. "Brother Tai, goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye." Vulture's beautiful eyes lit up as she said blankly, "Whoosh!" Then Wu Yuming disappeared right before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, he was already a few thousand meters away. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared. This person's cultivation was really shocking. The fast ship continued to move forward. Third Lady Gongsun didn't return to the cabin. Instead, she stood on the deck and stared at the direction Wu Yuming disappeared in a daze. Obviously, if Wu Yuming didn't come in, she definitely wouldn't come in either. She was worried that her sweetheart would disappear just like that. Therefore, she wanted to see him return. After returning to the cabin, the little girl Vulture also seemed to be in a daze. She used her little hand to support her chin and fell into a fantasy. While fantasizing, she also smiled foolishly. She must be fantasizing about something wonderful. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Sigh. Vulture poked Yang Dingtian with her arm. "Say, if I compete with Third Lady Gongsun, do you think my chances are high?" "What do you think?" Yang Dingtian asked. Vulture's eyes immediately became dejected. He looked at his own body and then at his own chest. In front of outsiders, she could fake it. But in front of her sweetheart, she would be courting death. She couldn't possibly not take off her clothes for the rest of her life, right? How could she be his sweetheart then? Hey, you've seen so much of the world. Is there anything that can make a woman's chest really big? Vulture asked. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Really? Tell me, the little girl said. I know you love me the most. I'm your favorite little girl. This is related to my lifelong happiness. Of course, on Earth, there was breast enhancement surgery, but in the chaotic world there was no way. In another world there is breast enhancement surgery, Yang Dingtian said. The little girl was annoyed and punched Yang Dingtian. It wasn't easy for me to find a man with top-notch looks, brains, and martial arts skills. It wasn't easy for me to find a man who is worthy of me. Unfortunately, there is such a strong competitor. Spirit Vulture sighed. Then her beautiful eyes turned as she said, Fifth brother, Big Brother Tian, tell me if I killed third Lady Gongsun or disfigured her face, would you help me? What do you think? Yang Dingtian glared. This girl was getting more and more ridiculous. Fortunately, he was following her. Otherwise, don't think that she wouldn't do such a thing. She even dared to snatch and kill Zhu Hongxue. It seems that I really have no chance, the little Princess Vulture said angrily. It's all my mother's fault. It's all my father's fault. I hate it so much. I can't wait to kill all the women in this world who are prettier than me and have better figures than me. Then, she hurriedly comforted herself. However, I heard that the more handsome a man is, the less he cares about a woman's appearance. Therefore, beautiful women are matched with ugly men, and beautiful men are matched with ugly women. Ba. I'm not an ugly woman. I'm a great beauty. It's just that my breasts are not as good as that slut Gongsun. Maybe young Master Wu likes someone like me. Look at Yang Dingtian. He's so ugly, but even a great beauty like Shimin Yanyan is willing to be with him. Yang Dingtian took a breath and tried his best to endure. Endure! He endured and didn't slap her. Merely 2 hours later, Wu Yuming returned. Hearing third Lady Gongsun's surprised cry, it seemed as if she didn't just wait for 2 hours, but more than a year. When she saw Wu Yuming return, her incomparably beautiful body almost went limp. Ling Wu also rushed out quickly and asked anxiously, Big Brother Wu, how was it? It's fine, Wu Yuming said. When I rushed to Inferno Island, the people from the Divine Weapons Manor had yet to come ashore. Inferno Island wasn't harmed. Then in the future? Ling Wu asked. It's fine in the future too. Wu Yuming said. Don't worry. For some unknown reason, every word that Wu Yuming said was filled with endless trust. Thank you, Big Brother Wu. I'll never forget your great kindness. Ling Wu's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she bowed sideways. Wu Yuming smiled bitterly. You're always like this. You've saved my life before. No matter what I do for you, it's something I should do. It's really my greatest fortune to be able to meet Big Brother Wu on the island that day. Ling Wu said, Big Brother Wu, Lady Gongsun, please go to my cabin to rest. No need. It's not good for men to enter a lady's boudoir. Wu Yuming smiled gently. Ling Wu's face immediately turned red. Wu Yuming walked into the cabin and nodded at Yang Dingtian with a smile. Vulture's beautiful eyes were bright like sunflowers. Wherever he went, her eyes would follow. Third Lady Gongsun quickly discovered this love rival. However, she only smiled faintly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with charm and herself. With a light step, she approached Wu Yuming and walked behind him obediently and charmingly. Although she didn't hold his hand or hold his arm, it was very obvious that she was declaring her sovereignty. Ling Wu hurriedly went to find a big and comfortable chair and brought it over. This time, Wu Yuming didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. Ling Wu found another chair that was equally comfortable for third Lady Gongsun. However, Third Lady Gong's son rejected it and chose an ordinary short chair to sit beside Wu Yuming. This way, she was much shorter than him and gave off a gentle feeling like a little bird that relied on a person. A vixen is born to seduce men, Vulture said with dissatisfaction at the side. When Third Lady Gong's son heard it, she revealed an even more charming smile. At this moment, Yang Dingtian fiercely glared at Vulture with an extremely solemn look. It was fine if this girl was mischievous normally. However, if she were to spoil things, he would definitely not forgive her. After being glared at by Yang Dingtian, Vulture hurriedly sat down properly and no longer talked nonsense. However, his eyes still glanced over there from time to time. As for Wu Yuming, she remained calm and collected from the beginning to the end. She closed her eyes and gently adjusted her breathing. In the following period of time, the crystal ship was quietly sailing. Along the way, they encountered many, many ships. That's right, many, many. Yang Dingtian almost couldn't remember the number clearly. Among them, half of them were heading east. A considerable portion were large and luxurious ships. These ships were the ships of the sect masters of the Western world. All of them were heading to the Eastern Cloud region to participate in the Tiando League meeting. To be more precise, they were going to decide Yang Dingtian's fate. There was another portion that was heading west from the east. All of them were large ships and densely packed with troops. That's right, these troops were all preparing to attack Cloud Sky City. It seemed that the Western world's forces were not the only ones participating in the crusade this time. There were also some forces in Zhongzhou that had chosen to take sides in advance, even though the flames of the Temple of Annihilation had yet to reach Zhongzhou. However, some forces in Zhongzhou couldn't help but sell themselves in advance to join them. Yang Dingtian roughly calculated that there were about 200 warships heading towards the northwest continent from Zhongzhou. There were about 100,000 troops. Moreover, this was only within 3 days. There were still nearly 20 days before the great battle. When the time came, who knew how many forces in Zhongzhou would join the crusade against Cloud Sky City? Seeing this scene, Yang Dingtian didn't express anything. Vulture didn't express anything either. However, she was no longer infatuated. Her eyes were filled with worry and anger. She didn't expect the Tiando League to be so weak and unable to distinguish between right and wrong. Not only were the forces in the Western world attacking Cloud Sky City, even the forces in Zhongzhou had come to join in the fun. As for Wu Yuming, she had been meditating with her eyes closed during these 3 days. She didn't speak at all. As for Third Lady Gongsun, it was as though she was already incomparably satisfied and happy just by being beside him and smelling his scent. She didn't speak either. She only sat beside him obediently. Her beautiful face was filled with incomparable happiness at all times. Her beautiful eyes were sweet and blurry as though she was drunk. As for Lingwu, she had only appeared when she was providing food. The food could only be considered ordinary. After all, they were at sea. Moreover, the crystal ships weren't big enough. They couldn't prepare too many ingredients. However, the food that Wu Yuming ate was different from others. It was extremely exquisite. This was because Ling Wu had prepared a portion just for her. As for Third Lady Gongsun, she even borrowed Ling Wu's kitchen and personally prepared every meal for her lover. Wu Yuming didn't show any signs of being pretentious. She ate both portions of exquisite food. She didn't say that she wanted to treat everyone equally. As for Yang Dingtian and Vulture, they didn't receive any special treatment. The food that they ate was exactly the same as the other people on the ship. Yang Dingtian didn't mind. However, Vulture was a little unhappy. Therefore, Yang Dingtian took out the exquisite pastries that he had prepared for her. Only then did the little girl not go hungry. Finally, after 3.5 days of sailing, the crystal ships arrived at their destination, the Zhongzhou continent. The Zhongzhou continent was the largest continent in the chaotic world. Its area was 3 to 4 times the size of the Northwest continent. Its population was 10 times more than the Northwest continent. Nearly half of the martial forces in the world were in the Zhongzhou continent. Nearly half of the forces in the Tiando League were in the Zhongzhou continent. Nearly half of the forces in the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 factions were in the Zhongzhou continent. Who was the leader of the Zhongzhou continent? Without a doubt, it was the Black Heaven sect. The Zhongzhou continent was divided into 4 parts: Northern Zhongzhou, Great Zhongzhou, Southern Zhongzhou, and Yingzhou. Yingzhou was a single piece of land in the northeast direction. It was less than 1,000 miles in length and breadth. To be precise, it couldn't be considered as a continent. Instead, it was an island. As the saying goes, the height of a mountain didn't matter. The depth of the water didn't matter. The name of the water didn't matter. Yingzhou was called the Yingzhou Immortal Island because of the Black Heaven sect. Even though it was isolated in the sea and was 2,000 to 3,000 miles away from the Zhongzhou continent, it was the absolute core of the entire Zhongzhou continent. Its status was equivalent to the Yinyang school in the eastern continent. It had far surpassed the northwest Qin city in the western world. At this moment, the Zhongzhou continent was already in sight. Ling Wu suddenly appeared and said to Wu Yuming, "Big brother Wu, can you come out for a moment?" Wu Yuming opened his eyes and nodded gently. After that, he stood up and walked out. Third Lady Gongsun hesitated for a moment and didn't follow him. However, her eyes were still filled with some uneasiness. Her entire body and mind were with her lover. She was afraid that some other woman would snatch him away. Ling Wu was different from other women. She had saved her lover's life. "Little Wu, there's something I want to tell you," Wu Yuming said. "Go ahead," Ling Wu said. "Don't go to Cloud Heaven City," Wu Yuming said. "If you go, not only will you not be able to help Yang Dingtian, you'll even be a burden to him." "Big brother Wu, there's something I know I shouldn't say." Ling Wu raised her beautiful eyes and said, Will you help him?" "I'll keep an eye on him. If there's a need to help, I'll help," Wu Yuming said. Shaking her small mouth, Ling Wu suddenly knelt down and said, "Big brother Wu, I beg you. For my sake, please help him. Help him." Wu Yuming raised his palm and Ling Wu couldn't kneel down anymore. Ling Wu sobbed and said, "Big brother Wu, I won't ask you for anything else. I only hope that you can save his life when the time comes." "All right, he won't die," Wu Yuming said gently. "Thank you, big brother Wu." Ling Wu bowed deeply. "Brother Tai will take our leave now. Let's meet again if fate allows it." Wu Yuming cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Goodbye." Wu Yuming and Third Lady Gongsun, who had put on a mask, looked like a perfect couple under everyone's gaze. They floated ashore lightly and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Ling Wu stood at the bow of the ship and waved her hands continuously. Yang Dingtian, Vulture, and the others also disembarked from the ship and went ashore. Immediately, Ling Wu was the only one left on the entire crystal ship. She still stood at the bow of the ship and looked at each other. She wouldn't leave immediately. She would also go ashore to rest for a day and fill up her supplies. After that, she would return to the northwest continent with a full load of guests. The central region was really different. Compared to the northwest continent, this place was really much more prosperous and much more fertile. The cities here were very big. There were as many as 3 or 4 cities with a population of 1 million. Luxurious buildings could be seen everywhere in the bustling cities. Gorgeous figures could be seen everywhere. The streets were completely crowded with people. Flowers bloomed on both sides of the streets. The people here were much more gorgeous, no matter in terms of clothing or dressing up. The men here even applied powder and drew their eyebrows. The climate here was also different from the northwest continent. This place was much more humid. Greenery could be seen everywhere. The weather in the northern central region was on the cold side. However, there was no lack of greenery. The central region had 4 distinct seasons. Spring was warm and moist, while winter was snowing. The southern central region had 4 seasons like spring. Summer wasn't hot, and winter wasn't cold. It could be said that the central region was the most favored place in the chaotic world. The great cataclysm of the ancient world and the great cataclysm of the 1,000 years didn't leave any traces in the central region. On the contrary, the Western world was full of desolation. There were cracks of war everywhere and scars of the ancient great cataclysm. Therefore, compared to other places, the central region could be said to be a paradise on earth. The Vulture Palace wasn't located in the central region. It was located even further south than the southern central region. The place it was located in was called the Southern Barbarian Continent. It was a few thousand miles away from the southern central region. The surface area of the Southern Barbarian Continent was actually very big. It spanned 4,000 to 5,000 miles. However, it was a place where the civilization of the chaotic world was almost extinct. There was almost no flat land here. There were mountains everywhere, so it was called the 100,000 Mountains. The southwest continent was already called a barren land. However, there was still the Wooden Sword Castle, the Sky Phoenix Pavilion, and the southern central region city. However, compared to the southern barbarian continent, the southwest continent was considered a flourishing land. The southern barbarian continent was the true barren land. The 100,000 Mountains had an endless number of barbarians and ferocious beasts. The barbarians here were completely uncivilized. They were almost all in the primitive era. Most of the barbarians here didn't wear clothes. There were even many tribes that ate human flesh for food. This was because to them it was much easier to hunt people from other tribes than ferocious beasts. In the entire southern barbarian continent, there was only one reason that people remembered it. That was the Vulture Palace. It was both good and evil. Its degree of mystery was second only to the insect. Until now, almost everyone in the chaotic world didn't know where the Vulture Palace was. They only knew that it was deep in the 100,000 Mountains and was surrounded by countless barbarians. The Vulture Palace was definitely the most indifferent and arrogant sect in the Tayando League. After the Battle of Doomsday, the Vulture Palace had no contact with the Tayando League. They didn't participate in any Tayando League activities, not to mention meetings. It was as if the Tayando League didn't exist in its eyes. Even so, it was still firmly in first place. No one dared to suggest that it be demoted. This was because it was the most mysterious sect in the world. More importantly, it had a 200-year-old ancestor, Willingzi. Willingzi was almost a grandmaster 200 years ago. He was the only great wizard, spiritualist left in the world. Many people called Dongfang Minmi the world's #1 expert. However, in everyone's hearts, the real #1 expert should be their ancestor, Willingzi. Yang Dingtian and Vulture rode the fastest mounts all the way south. Then, they rode on flying mounts to Nanzhong region. That's right, flying mounts could be ridden here. Compared to the northwest mainland, the Zhongzhou continent was more commercial and more civilized. Therefore, the air control was not so strict. Commercial flights were allowed. After flying to Nanzhong region, further south was an unclaimed territory. Therefore, there was no air control. Yang Dingtian and Vulture bought 2 griffins and flew to the 100,000 Mountains of the southern barbarian continent. In less than a day, they arrived at the 100,000 Mountains. They had arrived at the Vulture Palace. Chapter 457. After entering the 100,000 Mountains of the southern barbarian continent, Yang Dingtian's surprise had never stopped. Yang Dingtian had a concept of the 100,000 Mountains. For example, in the Earth era, the Guangxi province was the famous 100,000 Mountains. He had seen the 100,000 Mountains on TV and in movies. But after arriving in the southern barbarian continent, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. So this was the real 100,000 Mountains. The incomparably huge mountains were covered with incomparably huge trees. How big were the mountains? According to Yang Dingtian's visual estimation, almost every mountain was more than 5,000 meters above the sea. There were many that were higher than the Himalayas. As everyone knew, the higher the mountain, the larger and longer the mountain range. Therefore, every mountain here was incomparably huge. On Earth, the mountains above 5,000 meters above sea level were basically covered in snow. But this was not the case. There was only one color here, and that was green. When Yang Dingtian flew over the mountains, he was almost always shuttling through the clouds. Almost all the mountains were hidden in the clouds. All the mountains were green. There was no soil, no rocks, and no water. They were all green, and they were all big trees. Yang Dingtian estimated that almost every tree here was several times bigger than Earth. Did the ancient extinction affect the southern barbarian continent? Yang Dingtian did not know. However, these trees had not been cut down or burned for at least 10,000 years. Therefore, trees that were 300 to 400 meters tall and 20 to 30 meters in diameter were everywhere. Yang Dingtian did not know what the world under the trees looked like, but if he wanted to attack the Vulture Palace, he would have to do it from the sky. It was impossible to do it from the ground. The 100,000 mountains did not allow any large-scale army to pass through. Following behind the vulture, they flew into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. It could be said that if there was no one leading the way, even if they were flying in the air, they would definitely get lost, because they were completely in the clouds, and the scenery below was almost exactly the same. Just like that, he kept flying, flying, and flying. Suddenly, there was a thick fog in front of them. It was so dark that they couldn't see anything. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then, countless black vultures shot out from the thick fog. Each black vulture was about the size of 3 to 4 people. Their claws and beaks were sharper than knives. This was no ordinary ferocious beast. This was a demonic beast that was at least 100 years old. Just as Yang Dingtian approached, he felt the entire sky tremble violently. Then, countless black vultures, which blotted out the sky and covered the earth, charged over ferociously. Thousands, tens of thousands of them. That kind of shocking aura was enough to make any top expert tremble in fear. Tens of thousands of black vulture demonic beasts, each of them capable of tearing apart tigers and splitting leopards. It could be said that any expert who entered would be torn to pieces. Therefore, Yang Dingtian felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the overwhelming number of ferocious beasts. At this moment, the little girl stood up from her mount and waved her hand. "Stop fooling around! Stop fooling around! All of you get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Then Vulture picked up the bone whistle in its arms and blew it. Suddenly, the black vultures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth in front of them suddenly scattered to the sides, making a path. Yang Dingtian rushed into the black fog under the lead of Vulture. This black fog was simply endless. There was no end to it at all. The so-called black fog was really complete darkness. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Dozens of miles, hundreds of miles. Moreover, there were almost endless black vultures in the black fog. Yang Dingtian was even more amazed by the mystery of the Vulture Palace. Previously, Yang Dingtian said that if they wanted to attack the Vulture Palace, they had to rely on the Air Force. Ground troops couldn't reach the Vulture Palace at all. Now, Yang Dingtian had to take back his words. The Air Force couldn't enter the Vulture Palace either. How many Air Forces could you have? The Cloud Sky Pavilion and the Earth Fisher City Alliance had the overlords of the air. However, there were no more than 20,000 Air Forces in total. However, if they entered the black fog and the endless black vultures, not to mention 20,000 Air Forces, even if 100,000 Air Forces entered, they would be devoured until not even their bones were left. The black fog and the endless black vultures were an almost impenetrable barrier for the Vulture Palace. It was no wonder that the Vulture Palace didn't care about the Tiando League at all. It was also no wonder that no one knew where the Vulture Palace was, because no outsiders could enter. They really didn't know how long they had been flying. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's eyes lit up. They rushed out of the black fog and instantly felt refreshed. Wow! Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly exclaimed in shock. Was this a fairyland in front of them? Was it really a fairyland? This didn't look like a scene from the mortal world at all. Yang Dingtian had been to many factions and had seen many sky-defying buildings. The Yin school was the world's second largest sect, second only to the Yin sect. It was built on a mountain and occupied the entire immeasurable mountain. The Temple of Blood was built in a cave on the 10,000-meter tall immeasurable Blood Mountain. The World Society's Tyrant City was built on a mountain. There were 9 levels in total. The Northwest Qin City was the most similar to the ancient empires on Earth. It was built on flat ground, and dozens of palaces were built. It was magnificent and dignified. However, all the scenery couldn't be compared to the Vulture Palace in front of them. Surrounded by endless fog, 9 lonely mountains floated in the air and surrounded the immortal peak in the middle. Each of the 9 lonely mountains was 2,000 to 3,000 meters tall. The immortal peak in the middle was more than 10,000 meters tall and seemed to reach the sky. All the mountains floated in the air and emitted a golden glow under the sunlight. That's right, all the mountains floated. However, Yang Dingtian clearly felt that there was still gravity here. It wasn't a zero-gravity field. This meant that these 10 mountains all had a huge anti-magnetic force. Each of the 10 mountains had a mountain and a body of water. The snow-white water flowed down from the mountain peaks and formed a waterfall that was thousands of meters high. It was like a white ribbon floating down from the sky. Pavilions were built on the mountain peaks and in the mountains of each mountain. Each of them was incomparably exquisite. Each of them was gorgeous and elegant. Immortal realm. This was definitely an immortal realm. As soon as Yang Dingtian and the vulture entered, 2 men immediately flew up on white cranes. Even though they were far away, they didn't show any hostility. This was because they knew that no enemy could enter the Vulture Palace. Princess. Soon, the 2 men recognized the vulture and shouted in surprise, "Ninth Princess! The 9th Princess is back!" Then, dozens of white cranes flew out from the mountain. When everyone saw the vulture, they were very affectionate. Then they protected the vulture and flew toward the 10 mountains of the Vulture Palace. However, no one greeted Yang Dingtian. It was as if he didn't exist. After flying over the huge mountain peaks, Yang Dingtian saw that the disciples of the Vulture Palace were practicing swordsmanship and martial arts in the pavilions on the mountain. In such an environment, the speed of any cultivation would probably be very fast. This was an immortal realm. It was the best place to practice martial arts. At this moment, Yang Dingtian seemed to hear many screams coming from below. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but lower his head. Suddenly, he was completely creeped out. Countless disciples of the Vulture Palace were flying cranes and holding all kinds of weapons in their hands. There were people stuck on the weapons. Yes, there were people stuck on the weapons. They were dripping with blood and screaming in pain. There were men and women. All of them were naked because they were all savages. After these disciples of the Vulture Palace flew to a place, they gently swung their arms and threw down the savages stuck on the weapons. In the terrible screams, countless black vultures rushed up and tore these savages into meat paste. Then they ate them alive. How many disciples of the Vulture Palace were feeding the black vultures? Thousands of people? How many savages were thrown down to feed the black vultures? Tens of thousands of people. Yes, tens of thousands of people were fed to the black vultures. Yang Dingtian was wondering why there were so many black vultures protecting the Vulture Palace. It turned out that these black vultures were raised by the Vulture Palace with human flesh. Yang Dingtian didn't know how often this kind of feeding took place, but there was no doubt that at least 1 million people were thrown down to feed the black vultures every year. That's right, they were all barbarians, but barbarians were also humans. The southern barbarian continent was 5,000 miles long. According to the Earth's calculation, it was a few million square kilometers. There should be at least tens of millions of barbarians living here. According to the normal development order, these savages only needed a little bit of civilization to build a powerful barbarian empire. Why was it that after thousands of years, the savages of the southern barbarian continent were still a primitive society? Even the Maori savages who lived in ice and snow had learned to build small towns and cities. The savages of the southern barbarian continent lived forever on trees and in caves. They didn't build a barbarian empire. This was because the Vulture Palace completely controlled the ecosystem of the southern barbarian continent. Every year, millions of savages were fed to the black vultures by the Vulture Palace. It was estimated that other than finding ways to fill their stomachs, all the savages were trying their best to avoid being hunted by the Vulture Palace. No wonder it was called the Vulture Palace. These black vultures were actually the owners of the Vulture Palace. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt a chill run down his spine. The fairyland-like scenery in front of him was suddenly filled with chilling winds, as if it had turned into hell in an instant. Others said that the Vulture Palace was both righteous and evil. Now it seemed that it was neither righteous nor evil. It was completely evil. Even the Temple of 10,000 Blood wasn't as evil as the Vulture Palace. Every year, millions or even millions of lives were lost in the hands of the Vulture Palace. Previously, Yang Dingtian was still full of confidence in the Vulture Palace. This was because the Vulture Palace was the little overlord of the Vulture Palace, the little emperor. But now, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with uneasiness and suspicion. After flying forward, they finally reached the immortal peak in the middle. There wasn't a single house on the entire immortal peak. Hundreds of Vulture Palace disciples bid farewell before they even got close to the immortal peak. This was because they didn't have the right to get close to the immortal peak. Currently, there were only a few people in the Vulture Palace who had the right to enter the immortal peak. The Vulture Palace was one of them. The immortal peak was over 10,000 meters tall. Unlike the other mountains, there are very few trees on this immortal peak. It was a huge, straight, and jagged stone mountain. Occasionally, there would be a few oddly shaped trees. They were very old, but very small. Around the immortal peak, huge red-crowned cranes constantly flew past. If he hadn't experienced the scene just now, Yang Dingtian would really think that this was a real fairyland. A fairyland among fairyland. The winged cavalry landed on the platform of the immortal peak. Then the two griffins stretched their wings and cried out a few times, asking for food. Yang Dingtian was about to ask someone to feed the two griffins a few pieces of meat as a reward. Unexpectedly, more than 10 black vultures suddenly flew up from the smoke at the foot of the mountain and charged toward the two griffins. Then they started to bite and tear the griffins apart. Yang Dingtian went forward to stop them. "Brother Tian, don't." Vulture hurriedly grabbed Yang Dingtian. The Vulture Palace can only have 2 types of flying creatures. One is a black vulture, and the other is a white crane. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian looked on as the 2 griffins were torn apart, causing blood and feathers to splatter everywhere. Yang Dingtian's eyebrows trembled slightly. If it weren't for the little princess vulture in his heart, he would have immediately judged the Vulture Palace as evil ways. "Brother Tian, let's go and pay our respects to great-grandfather," Vulture said with a fawning voice. Then it pulled Yang Dingtian's hand. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. Wulingzi was at the peak of the immortal peak. It was about 10,000 meters from the peak of the mountain. They couldn't fly up, so they had to walk up the steps. How many steps were there in total? 30,000. Vulture carried Yang Dingtian and walked up step by step. These steps really felt like they were leading to the heavens. 6 hours later, the 2 of them finally walked up the 30,000 steps and arrived at the peak of the immortal peak. There was only a lonely thatched cottage on the entire peak. It was a huge contrast to the pavilions and terraces of the Vulture Palace. Vulture pulled Yang Dingtian and knelt down. Great-granddaughter Vulture greets great-grandfather. Junior Yang Dingtian greets Senior Wulingzi. Chapter 458. Girl, are you done being crazy outside? Have you had fun? Are you finally willing to come home? In the thatched cottage, there was a voice that seemed to be angry, but was actually full of love. Vulture said, "When I was outside, I was always thinking about great-grandfather, as if I would believe you." Willingzy said, "All girls become heartless after the age of 16. Well, come in." Willingzy continued. Vulture got up, then came over and led Yang Dingtian inside. They walked into the thatched cottage. Inside there was nothing inside. There was no bed, no chair, and no table. In the center of the thatched cottage, there was a person sitting cross-legged. This person was Willingzy. When Yang Dingtian saw him, he could not help but be stunned. His hair was white, his beauty was white, and even his beard was white. At the same time, his face was also white. The skin on his face did not have a single wrinkle, not a single wrinkle. His eyebrows were like slanted swords, his nose was like a hanging gallbladder, and his mouth was like a pearl. He looked as if he was younger than Shimenuya. He was definitely a 1 in a million handsome man. If it was not for his white hair and beard, he looked like he was in his 30s or 40s. He opened his eyes, slightly. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt endless years and vicissitudes, making people feel that he was over 100 years old. In the entire chaotic world, he was already an ancestor. Tell me, heartless girl, why did you ask great-grandfather to come back? Ancestor, Willingzy said. The little princess, Vulture, did not speak first. She took out a ring from her arms and threw it to Willingzy, saying, "Great-grandfather, what do you think this is?" Of course, it was the guardian ring. After Willingzy took it, he was slightly stunned, saying, "Good treasure, it can actually resist any attack from an advanced great-grandmaster. Where did you get it?" "Brother Tian gave it to me." The little princess Vulture came over affectionately and held onto Yang Dingtian's arm as she said, "We went to a secret realm called the City of Despair. The trial missions in there were extremely difficult, and Big Brother Tian had to pass them all by himself. Then he gave me his most precious guardian ring." Willingzy said, "Although this ring is a rare treasure, it is useless for you to wear it. On the contrary, it will hinder your cultivation." "Wow," Vulture said exaggeratedly. "Brother Tian said the same thing, but I really like this ring so much that he had to give it to me. He also told me to show this ring to my great-grandfather. If you want me to take it, I'll take it. If you don't want it, I won't take it." At this moment, Willingzy glanced at Yang Dingtian indifferently, an emotionless glance. From the moment Yang Dingtian entered the Vulture Palace, no one had taken a glance at Yang Dingtian. Willingzy was the first to take a look at him. Willingzy said, "Then you can return it to him." After saying that, he gently threw the guardian ring back to her. The little princess Vulture's expression changed slightly. She immediately snatched the ring and said in a tender voice, "Big Brother Tian, let me play with it for a few more days. I will return it to you when I don't want to play anymore, okay?" Yang Dingtian smiled and nodded. The little girl was indeed very smart. She didn't ask for anything from Willingzy in the beginning and only mentioned the ring. She wanted the Vulture Palace to owe Yang Dingtian a favor. Willingzy wanted to return the guardian ring to Yang Dingtian, but she took it back, saying that she wanted the Vulture Palace to owe him a favor. At this moment, Willingzy slowly closed his eyes again. He didn't want to say anything else. The little girl's beautiful eyes turned. She took down a big box from Yang Dingtian's back and opened it directly. She said, "Great-grandfather, what do you think this is?" Willingzy opened his eyes. When he saw the things inside the box, he was stunned and revealed a look of disbelief. There were actually 3 demon spirits inside. A total of 3 devil spirits. One of them is 1,800 years old. One is 2,300 years old, and one is 2,000 years old. Spirit Vulture said exaggeratedly, "These were all given to me by Big Brother Tian. These 3 added together are more powerful than the 10 demon spirits you killed before. My demonic spirit, Mist Cloak's speed and distance can be doubled. I can also forge the upper body of my demon spirit black armor." Wulingzi finally looked at Yang Dingtian seriously. 3 demon spirits around 2,000 years old. How could there be any team in the world that could kill them? A few great masters, dozens of great masters, and hundreds of revered martial artists could only kill one over 1,000 years old demon spirit. How did you kill them? Wulingzi asked. Your cultivation is amazing among the young people, but you can't kill a single hair of the demon spirits. It was the first time he spoke to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said, the first 1,800 years old demon spirit was auctioned by Vulture with her own money. The second 2,300 years old demon spirit was a monster in the 4th level of the secret realm in Despair City. In our team, there was one person with evil spirit energy in his body that could instantly attract the demon spirit. The demon spirit wanted to devour, but it didn't dare to do so. So it could only stare at it without moving. Then I took the opportunity to cut off its limbs. Then the teammate with evil spirit energy used the evil soul art to devour the demon spirit soul. Oh, I see. Wulingzi said, I'm still in shock. Why did the number of demon spirits, I sensed, suddenly decrease by a lot? The third 2,000-year-old demon spirit was killed by a Saint Realm expert. Yang Dingtian said, Saint Realm expert? Wulingzi said, there hasn't been a Saint Realm expert in this world for a long time. Even a half-saint is gone. She's not human. She's the last monster in the secret realm of Despair City. She's the fire spirit of the demon spirit fiend flame. She's been cultivating for thousands of years. Yang Dingtian said, Oh, I see. Wulingzi said, then you already have the demon spirit fiend flame in your body. Yes, senior. However, the demon spirit fiend flame leans towards the Yinshan vein, so it's not very useful in my body. It's a pity. Yang Dingtian said. Wulingzi replied, all right, girl. Don't beat around the bush. Tell me, what do you need from me? Vulture said, Great-grandfather, the people from the Temple of Annihilation have once again descended into the world. The war of destruction is coming soon. Right now, almost everyone in the world has sold themselves to the Temple of Annihilation. Only Yang Dingtian is determined to fight to the end. Therefore, the evil thieves from the Temple of Annihilation have used the name of the Tiando League to distort the facts and distort the facts. They say that Yang Dingtian caused the death of Dongfang Bingling, and they want to send an army to suppress him. Our forces are very, very weak. We only have less than 100,000 soldiers, and they have 1,000,000 soldiers. Great-grandfather, please personally lead the experts from the Vulture Palace to Cloud Heaven City and help us defeat the enemy. Although Yang Dingtian was surprised, he didn't say anything. His purpose in coming here was only to ask Wulingzi to veto the decision to sanction Yang Dingtian during the Tiando League Conference and to help revive Dongfang Minmi. Now that the little girl said that she wanted Wulingzi to lead the experts from the Vulture Palace to participate in the war, it was nothing more than asking for a sky-high price and waiting for Wulingzi to return the money. Little girl, don't cause trouble. Wulingzi said, speak properly, don't ask for a sky-high price. Vulture said, then great-grandfather can go to Cloud Heaven City alone. You alone are worth thousands of soldiers and horses. Wulingzi simply closed his eyes. Vulture hurriedly said, that's right. How can a mere 1,000,000 soldiers trouble you? Unless the Demon King, Wen Tian, appears. Only then will they be qualified to fight with you. How about this? Let me take 10,000 black vultures, 10 masters, 1 or 2 great masters, and a few hundred honorable martial artists, okay? I'm going to chase them out, Wulingzi said. Yang Dingtian, I'll give you one last chance to speak. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, first, please use your veto power during the Tiando League Conference. Don't expel Cloud Heaven City from the Tiando League, and don't let me lose my righteous status. Second, I have the corpse of a great master, a soul-condensed shadow, the soul fragment of my master, Dongfang Minmi, and a demon spirit heart. I want to ask you to revive my master, Dongfang Minmi. These requests aren't too much, Wolingzi said calmly, but why should I help you? Just because Vulture owes you favors? Vulture doesn't owe me any favors. I see her as my younger sister. She doesn't owe me anything, Yang Dingtian said. Don't try to use emotions to kidnap me. Just say it directly. Why should I help you? What can you bring to the Vulture Palace? Wolingzi said, I beg you for the sake of justice. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, We are both part of the Tiando League. Please help me for the sake of justice. Justice? Wolingzi said calmly, There is no justice in my eyes. You should have seen it. The Vulture Palace feeds the black vultures with millions of people every year. Where does justice come from? Yang Dingtian said, The Vulture Palace also belongs to the Tiando League. Even if it is for the sake of the Tiando League, the Vulture Palace also has a part of the responsibility. If you sit back and watch the evil ways destroy all the forces of the Tiando League, where will the Vulture Palace go in the future? Do you think the Temple of Annihilation will spare the Vulture Palace? Ha 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 ha. Wolingzi laughed and said, What a joke. Yang Dingtian, you should know that the Vulture Palace belonged to the evil ways more than 200 years ago. You haven't heard of it, right? Yang Dingtian was shocked. The Vulture Palace belonged to the evil ways? This was really unheard of. Wolingzi smiled and said, At that time, the Temple of Annihilation had 3 palaces. The Sky Demon Palace, the Temple of Blood, and the Joyless Palace. The Sky Demon Palace was the predecessor of the Vulture Palace. The Vulture Palace only changed sides when the evil ways were defeated. At that time, I was not called Wolingzi. I was called Tian Mozi, and I was the world's top spirit master. It was the Nihility Piao Ling who came to negotiate with me and made me change sides. From then on, the Sky Demon Palace changed its name to the Vulture Palace, and it was ranked first among the 9 sects. Yang Dingtian was really shocked, and so was the Vulture Palace. The 2 of them really had not heard of the secret before. It had only been 200 years, but this secret had been completely sealed away, as if all traces of history had been swept away. Do you know why the Nihility Piao Ling came to negotiate with me? Wolingzi sneered and said, Because at that time she and His Majesty the Demon King had almost perished together. She looked strong, but she was already an arrow at the end of its flight. In the battle of annihilation, the evil ways and the Tiando League, both sides gave it their all. Only my Sky Demon Palace did not listen to orders and maintained our strength. Furthermore, I have a heaven-defying skill, which is to summon the spirits of the Demon King Wentian. So that day, as long as I was willing, I could have turned the situation around. Do you understand? At that time, the remnants of the evil ways knelt in front of me and made me the new Demon King to lead the evil demon army to continue the battle. However, I am a lazy person and am not willing to waste my energy. So I just watched as the evil ways suffered a crushing defeat. That is why the situation has been like this for 200 years. Do you understand? Wolingzi's mouth was filled with endless ridicule. The Demon King Wentian asked me to fight, and I refused. The Nihility Piao Ling personally came to my Vulture Palace right in front of you and asked me to join the Tiando League. At that time, she wanted me to become the Vulture Sect, so that the 3 great sects would become the 4 great sects. However, I refused, so the Vulture Palace became the head of the 9 great sects. However, I will never participate in any Tiando League matters, and I will always be neutral. Do you understand? Wolingzi looked at Yang Dingtian and said, The Demon King Wentian and the Nihility Piao Ling can't order me around. Do you think that you, Yang Dingtian, can order me around? Then Wolingzi sneered and said, You said that after the Temple of Annihilation destroyed the Tiando League, they will not spare the Vulture Palace. Do you know that the evil prince, Li Ming, comes to the Vulture Palace every year and kowtows to me as a junior? Do you understand? That's right. The War of Armageddon concerns the survival of the entire Chaos world. But what does it have to do with my Vulture Palace? My vulture palace will always be a high and mighty, indifferent and detached bystander. Wulingzi narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian. He said, sarcastically, Yang Dingtian, do you still want me to do those two things for you? Do you still want me to participate in the so-called Taiando League's resolutions and use all my veto power? Yang Dingtian's expression darkened, and he bowed deeply. The disdain and ridicule in Wulingzi's eyes made Yang Dingtian seem like an ignorant and naive child. Wan Wentian can't order me around, and Nihility Piaoling can't get me to participate in the Taiando League's meetings. How much weight do you, a mere Yang Dingtian, have? Yang Dingtian really didn't know these secrets. The Vulture Palace used to be the demonic palace, which used to belong to the evil ways. Wulingzi didn't listen to Wan Wentian's orders. Wulingzi almost became the new king of evil ways. Nihility Piaoling came to the Vulture Palace in person to negotiate. Only then did he rope the Vulture Palace into the Taiando League and solidify the victory of the last war of Armageddon. Now, Yang Dingtian finally understood how transcendent the Vulture Palace's position was. It was absolutely neutral. Once it participated in the Taiando League's meetings, it meant giving up this transcendent and neutral position. The evil prince, Li Ming, came every year to pay his respects. Perhaps he only asked the Vulture Palace to maintain a neutral attitude. In this way, Yang Dingtian's request to Wulingzi to participate in the Taiando League's meetings was truly naive. Senior, do you know Sect Master Wu Yu from the Sea of Hades? Yang Dingtian asked. I do. He's 2 years younger than me. Wulingzi said. After Wan Wentian was destroyed, Nihility Piaoling came to negotiate with me first, and then went to the Sea of Hades to negotiate. However, Wu Yu is even more antisocial than me, so my Vulture Palace nominally entered the Taiando League, and the Sea of Hades continued to transcend the righteous and evil. Yang Dingtian asked, then besides the border protectors, are there only 3 half-saints in the primal chaos world? One is Sect Master Wu Yu. One is you, Senior, and the last one is the Queen Devil Queen. More or less. Wulingzi said, now you should know that if it weren't for the little girl, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to see me. So, you should also know how ridiculous your requests are. At this time, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with endless shame, but he wore a slight smile on his face and said, I've made a fool of myself, Senior. It's good that you know. Wulingzi said indifferently, then go. Leave here and forget about this place. Who deserves to live, who deserves to die. It has nothing to do with my Vulture Palace. Farewell, Yang Dingtian said. Then he turned around and walked out. At this time, Vulture didn't say anything, but also turned around and walked out. Little girl, where are you going? Wulingzi asked. I'm going with Brother Tian. Vulture's big eyes were red, but he showed a cute smile and said, Great-grandfather, I'll come back to see you after a while. You're not allowed to go, Wulingzi said indifferently. If you go, my Vulture Palace's transcendent neutrality will disappear. No, great-grandfather, I must go, Vulture said. We've already become sworn brothers and made an oath. We don't ask to be born in the same year, month, and day, but we ask to die in the same year, month, and day. The Vulture Palace doesn't have a position or an attitude, but I have a position and an attitude. No, Wulingzi said bluntly. Vulture smiled and said, Great-grandfather, how about this? You expel me from the Vulture Palace, so that I won't affect the transcendent neutrality of the Vulture Palace. The little girl said and smiled, but she held back the tears in her eyes and didn't let them fall. She had joked before that if she told the old man to go east, the old man wouldn't dare to go west. Only now did she know how naive this sentence was. She also said before that if the old ancestor didn't agree, she would cry, make a fuss, and hang herself. Now she knew clearly that all of this was useless. Little girl, are you threatening me? Wulingzi said coldly. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill Yang Dingtian directly? Of course, you can kill Yang Dingtian like crushing an ant. Vulture said. But we've made an oath that we'll die on the same year, month, and day. Then we'll die together. Are you using my love for you to kidnap me? Willingzy said. No, I'm not naive anymore. Vulture said, the so-called love sometimes isn't real. A person without feelings won't have real love. This kind of love is equivalent to an ordinary person's love for a cat or a dog. Usually the person will call the cat his darling, but in fact, if the cat bites his clothes, he will be despised. Willingzy's face trembled slightly and said, Little girl, do you think it's appropriate for you to say these harsh words to me? Vulture shook her head gently and didn't say anything. Willingzy closed his eyes helplessly. Vulture didn't say a harsh word, but every word was harsh. Not only did it hurt Willingzy's heart, but it also hurt her own heart. She didn't do it on purpose, but she really thought so. Because today she saw the real Willingzy, a completely emotionless Willingzy. Just as she said, a person can ignore Wan Wentian's orders, can ignore the life and death of thousands of people. A completely ruthless person. How can he say that he has real feelings for a great-granddaughter? Was he really doting on her the same way he doted on a cat or a dog? After closing his eyes, Willingzy's eyebrows trembled slightly. After a long time, Willingzy opened his eyes and said, Well, Yang Dingtian, I can help you with one thing. The other thing is to help you resurrect Dongfang Minmi. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian said bitterly in his heart, Thank you, senior. But I have a condition. Willingzy looked at Vulture and said, Girl, I will help Yang Dingtian resurrect Dongfang Minmi. From today onwards, you will stay in the Vulture Palace until your wedding. Vulture was shocked and said, Wedding? Me. Of course it's you. Willingzy said, With whom? With whom? Vulture was shocked and said, How come I never know about this? A long, long time ago, an engagement that has been delayed for nearly 200 years. It has been delayed for several generations, but it must be fulfilled. Willingzy said, This matter, you are not allowed to have the leeway to refuse. Vulture was completely stunned and said, With whom? With whom? How come I didn't know at all? You will be able to see him soon. Willingzy said, I believe that in a few days your fiancé will come to the Vulture Palace to propose marriage. Vulture suddenly exclaimed, No, no, great-grandfather. Brother Tian and I are in love, and we have already pledged to be together for life. Between us, everything has happened. I have also given my body to him. Ah, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. You little girl, are you trying to kill me? Chapter 459. I'm already at the 70th place. Willingzy's thunderous anger did not appear as expected. Instead, his eyes, which were full of vicissitudes of life, flashed with mischief. He said, Really? Girl, why do I see that you are still a pure girl? Ah, you can see that? The little girl Vulture blushed and said shyly, Great-grandfather, do you think I am that ignorant little girl? Without your permission, we definitely won't go through the final hurdle. However, except for the last stage, we have done everything. We have had all kinds of intimacy. Oh, really? Willingzy said, But why do I feel that there is no love between the two of you? Of course there is. It's just that I have always been this carefree. Vulture said, But in fact, I will marry no one else but him. After that, Vulture fiercely plucked up her courage, pouted her small mouth, and kissed Yang Dingtian on the face. Yang Dingtian was stunned, and his body suddenly trembled. It was not the feeling of being electrocuted, but being kissed by the little girl. It was a very strange and awkward feeling. He had always regarded the little girl as his biological sister. However, the little girl's reaction seemed to be bigger than his. She also suddenly trembled, and the hair on her white and tender skin stood up. It was really difficult for her. Well, since you don't want to marry, I will not force you. Then let's forget about the resurrection of Dongfang Minmi. Willingzy said. Only then did the little girl Spirit Vulture remember this matter. Then she was completely in a dilemma. If she did not agree to marry, Dongfang Minmi could not be resurrected. Agree to marry? But she had not even seen that man. Her ambition was already in the sky. She did not even like Zhu Hongxue. If she really found someone to marry, it would be worse than killing her. Immediately, the little Princess Vulture fell into a painful struggle. Then she looked up and said pitifully, "Great-grandfather, if I marry Yang Dingtian, he won't be an outsider. He'll be your grandson-in-law. He'll be one of us, and he'll have to call you great-grandfather. Are you going to leave him in the lurch?" "Humph! Don't put on an act in front of me. Besides, you can't even put on an act well. Let's wait until the two of you don't feel creepy when you're intimate." Walingzi coldly said, "In any case, this is a 200-year marriage contract. You have to marry whether you want to or not. When your fiancé arrives, you will immediately get engaged and get married the next day. After the wedding, I will immediately revive Dongfang Minmi. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about." "Great-grandpa!" Vulture shouted coquettishly. However, Walingzi had already closed his eyes tightly. "Great-grandfather!" Vulture cried. Wu Lingzi immediately covered up his ears and blocked his ears. Then Vulture continued to throw tantrums and act coquettishly. However, Walingzi turned a deaf ear. At this time, Yang Dingtian also felt for Walingzi that the little girl was difficult to deal with. Just now, Walingzi was hurt by Vulture's heart-wrenching words, so he compromised a little and said that he was willing to revive Dongfang Minmi. After Vulture felt that Walingzi really doted on her, she immediately went overboard. Not only did she want to save Dongfang Minmi, she also wanted to break the marriage contract. If Walingzi compromised a little more, she would definitely push Walingzi to participate in the Tiando League Conference and veto the resolution to sanction Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Walingzi directly closed his eyes, plugged his ears, and ignored her. The little girl had been making a ruckus for more than 2 hours. She had used all kinds of methods, but Wu Lingzi had turned a deaf ear from beginning to end. Then he gently frowned, expressing impatience and indifference. Suddenly, the whole thatched cottage suddenly became cold, and the air instantly became oppressive. The little girl Vulture immediately stopped throwing tantrums and said quietly, "Great-grandpa, I definitely won't marry him." Wu Lingzi turned a deaf ear. "Then we'll go down now," Vulture said. "I'll go back now and give my body to Yang Dingtian, and we'll privately pledge our marriage. I believe that the so-called fiancé will definitely not like a broken vulture. I'll wait for him to break the engagement himself. Brother Tian, let's go, we'll settle this matter now." Vulture held Yang Dingtian's arm and directly left the thatched cottage. After leaving Walingzi's thatched cottage, the two of them walked down the 30,000 steps. Then, on the platform, they rode 2 white cranes and flew to Vulture's residence. The little Princess Vulture was indeed the most pampered in the Vulture Palace. She actually occupied a few hundred rooms by herself. Her heavenly pearl pavilion, together with the garden, waterfall, house, martial arts field, and pond, took up a few hundred mu. After Vulture brought Yang Dingtian into the heavenly pearl pavilion, beautiful maids immediately knelt down to welcome them. There were a few hundred beautiful maids, all of them serving the little girl alone. Facing these maids kowtowing, the little girl ignored them. She pulled Yang Dingtian and angrily walked towards her boudoir. Seeing that she was unhappy, all the maids and nannies did not dare to approach her. They did not even dare to look at Yang Dingtian out of curiosity. Just like this, the little girl pulled Yang Dingtian through a few hundred mu of garden and arrived at her boudoir. After entering her boudoir, the little girl sat on the edge of the bed and sulked. She gnashed her teeth for a while, then scowled at him coldly for a while. "Yes, I'm going all out." Suddenly, the little girl stood up and said, "Anyway, the person I love is out of the picture. I'm going all out. Let's see how you're going to marry me." Then Vulture took off her clothes and lay on the bed, saying, "Come, fifth brother." "Come for what?" Yang Dingtian frowned. "Let's cook the rice." Vulture said, "We'll really do it. Anyway, my true love is out of the picture, so I might as well let you take advantage of me. Anyway, we'll live and die together, and we're like siblings. I'll give myself to you. It's better than giving myself to some stranger." Yang Dingtian was infuriated. He stepped forward and grabbed her ear. He lifted her up and said, "You stinky lass. What exactly are you thinking about?" Let go, it hurts, it hurts." The little girl cried out in pain. "Yang Dingtian, let go, or I'll fall out with you." Yang Dingtian let go of her ear and said angrily, "Girl, if you continue to be like this, I'll really get angry. Not only are you insulting me, but you're also insulting yourself. But I really don't want to marry." Vulture cried, "I'd rather die than marry anyone. As long as I'm with you, I won't be pure anymore. That bullshit fiancé definitely won't be willing to cheat on me, so I won't have to get married. Moreover, we can pretend to get married. You'll become the son-in-law of Vulture Palace, and my great-grandfather will have no choice but to help you. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Besides, it's better for me to take advantage of you than an outsider." Yang Dingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, saying, "Maybe your fiancé is very, very outstanding." "No matter how outstanding he is, I don't want him and I won't marry him." Vulture cried, I already have someone I love." "Is that so? Why didn't I know?" Yang Dingtian said. "Why are you pretending? You clearly know," Vulture said. "Wu Yuming? That can't be. Are you serious? You haven't even spoken to him. You've only met him once. Although he's shockingly handsome, you shouldn't be so shallow." Yang Dingtian said in astonishment, "Brother Tian, it's true." Vulture raised her face and said, "It's the feeling of love at first sight. It's not because of his face, but because of a certain smell. I can feel it even with my eyes closed. That smell made me fall in love at first sight. I didn't feel it on the boat, but after parting with him, my mind was filled with his figure, and I couldn't extricate myself." Following that, the girl cried, "But I know that I'm already hopeless. Compared to third Lady Gongsun, I'm nothing. My love is already dead, my heart is also dead, so I might as well just smash the pot and give my body to you. Anyways, in my heart, you're like family, and I won't feel disgusted even if you sleep with me." Yang Dingtian was completely speechless and couldn't find the words to say for a moment. However, when he first heard her talk about love at first sight and the smell, he was really worried that the girl would fall too deeply and be hurt. Later, he heard her say something like, "My heart is already dead. My love is already dead." Yang Dingtian was relieved. Those were completely childish words. Wu Yuming was indeed too outstanding and was like poison to women. Almost all women found it hard to resist, let alone a girl like the girl who had just awakened to love. However, according to the girl's personality, this kind of feeling would come and go quickly. Probably after a while, she would forget everything. "All right, don't let your imagination run wild." Yang Dingtian rubbed her little head and said, "If you really don't want to marry, then I'll definitely help you. In short, I won't sacrifice your happiness for my own sake." "Brother Tian, you're so nice." Vulture immediately grabbed Yang Dingtian's arm and said. Then she stuck out her tongue and said, "Tell me, am I very selfish? Reviving sect Master Dongfang is a big matter, but my marriage is actually a small matter. I should sacrifice myself for the greater good." "You're still young. The reason why you're on my side is not because of justice, but because of loyalty and love." Yang Dingtian said, "So, how can I blame you for being selfish?" "That's right. How could it be Song Chanhua? She would definitely sacrifice herself to revive Dongfang Minmi without hesitation. But the girl was different. She was a child, and there was no distinction between good and evil in her heart. She was almost completely controlled by her own emotions. Even though she knew that she should be selfless, she was really unwilling to marry someone she didn't like in exchange for reviving Dongfang Minmi. Then what about reviving sect Master Dongfang?" The girl asked timidly. "I'll think of a way." Yang Dingtian said. Do you have a way? The girl was even more timid. Maybe. Yang Dingtian smiled at her and said, let's wait for your so-called fiancé to come first. Brother Tian, you're so nice. You're so nice to me. Vulture said tenderly, sigh, if it wasn't for that man, I might really fall in love with you. Forget it. Yang Dingtian glared at her and said, you can say that again when you don't feel creepy and disgusted when we're a little closer. Vulture licked her lips and suddenly let go of Yang Dingtian's hand and said, it's fine if you don't say it, but now that you say it, I feel even more creepy. How could this be? Even when I was playing kissing with Qinji, it didn't feel like this. Ah, you. Yang Dingtian was shocked. She had kissed with Qinji? He knew that Vulture and Qinji had fooled around in the Despair City secret realm, but he didn't expect it to be to the extent of kissing. Realizing that she had let it slip, Vulture hurriedly cried out, it's not my fault, it's not my fault, it's Qinji who seduced me. Yang Dingtian shook his head helplessly. How could this little girl have a bottom line? Looking at her strange and guilty eyes, he wondered how many other unspeakable things she had done. Next, Yang Dingtian fell into a torturous wait. Time was extremely precious to Yang Dingtian. Now, all the sect leaders of the world were heading to the Eastern Cloud State to participate in the Tiando League. Once the decision was passed, Qin Chichi and Ning Wuming's army would start marching towards Cloud Sky City, even without the sect leaders returning. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was always in a race against time. Now, even rejecting the decision of the Tiando League wasn't too important. The most important thing was to revive his master, Dongfang Minmi. As long as he won this battle with Qin Chichi and Ning Wuming, everything would be fine. Those fence-sitters would sway again. If he didn't revive his master, there was nothing to talk about. Therefore, no matter what, he had to make Wolingzi agree to revive Dongfang Minmi. Of course, Yang Dingtian couldn't force Vulture to marry someone she didn't like because of this. He could marry Qin Jiaojiao, whom he didn't like before, in order to form an alliance with Qin City. However, he was a man after all, and Qin Jiaojiao was just one of his wives. Vulture was a girl and could only marry once. This time, it meant a lifetime of happiness. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could only wait for 2 days at most. 2 days later, that so-called fiancé still hadn't arrived. Yang Dingtian prepared to negotiate with Wolingzi again. This time, he didn't hesitate to use his trump card in exchange for Wolingzi to revive Dongfang Minmi. 10 hours, 20 hours, 24 hours. Time continued to pass. That bullshit fiancé still hadn't arrived. During this torturous wait, the little girl Vulture secretly made something. She thought that Yang Dingtian didn't know, but Yang Dingtian had already seen it by accident. This girl, who had no bottom line at all, actually used jade to carve a man's thing. She was prepared to break her chastity and pretend that she had already done it with Yang Dingtian. Then, she would force that fiancé to break off the engagement. Thinking of that scene, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. This little girl, compared to evil ways were even worse. She really had no bottom line at all. Almost 2 days passed. Yang Dingtian couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to go to the Immortal Peak again to negotiate with Wolingzi. He had to use his trump card. But at this moment, a female disciple from Vulture Palace flew over and said, Junior Vulture, the old ancestor summoned you. Vulture immediately asked nervously, What's the matter? Unlike Yang Dingtian was always looking forward to this bullshit fiancé's arrival. Vulture, on the other hand, was always looking forward to this bullshit fiancé's arrival. Then, she wouldn't have to break her chastity for that jade thing. He said that your fiancé is already here and wants you to meet him, the female disciple from Vulture Palace said. Vulture's expression changed. She said, He's here. He's finally here. He's really here. Then Vulture smiled sweetly at the female disciple and said, Okay, I got it. I'll go right away. Okay. The female disciple from Vulture Palace rode the white crane and flew away. After she left, the little girl Vulture's expression turned cold. She walked into the room and said, "Brother Tian, wait for me for a while." She was going to enter the room and take action. She was going to cut off her escape route. Yang Dingtian hurried forward to stop her. He said, Okay, little girl. Don't be in a hurry to do that thing. You can leave the matter of breaking off the engagement to me, okay? No, I know Grandpa. What he says is an imperial edict. No one can change it. If he wants me to get married, even if he has to send me to that person's bed, I will still marry him. Vulture said there's no other way. I have to be resolute and decisive. Then the little girl's face turned red. She said, You know what I'm going to do." "Of course I know. Little girl, can you be more shameless?" Yan Dingtian glared at her. He pulled her hand and walked out, ignoring her struggle. He said, "I swear I will help you break off the engagement, okay?" "I swear." "Really?" the little girl asked. "Of course it's true. When have you ever seen me lie?" Yang Dingtian asked. Yang Dingtian and Vulture rode the white crane and arrived at the immortal peak again. The white crane stopped on the platform. The two of them climbed up the 30,000 steps again and arrived at the top of the mountain to pay their respects to Willingzi. This was Yang Dingtian's last chance to negotiate. After he used his trump card, he should be able to get Willingzi to revive his master and even help the little girl break off the engagement. Just as they arrived at the top of the mountain, Willingzi's voice came from the thatched cottage. "Little girl, come in quickly and meet your future husband." Vulture's expression turned cold. She smiled coldly and walked in while holding Yang Dingtian's hand.